Chapter 66 Consequence. The natural defenses of Sunigekure no Sato had aided its shinobi in repelling invaders for generations. But without those Suna shinobi, they were trivial obstacles in the path of a determined assault. Little provoked such determination as a desire for revenge. Like a wave of locusts, they descended well over 100 Konoha shinobi that had been quietly pulled from the ranks to prevent notice from the spies that were undoubtedly watching for signs of weakness from the greatest of the hidden villages. No one had suspected a thing. The majority of Suna's forces had been killed or captured in their failed invasion of Konoha, and those who were still loyal to Raza had left with a large contingent of civilians many days ago, leaving only a few stubborn veterans long past their prime. They were quickly cut down. Suna had relied upon Gaara and his Biju to wreak havoc upon Konoha, but with his defection had to make do with what explosives their teams carried in their standard equipment. Konoha's Hataru Company, often calling themselves the Fireflies, a specialized demolitions team that technically didn't exist, faced no such issue with their own explosives. The Kazekage Tower was reduced to shards of glass, followed soon after by any government building they could locate. They set their sights on the eastern wall next. Civilians, those who had called Raza a fool and a coward staying behind in the village they had loved their whole lives, and were captured or slaughtered depending on the Konoha shinobi they had the misfortune of running into. A brave few stood and fought their pathetic attempts, mocked by the superior soldiers of Hai no Kuni, and a few more turned tail and ran into the desert, scrambling over walls or daring to dash through the flaming wreckage created by the fireflies. The smell of charred flesh permeated the air just as distinctly as the screams and smoke. Standing on a sandy hill between Sunigekure and the Hangiri Gulf to its southeast, a grim-faced Sarutobi Asuma observed the flickering light like a candle in the distance. If they truly thought they were going to get away with their attempted invasion with a slap on the wrist, then they were fools, especially if he was going to have to take up the mantle of Hokage. With a nod to his Umbu guard, he turned to look at the forces behind him. Chunin mostly and administrative staff, they would make up the bulk of Konoha's occupation. Honestly, that was probably overkill too. By the time they got there, Sunigekure no Sato wouldn't have a single shinobi to its name. Genin could have been used to hold its populace, whatever remained after tonight, in check. But using Genin to occupy an enemy village alone was just rubbing salt in the wounds, and Sarutobi Asuma liked to consider himself a fair man. He would spare them that at least. You know what to do, he addressed them, not one for flowery speeches of victory. They knew their job and he expected it to be carried out to the best of their abilities. Nothing more, nothing less. I want Kaze no Kuni's sunrise to be greeted by Konohagakure flags on Suna's walls. Make it happen. With salutes and cheers they were off, but Asuma didn't watch. Calmly he moved through the parting ranks back towards the Hangiri Gulf, where the Hokage's personal ship, a gift from the Uzumaki long ago, and well maintained over the years, waited with the servant of Hai no Kuni's daimyo. The Fire Lord had been more than willing to sanction the assault upon Sunigekure after they had the gall to attack his village, while not only he was in attendance but while they had international guests. Minor nobles or not, that could have been disastrous. And with Sunigekure under the control of Hai no Kuni, the daimyo of Kaze no Kuni would have little choice but to surrender. Being both the weakest of the Great Five and a former ally wouldn't spare him the repercussions of not keeping a better hold on his shinobi. Asuma was well aware that even now some of the Fire Lord's forces moved towards the capital to seize it in his name. By the end of the week there probably wouldn't be a Kaze no Kuni, and Asuma didn't expect the other daimyo would raise up too much of a fuss. Not only was Hai no Kuni in a superior position when it came to resources and current manpower, with Kaminari no Kuni in a close second with their militarized Kyuubi alone, but the other lords were likely to see this course of action as justified. And if they didn't? Well, it would have been worse to let them go without repercussions, and the added resources from the Land of Wind would more than make up for any issues the Fire Lord might face among his peers. Tsuchi no Kuni would probably get a bit nervous, understandably, but they were always looking for a reason to pick fights with anything Konoha related anyway. The two countries likely to start panicking were Kawa no Kuni and Cha no Kuni, two minor countries along the Hai no Kuni border which would provide immediate access to their new lands. A port could be easily established in Cha no Kuni to connect it to Kaze no Kuni across the Hangiri Gulf, while a bigger port. One already existed, but there was no way it would be able to support the traffic between two major countries, especially for the first few months as everything stabilized. It was also inconvenient to move things all the way south into Cha no Kuni just to ship them northwest into Kaze no Kuni. For that reason, Kawa no Kuni was going to be sweating the most. Directly between Kaze no Kuni and Hai no Kuni it had enjoyed the alliance between the two major villages tucked safely away. Unlike Aim no Kuni where many battles had taken place, Kawa had been mostly spared and the trade between the two major villages had helped fund it for many years. Now not only were they in the way but Suna troops had moved through Kawa no Kuni unimpeded on their way to assault Konoha, and Kawa, whether deliberately or having failed to notice them, had not sent word to Konoha about an impending attack. There was nothing that might prove they had willingly allowed Suna troops through allying themselves with traitors, but as there was nothing to absolve such, the doubt was still there. With them being a minor country, it was also more unlikely that the major lords would object the annexing of Kawa no Kuni for any other reason than it gave Hai no Kuni such a large swath of uninterrupted land. Their position nestled between two major powers had now turned against them, and their options were rather limited. The Fire Lord would not have difficulty getting them to cave to any of his demands, and if they did resist, well, Konoha forces had to get back home somehow. Cutting across Kawa no Kuni wouldn't be an issue. Idly, a part of Asuma recognized that as the next Hokage he was about to be one of the primary military influences of Hai no Kuni, and considering how much they were about to expand the world, he wasn't entirely sure how to feel about that when he hadn't even wanted the position in the first place. Regardless of how he felt, or if he wanted the job, he had it, and he had work to do. And so it starts? Inquired the daimyo's servant, standing out brilliantly against the dark wood in his fine clothes of bright crimson and delicate gold embroidery. Asuma didn't even bother with a full response, opting instead for an affirmative grunt and a shallow nod. He knew the man wouldn't mind either. They had interacted enough back when the Sarutobi was one of the daimyo's guard. The man Nitai, if Asuma recalled correctly, simply hummed, his eyes almost completely closed, and a polite smile on his lips. I see. Well then, I suppose there's no turning back now. One of Asuma's brows rose and he turned back to look at the man standing peacefully on the deck as forces moved to conquer what was recently an allied nation. Do you disagree? No, not at all. I'm sure the daimyo will be pleased with the results. I just can't help but wonder how everything will play out. He gave a light chuckle. After all, the world turns in mysterious ways. The stage has been changed. We'll have to see which actors flock to the forefront, and what they do. Sounds like you disagree to me. Asuma gave another grunt and continued on his way to the helm, lighting one of his cigarettes with practiced motions. No, it's as good a response as any. I fully believe we've accounted for all known variables. It's the ones we've missed that have me uncomfortable. An amused snort left Asuma's nose, bringing with it a cloud of smoke. You uncomfortable? I'd never have guessed. You look as impeccable as ever. Perhaps. Nothing more was exchanged between the two men, Asuma moving to the captain, and Nitai resuming his gaze into the desert that would soon be under the banner of Hai no Kuni. Even as ship began making its way from the shore, rocking with sprays of salt water, he continued to watch the sand. It was the last time they would ever see Kaze no Kuni after all. So it would seem we are now required to keep a registration of wolves at the capital, and that the daimyo is willing to provide us with identification for our wolves as a thank you for our help during the invasion. Mai's face tried its best to remain in its business blank state, but her lips curled down in distaste by the time she had finished talking. She tossed the daimyo's letter onto his desk and crossed her arms with an irritated huff. Which pretty much means he doesn't really trust us as much as he used to, and it's going to be harder to move around because we have to go the official channels now. She continued, glaring at the piece of parchment that had so insulted her. So it would seem. We knew this was a possibility when we decided not to tell him directly. Sarutobi should have told him, but that doesn't make us seem any more trustworthy. He let his own lips frown slightly. We were given a lot more initial trust than we perhaps deserved, and we've wasted it, so there's nothing to do but earn it back. One of Naruto's hands gestured towards the paper. The best way to start would be to comply. Hanabi shouldn't need guards anymore, but leave one of them. The others are to deliver the records of our wolves to the daimyo, and stay at the palace to ensure their security. Even with the guards, you want to rely upon the daimyo to protect such sensitive information? Most of the wolves have managed to maintain their civilian identities. Can we really risk all of them getting out? If we want to retain the daimyo's favor, we don't have much of a choice. Besides, it's common practice for the genealogy of the noble houses to be kept on record within the daimyo's palace. Why should we be any different? I still don't like this, she declared, and Naruto could only dip his head in agreement. I know, Mai. I know. A deep sigh left her mouth. But we really don't have much of a choice, do we? Our status as noble house far outweighs the benefits of secrecy at this point. Even if those identities get out, it's the identities of members to a noble house. They have slightly more protection that way. He picked up the letter, skimming over it briefly himself before putting it away. A lot is about to change for Hai no Kuni, he continued. We need to retain our status if we are to be in the best position to take advantage of any opportunities that arise. Like Kirigakure no Sato? Like Kirigakure no Sato. The chance to participate and influence the bloodline civil war while remaining within the boundary of the law is far too great an opportunity to pass up. As much as I'd like to support the rebels, the wolves gain more from helping Yugura. And the wolves come first. She continued his thought with a slight sigh and a fond smile. He always did put his children first. Remind me, he continued, to have a base set up in Udan no Kuni, or to check to see if Orochimaru has one. If the rebels are driven from Mizu no Kuni, they may go in that direction. We may not be able to benefit from helping them in the land of water, but we can still help them closer to Hai no Kuni. I'll make a note. Mai confirmed. But we are running low on wolves. I know. I've figured out the seal issue, we just have to get more people trained at this point. He gave a deep sigh, massaging his temples. As it is, we're expanding far too fast, and it's stretching us dangerously thin. We'll have to slow down, and I may be forced to compromise on quality just to ensure we remain stable. Mai winced slightly, knowing how much it would sting her lord's pride to settle for subpar forces. It also wouldn't speak well of the wolves as a whole if the overall quality lowered. The problem was that the original wolves had been trained over decades as Shimura Danzo perfected his method, consistently producing Anbu-quality shinobi. A regular force would have those weaker elements, and the originals would simply be the elite, but Naruto preferred a smaller, more skilled group despite that not being what he needed. And they both knew it. They both also knew that he would swallow that pride without complaint if he felt it would benefit his wolves. Maybe it won't come to that. She tried to reassure him, but she knew it was quite unlikely. Sooner or later he'd have to accept the future of the wolves being something other than what he'd like. Maybe. Still, he appreciated the attempt, and gave her a small tired smile. Perhaps it's time for a break? Naruto suggested, glancing at his clock. We could go get something to eat. It had after all been quite some time since they spent time together that wasn't related to work. Mai frowned and thought for a moment, trying to determine if she had made any plans with anyone else, which of course just meant some, but none came to mind. Naruto was about to take time away from his work, and wanted to spend it with her. A bright smile slowly crossed her face. I think that's a lovely idea, Naruto-sama. So this is Nami no Kuni, huh? Asked Kankuro as he stared at the growing city in the distance. It was a lot bigger than he had expected. Gato's wealth had been used to create jobs throughout the city, repairing and expanding. Those jobs attracted workers from small villages nearby, and even some from farther away looking to start a new life for themselves. With that many workers, it was inevitable that there would be those who came to provide services to the workers to get their own share of Gato's fortunes. Such a boom would usually die out after a few years when whatever resource Gato's wealth in this case ran out. The benefit with being Nami no Kuni was that the busier it became, the more it re-established itself as a viable trade port. With every day, more ships were choosing to make use of Nami no Kuni, which brought with it continual business. Things would definitely slow down when Gato's fortune ran out, but it wouldn't result in Nami no Kuni becoming a ghost town. But Kankuro really wasn't all that concerned about Nami's future at the moment, as his eyes roved over towering scaffolds and flashing lights of finished buildings, all nestled between a thick fog from the sea. It was like its own private world. He was more worried about his own future, the future of his siblings, and the future of Sunigakure. Still, despite all the people he could see rushing about, there was a sort of tranquility to the chaos, as if the rest of the world had been subdued. He could actually see himself settling down amidst this chaos in some small apartment, free to pursue his passion in private, while certain that he could find the materials he would need at the ports. Maybe when everything else was sorted out he could more properly consider it. As things were going, however, that didn't seem like it would be any time soon. Kankuro turned to look at his siblings. Temari seemed to be enjoying the ocean breeze, and Gaara was staring out at what ocean he could see between the fog. He'd probably have better luck in the afternoon when the sun had some time to dissipate it, but that was really just an assumption. Kankuro was a desert dweller after all. Pretty, I guess. Let's go find those wolves of yours. Maybe they have some news on Suna. Gaara gave a nod, his eyes not leaving the shimmering blue in the distance, and his right hand still firmly grasping onto his sister's left. Temari gave a satisfied hum of agreement, pausing only to make sure Gaara was ready to go. She really had taken to mothering the boy. Whether that was why he had taken to calling her Ka-san or other Ka-san as it were, or his calling her Ka-san was what was making her so doting, he didn't know. Either way, it seemed pretty fitting. Kankuro briefly wondered if his mother might have been the same way with them, but he couldn't quite recall. He supposed it didn't really matter much anyway, it wasn't as if she was coming back. But he'd be damned if he let her down by not looking out for his siblings, especially as he seemed to be the only one still sane among them. It was a good 40-minute walk until they reached the bridge, their sedate pace that of a civilian's because they weren't in that much of a hurry, and rushing towards a town ran by shinobi was just a bad idea in general. The first structure they came across was a toll booth of some sort, one that instinctively had Kankuro reaching into his performance outfit to check the funds in his wallet. It didn't look too good. One wolf lounged against one of the walls and two plainly dressed civilians, or that's what they looked like, milled about waiting for travelers. The wolf saw them first, giving a sharp whistle to catch his companion's attention, and the two civilians moved into a more proper position. One went into the toll booth itself, grabbing the ledger, while the other moved into the middle of the road to impede their progress. Not that it would do much to stop a determined Gaara, but he did seem to have settled down lately. Maybe they wouldn't find themselves turned into human paste. Halt! State your name and reason for visiting Nami no Kuni, he demanded as they came to a stop some 20 feet away. There's no way he would be able to stop a bandit, let alone a shinobi, but that was probably why the wolf was present. Kankuro was willing to be cooperative, just not that cooperative. Kankuro, I was outvoted. His sister was next, taking it somewhat more seriously than he did. Temari here to get funding for our vacation. In hindsight, maybe he should have been more forthcoming initially. They did have a goal here after all, and annoying those who your plan depended on wasn't a very good idea. The guards seemed less than impressed until Gaara's declaration caught the attention of the wolf. We're here to see father's wolves. The wolf stared at them for a few moments from his position against the wall before pushing off and approaching them, coming to rest next to the civilian guard. Oh? Kankuro knew the man's brow was rising behind his mask. And who might this father be then? Naruto too-sama. The expression on Gaara's face indicated that it was ridiculous he'd have to explain who father was. Kankuro hoped that it was just because the man was a wolf and would know Naruto, and not because Gaara truly expected everyone to think of the Konoha Genin as their father. The wolf studied them for a few moments, paying particular attention to Gaara before nodding to himself. All right, kid, I'll take you to see Sama's wolves. Neither civilian protested as the wolf motioned for the 3 Suna natives to follow him, turning to lead them across the bridge. Gaara didn't hesitate to follow, tugging on Temari's hand as he went, but the 2 older siblings paused long enough to share a look before Temari shrugged and allowed Gaara to lead her. Kankuro took one last glance behind him, his last chance to back out, before giving a deep sigh and following along. What could possibly go wrong following Gaara's lead? Oh, he was regretting this already. At least no one had died yet. The floating coffin rocked back and forth through the water, refusing to remain still beneath his feet. The sun he knew from his beloved sands glared down accusingly for his abandonment, and the distant sounds of sea birds mocked him. Are we almost there? Asked Raza, turning to one of his loyal shinobi. Said shinobi glanced at his kage before looking back to the port, still easily viable from the ship. Looking back to Raza, he tried to remain as polite as possible. I do believe we have quite a way to go, Kazekage-sama. Raza groaned, leaning against the ship's railing and holding his head in his hands. Of all the hells he'd have to endure for his people, leaving his home, accepting help from Orochimaru and the man's mysterious godson, and possibly becoming the last Kazekage to ever exist, traveling by ship over the accursed sea, had to be the worst. He didn't know what had happened to his children either. Hopefully they had gotten out of Konoha and were keeping their heads down until everything blew over. Kankuro and Temari had some good heads on their shoulders and should know better than to return to Suna so soon after the Council's failed invasion. Then again, Gaara was pretty persuasive in a crazed, bloodthirsty sort of way, so who knows what they were actually doing at the moment. He just had to hope they didn't get themselves into too much trouble. His desk was being used for the first time since his father passed, covered in papers he had never bothered to look over. Finances had never been a concern, assets had been something in the back of his mind that he was aware of but never really thought of, and his accounts had always had enough for his groceries and shinobi equipment. But if he were to ever bring back the Uchiha, he would have to know what resources he had at his disposal. And if he were to pass, he needed to figure out who would get all the things that had been left to him. Well, not left to him specifically, but when all other Uchiha had been slain by his brother that fateful night, it had been decided that he would receive everything not specifically willed to those outside the clan. Considering how much the Uchiha clan interacted with the rest of Konoha, that pretty much meant everything within the compound and any account with an Uchiha name on it. He hadn't even needed to deal with it himself, as the Imperial Fire Bank had handled all the details, and in truth it wasn't until he became an adult, the formation of Team 7, that he had gained access to all of it. Really, he should have taken care of all this back then, but it was better late than never. Sasuke sighed as he finished going over one of the manila folders, setting it to the side and reaching for the next, only to give out a hiss of pain. His injuries had recovered pretty well, all things considered, but the one he had inflicted was still a ways off from healing. That was fine. If it faded too fast, it wouldn't serve its purpose. He wouldn't allow himself to forget what he had done during the invasion. He still didn't know her name either. He didn't know if he wanted to learn it. Sasuke really didn't want to even consider the possibility that he might fail in bringing back the Uchiha too, but with Orochimaru's mark on his neck, he couldn't be sure what his future would entail. He'd rather the Uchiha fortunes, and it turns out it was quite the fortune when it was all pulled together, go to someone he had decided than leaving it to the bank, or gods forbid the council. Of course, he wasn't exactly close to anyone, so there weren't many people to consider when he wanted to determine who it would go to. He was tempted to just leave it all to Team 7, but figured that was a little too vague. Especially with the council lurking in the background, eager to grab all they could from any source they came across. Truly, they were the shinobi of the legal world. As much as he'd like to resent them for that, he couldn't. Greedy they may be, they did their job and did it well. If their own gain motivated them to do things that were beneficial to Konoha in the long run, then he couldn't really think negatively about them. Not after what he had done anyway. They were practically saints by comparison. He pulled the next folder to himself, briefly flipping through its contents. The compound had all been consolidated into a single estate to be managed, but everything the Uchiha had owned outside of the compound, which he was rather surprised to learn about, actually had been left separate for him to decide what to do with. Most of the things they owned were small buildings rented out for next to nothing and bringing in just enough to cover property tax and regular maintenance. The Imperial Fire Bank had taken care of both on his behalf, so even if the council did manage to get their hands on them, it wouldn't be a great loss. He had decided, however, that he would simply write any renter that had been on the property for over a decade into his will. They'd been there for longer than it had belonged to him, they could remain there after he was gone. He closed the file Ichirakuramen and set it in the read pile. At least he knew there were people who would benefit if he died. It made the uncertainty of Orochimaru's curse seal a bit more bearable. Now he just had to figure out if he was still fit for shinobi duty. Or if he even wanted to remain a shinobi when he had the Uchiha estate to run. He winced again as he grabbed for the next file. He'd have time to decide, he supposed, as he waited for everything to finish healing. Sasuke had to wonder if it was a bad sign that he was more hesitant to quit the shinobi lifestyle because he knew Naruto would be irritated than because he had any desire to remain a shinobi. Not that anyone could blame him, he had seen exactly how strong she could be. He was not ashamed to admit she could scare the shit out of him. He kind of liked it. The bustling town had given way to dense forest where the fog seemed to retreat safe from the gaze of the sun. Kankuro was certain that he had seen the porcelain faces of the wolves slinking about around them, but tried not to think about how much they were at their mercy. Call it shinobi instincts or puppeteer habits, but he did not like a situation where he was obviously at a severe disadvantage. He really needed to have a talk with Gaara about acceptable risk and the fact that not all of them had impenetrable defenses. For a while there, Gaara seemed to be thinking things through more, so there was a pretty good chance he'd at least consider it. The fact that he had calmed drastically from bloodthirsty Psycho also helped. Kankuro much preferred his odds now than those before the Chunin exams. Before them the trees parted into a large clearing, a mansion standing proudly in its center. This would be the puppeteer assumed where the wolves were based. Well, that or some sort of disguised prison they were about to spend the rest of their lives in. Then again, he grimly mused, they didn't have to be mutually exclusive either. The wolf leading them rapped his knuckles on the door, and stood aside as it opened so they could enter. As Gaara and Temari made their way in without hesitation, Kankuro gave a deep sigh, took what could possibly be his last look at the sky, and filled his lungs with the fresh ocean air. With Gaara present they were probably fine, but he was a puppeteer, and puppeteers did their damnedest to prepare for everything, especially for the worst outcomes. As he had unfortunately learned over their stay in Konoha, however, it was very hard to prepare for insanity. Damn high no kuni and all that green. Knowing that it was bad form and beyond suspicious to keep them waiting too long, he headed in after his siblings, giving a shallow nod and a quiet thanks to the guard he passed. He couldn't see the nod he got in return, but he did hear the door shut behind him. They were in the belly of the beast now. Hopefully they'd be walking out of it too. Chapter 67, Sand in the Wave. Oh, aren't you just the cutest? Kankuro stared on in bewilderment as his younger brother was viciously attacked by an older woman. He was kind of jealous. Temari seemed to be somewhere between amused and irritated, which was an odd mix that actually suited her temperamental nature pretty well as the woman spotted them, and made a beeline to Gaara, quickly enveloping him in a massive hug. Of course Gaara was not the tallest of people, and the heels she was wearing did not help. Even bending down as she was to reach him, his head only came up to her chest. Admittedly, that was one of the main reasons Kankuro found himself jealous. That sweater should have hidden a lot more of her figure than it actually did, and a skirt that modest in length had no right to seem so sensual on anybody. Well, except maybe that crazy more than most of them anyway Konoha Jonin that proctored the second exam. He was fairly confident that woman would be able to pull off just about anything, but that wasn't important right now. Idly, Kankuro noted that Gaara seemed to be even more confused than the rest of him, and the middle sibling couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed that he hadn't taught his younger brother well enough for the boy to savor every moment of this he could. He'd have to add this to the talk they needed to have later. A quick look around showed they were not alone, but the attention of the wolves seemed to be squarely on the woman. Specifically, Kankuro nearly smacked himself upside the head as realization struck him. As subtlety as he could, he moved to a position that would allow him to better appreciate this. Why on earth was he focused on Gaara's confusion as he was smothered by the woman's sweater mounds, when he could instead focus on the fact that she had to bend down to reach him? One reposition and one acknowledging nod from one of the wolves later, he really found himself considering just settling down here and wave. Gods above, it was a good thing he hadn't had any missions here. That was a sight worth defecting for. Perhaps delaying their return to Suna had been a good idea after all. In the corner of his eye he could see Temari shooting him a look that meant she was less than impressed, which he found strange. Shouldn't she appreciate the fact that he was agreeing with her? He could swear she rolled her eyes as he thought that. Danger had been Gaara's first thought, and he had felt his sand get ready to shift in his defense, but that thought was soon overcome by the next. Soft. Like really soft. He couldn't recall having ever felt something so soft and comforting in his life. The closest would have to be, without question, that morning he crawled into bed with his other Ka-san all wrapped up in his blankets and her arms. It couldn't really compete with the sentimental value of his first sleep and the beginning of his repaired relationship with other Ka-san, but with every second it was solidifying its position of third place. First was naturally his first time meeting Ka-sama properly. He did not fail to recognize the fact that all three occurrences could in some manner be linked back to Tu-sama. Briefly he pondered just how involved his father actually was in this situation too. Did she just happen to be here, or it took a moment, and quite a bit of wriggling in her grasp, but he managed to turn his head up to look at the woman smothering him in her comfortable sweater. Do you know Tu-sama? His question caught her attention, and her eyes opened to gaze down into his. Whatever she saw, she seemed to like it. With a quiet squeal she pressed him ever tighter into her chest in a way that reminded him of Temari a few days ago. You are just so adorable. Her cheek rubbed against the top of his head for a few moments before she continued. Oh yes, I've met Tsukiyomi-sama before. Are you his son then? You two must look so cute together. It was a good thing Gaara had called him Tu-sama rather than his name, for while Tsunami had heard the wolves some jokingly but most quite seriously refer to Tsukiyomi as their father, never had she been given the clearance to know his given name. Giving him a last squeeze, she surrendered her captured prey, ruffling his red hair gently as she stood back up and turned to look about the room. Neither Kankuro nor the wolves held back their disappointed groans. Now boys, you had your chance to enjoy that. Almost in unison they responded. Yes, Tsunami-chan. Thank you, Tsunami-chan. before wandering back to whatever it was they had been doing previously. Tsunami gave a brief melodious laugh before focusing on the two individuals she had yet to meet. And who might these two be? Her gaze flickered between them and Gaara. Siblings, perhaps? At Kankuro's nod, she continued. Oh, Tsukiyomi-sama's been busy for one so young. Tsunami giggled. I suppose those looks of his are working well for him, aren't they? Whatever kind of relationship he's got with Gaara, I'm not part of it, ma'am. I'm just here to try to keep those two out of trouble. He gestured briefly to Gaara, who still seemed to be perfectly content with the way Tsunami's hand absently ruffled his hair, and to a lightly blushing Temari, who, if Kankuro had to guess, was probably thinking about having Naruto's kids. Well, assuming Naruto and this Tsukiyomi were the same person. No one had said it outright yet, but that was the vibe he was getting. When Tsunami turned her attention to Temari, the eldest sibling's blush grew larger. Well, I wouldn't exactly call him my father. Gaara tugged gently at Tsunami's skirt, looking up from beneath her hand. Temari ne is other Ka-san. Other Ka-san? Gaara nodded. She shares a bed with Tsu-sama. Temari noted with growing dread the way the older woman's eyes seemed to sparkle in delight, her free hand coming to cover her mouth, as she gave what the Suna shinobi could only describe as a dirty giggle. Oh, is that so? With surprising speed for a civilian, she wrapped an arm around Temari's waist and started guiding her somewhere to the back of the mansion. Gaara little tanuki that he was followed along, careful to keep Tsunami's hand firmly atop his red hair. I think you and I are going to have a nice long talk where you give Tsunami-chan all the details. Why, no, we're here on business, and I really have to. Kankuro, showing both his brotherly love and his instant crush on the older woman, was quick to jump in. Whose side he jumped in for wasn't hard to predict. It's fine, Temari, I'll take care of it. He gave her a satisfied grin as she glared back at him, helpless against the civilian housewife. You just enjoy your girl time and relax. He turned briefly to Gaara, figuring it was only right to acknowledge his younger, no longer homicidal brother. You know now that it had become safe to do so. Have fun. Gaara tried to keep Temari out of too much trouble. Temari actually seemed even more dismayed by Gaara's answering thumbs up than the fact that Kankuro hadn't come to her aid. His job done, Kankuro turned after Tsunami was out of sight, of course. He was no fool. To the nearest wolf. So I guess I need to talk to your boss. Mind taking me there? The wolf stared at him, peered down the hallway Tsunami had dragged her guests, and looked back to the puppeteer. You know, if that sister of yours really does share a bed with Tsukiyomi-sama, then this is going to come back to bite you in the ass. He doesn't normally surround himself with meek women. Oh, I know. I'm probably going to get pummeled by that war fan of hers later, but the look on her face was totally worth it. He paused, considering before making sure the coast was clear. Plus it got that Tsunami to leave. At the wolf's inquiring stare, which was mildly disconcerting considering the masks were supposed to hide all facial features and expressions, he elaborated. That Tsunami of yours strikes me as the kind of woman you hate to see go but love to watch leave. The response he got was an approving hand patting his shoulder. Kid, I think you're going to get on just fine with the rest of us wolves. Come on, I'll take you to the commander. You know, I had expected a response. Iroh isn't one to just stand by after being attacked like that, but this one hand waved almost lazily at the report on his desk. I had not expected anything close to this. Are you displeased, Naruto-sama? Asked Mai, hovering nearby after delivering the report personally. Something like this needed to be known to Tsukiyomi immediately, after all. No, not displeased. Surprised perhaps, but not displeased. More than anything I'm concerned this response is in part because of Mio? She had an idea as to how he might suspect such. She wasn't his personal assistant just because of her looks, thank you very much. But it was never good to assume, and talking about his thoughts always seemed to help her lord. A show of force perhaps to remind us that while we can conquer minor countries, he can bring major countries to their knees, or even because he's already expanded his influence by allying himself with a conquered Nami no Kuni. Maybe we gave him the idea. Or you've found an ally just as opportunistic as you, and he jumped at the chance to vastly increase the land under his control. Mai proposed. It was never a good idea to let him dwell on the idea that potentially negative things were his fault. Even if he claimed it didn't displease him, Mai knew better. While her question had been aimed at his personal feelings on the matter, his response to it not displeasing him actually meant it didn't have negative consequences for the wolves. It was still entirely possible that he hated the result, and would continue to blame himself for any future negatives that arose from Kaze no Kuni having been conquered by Hai no Kuni. From his desk, Naruto gave a shallow bow in her direction, surrendering the point to her and moving on. Yes, you're right. Dwelling on this doesn't benefit us anyway. How goes Mizu no Kuni? As well as can be expected. Reports indicate he's starting them on smaller jobs to gauge their effectiveness and see how trustworthy we really are. Word of our betrayal of Gato has spread widely, and the Fire Lord's alliance has only managed to slightly negate it. Another mistake on his part, really. The wolves were in a bad spot there because he hadn't been willing to expose them to more risk. Ridiculous, really. He knew they were top tier. Danzo would accept no less even from those who he considered failures and could handle themselves. Still, at the time, it had felt best to have his wolves start establishing themselves among the populace before the takeover. Not only did they earn some goodwill by being more lenient than Gato, but they were still able to show that they were not to be crossed. It had worked out in the end for Nami no Kuni. It was just going to slow them down for the rest of the world. That was fine. He supposed the first step was often the most important, and having a physical location of their own, especially one that was already bringing in a lot of profit with its infant shipping companies, was absolutely critical if they wanted to ever be more than wild dogs prowling the back alleys of Konohagakure. There really was no point in dwelling on it now. It was long done, and not changing anytime soon. They just have to show that the wolves could still be trusted. Well, so long as they still benefited. Naruto couldn't deny that he and his wolves would take any presented opportunities that might prove beneficial for them. It's simply who they were. In that case, it's probably best that we just sit tight for a while. Training is going as well as can be expected, but takes time, so I may see if Orochimaru has any forces we can bring up to standard to cover our shortage in the meantime. Once we have a foothold over in Mizu no Kuni, we may attempt to expand some of our influence further west, but I'm not sure I like how stretched that will have us. Naruto massaged his temples briefly, more frustrated by a lack of things to worry over than anything of real substance. There's no real point going over this now, is there? We need to check in with Hinata to make sure everything's going well on her end, and we need a report from Sai to tell us that Raza's made it to Suna. I'll see if the Kazekage has any insight that may help us benefit from Hai no Kuni's occupation of Kaze no Kuni. He paused for a moment before looking up to me, almost puzzled. Am I forgetting something? I feel like I'm forgetting something. We're waiting on Kaze no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni. Nami no Kuni is doing better than we could have hoped, and the Inuzuka are satisfied from what Sims told me. Hana's success over there has really boosted their morale as a clan. Mai began listing items on her fingers, and Naruto was slightly embarrassed to realize how many things he was trying to keep track of. He really needed to get more administrative help because Mai was dealing with his work and everything he had tasked her with already. Iroh is going to be more suspicious of us for a while, and you threw Hiruzen and Danzo under the carriage too, so that mess managed to get 3 people irritated with you. He actually winced at that. Yeah, not his best idea. She wasn't done yet either. Enko is now one of us. Orochimaru is being her charming self somewhere. Your spy talked about assassinating one of Konoha's greatest traitors. We've recruited a medic so that we can begin training promising wolves in something a bit more refined than basic field medicine. You have the younger Hyuga princess stashed away somewhere just in case things go wrong with the Hyuga. You sent their cousin off with Orochimaru. Oh, he hadn't he? That had completely slipped his mind. Kushina hasn't pulled you into one of her schemes for some time now. Jiraiya is busy doing whatever it is he does, and the Yamanaka were dealt with long ago. Mai had already ran out of fingers, so with both hands open towards her lord she gave a shrug. Guess that means your work's finished for now. Maybe you should take a vacation? He gave her a light glare at the thought that he might take a vacation when all of those things were going on. Still, 2 things did stick out to him immediately. The Yamanaka? His fist hit the desk with a solid thunk. Fuck, I never did reach back out to them, did I? He had washed his hands of them after Kushina stole them, but he had gone back to deal with Inoichi after the man's spies ended up killing some of his wolves. The latest he had heard was soon after, when Ino had personally come to him seeking answers. Oh, what a huge waste that mess was. Lashing out at someone he had come to respect because something went wrong on a mission? Just another mistake to add to the pile. It seemed as though the more he did, the more he could recognize what incredible opportunities he had thrown away and what superior solutions had been right for the taking. Hindsight is, as they say, 20/20. But just because he had made mistakes in the past didn't mean he was forever stuck with them. He still had the chance to fix some of them, and where better to start than here where he first started making such mistakes. You mentioned that Shizen had decided to accept our offer? He didn't even remember being notified, but it was either somewhere in his stacks of reports, or he had been distracted when someone had told him. She did, Naruto-sama. Mai was back to full business mode, more than happy to carry out his will, especially if that meant one less regret for him to brood over. She's currently going through the wolves who showed an interest in medical training to determine who would be best suited for her training. Is she in Konoha? Mai blinked, slightly surprised he needed to ask. Yes, Naruto-sama. You approved her clearance into the den so she could do so. Ah. He still looked pretty concerned to her, but he continued on anyway. Of course. That's perfect. I'd like her to take a look at Inoichi to see if there's anything that can be done for him. Also send out feelers to K.I.T. I understand their holding cells are rather overtaxed at the moment with all the captured Suna shinobi who still need to be processed and moved to a more permanent location. If they have any puppeteers or medics with experience in prosthetics, we may be able to help take them off their hands. Certainly, Naruto-sama. She understood his intention well enough now that she was confident she could turn these ideas into reality. I'll see to it that it's done. Might I suggest a letter to Orochimaru Dano to see what insight she might have for you on this matter? This was good, he had something to focus on that didn't require his direct involvement. Hopefully it would help him feel productive enough that he stopped making more work for himself. An excellent idea, Mai, thank you. I needed to inquire about stealing some of her shinobi to bolster our ranks anyway. He got to it immediately, reaching into a desk drawer for his good paper and his favorite pen. Mai couldn't quite keep herself from smiling at how easy it was to distract him with a task to complete, just like a child being given an activity or new toy. For as much as he was the father for the wolves, he could seem just as childish. Well, as childish as writing to an S-rank body-snatching traitor about using their forces and restoring the body of a man you personally helped butcher anyway. Really, it was the exact same childishness the wolves tended to display when not under orders. They really were a good fit in Mai's opinion. My pleasure, Naruto-sama. If you'll excuse me, I'll get right to work on those tasks. Of course, he only looked up from his papers briefly to give her an appreciative smile. You're free to go, Mai. Thank you. She knew better than to respond to his thanks. They'd be here thanking each other for the rest of the day, so she dipped her head and leaned forward in a brief bow before taking her leave. Shutting the door behind her, she went straight for the nearest wolf she could find, a young woman lounging about in a white tank top and red sweatpants, her mask haphazardly worn at a jaunty angle over messy brown hair. To ensure everything was in order while she went about doing Naruto's will. Are you on duty? She asked, not stopping for a moment even as the wolf scrambled to rise from the couch they had been sprawled over. No, Mai-sama. She did her best to stand at attention, but her appearance rather detracted from any attempt at seriousness. It's currently Koro's shift for Moonguard, and I'm to relieve Natsumi on palace patrol in 4 hours. Moonguard was really the most standard duties of a wolf, but it was also considered the most important, seeing as in this case Naruto, or Tsukiyomi at it where was the moon. It sounded better than apartment duty at any rate. Palace patrol was pretty much the same thing, only on the outside of the apartment. Calling it Den 2 had been briefly considered before the one to suggest it had been given a well-deserved whack over the head for it. The moon god didn't live in a den, his wolves did. A god lived in a palace. Even if that palace happened to be very nearly the entire lower floor of an apartment complex. No one had dared tell Naruto that the 2 floors above him were rented out by the wolves' civilian identities. He still wasn't quite over the fact that they had turned his simple abode into what was more or less a small compound. Or that they had installed wood floors during the invasion. He hadn't even bothered with a cup that time, and even Mai's disapproving stare hadn't deterred him from draining a bottle. Afterwards he had simply retreated to his bedroom without a word, but they were pretty sure he had felt that bottle later, judging by Mai's exasperated concern she showed for the next 2 days. She had made it very clear that he wasn't to do that ever again, and any alcohol that had been in the apartment had mysteriously vanished. Well, mysteriously, if you hadn't been there to watch her pour every last drop that she could find down the kitchen sink. Some of the poor wolves cried for hours after that, and they couldn't even drink to forget such a tragedy. Actually, that wasn't true, it just meant some of the bars had a lot more business that day. The next morning had certainly been interesting, and Mai had not shown any pity, but that was something best remembered when you didn't have the real Mai before you, obviously wanting something. The wolves would do anything for Naruto, but none of them were dumb enough to deny anything from either. There wasn't a single soul among them that didn't realize she was his favorite. Not anymore, declared Mai as she passed. Naruto-sama is currently occupied with some light work, but there isn't much beyond reading reports he can do when he's done. I want him kept occupied so he doesn't make more work for himself again. Am I understood? Why, yes, ma'am, I'll get right on it. There was a brief pause during which Mai had nearly made it out of the room. Mai-sama? Yes? One brow arched. She paused long enough to give the wolf one, probably a good 2 years older than her, at least an inquisitive stare. Do I need to be in uniform for that? She gestured towards her loungewear, the only part of her uniform present being the mask sitting crookedly atop her head. Mai gave a deep sigh. Really, it was her fault for going after one who wasn't in uniform, but now her desire for professionalism clashed with the knowledge that it wouldn't take Naruto long to draft a letter to his godmother. He needed her to establish herself as a distraction as soon as possible. Actually, that might be beneficial for her new job. No, don't put on your uniform. If Naruto asks, you don't have duty today, so feel free to try hogging as much attention from him as you can. The wolf perked up at that. All of them enjoyed attention from the alpha. And if it comes down to it, you have my permission to steal him away from his work and into his bed for a nap. Make sure he can't get away when you do so, or it's pointless. Remember, the whole idea is just to keep him from making more work for himself. The wolf gave an absolutely ridiculous-looking salute before practically bouncing away to get as much attention from Naruto as she could. This was going to be much better than Palace Patrol. She just hoped someone remembered to relieve poor Natsumi later. With plans in motion to keep Naruto from working himself to death, Mai gave herself a satisfied nod at a job well done before spinning on her heel and continuing on her way to ensure everything Naruto wanted would be done. She was his favorite after all, and that was a position she enjoyed proving herself deserving of. The office he had been lead to was pretty plain even by Kankuro's standards. The walls were bare, the floors were simple wood, and the only furniture was a desk with 3 chairs and a small bookshelf. He did not fail to notice the fact that it wasn't exactly located where one would expect the main study of this mansion to be. Whether that was to throw people off, or because the main study was reserved for someone else, the puppeteer couldn't say. Though what was the point of reserving the study if the person he was here to see was the one directing the wolves here? Surely whoever it was reserved for just needed a temporary one somewhere, right? Then again, what did he know? An administrator Kankuro was not. The man behind the desk, though they seemed to be of similar age to himself, actually looked up at his entrance. There was slight confusion for a split second, his eyes darting to a piece of paper on his desk before a generic face of politeness was given to his unexpected guest. "Good afternoon, I'm Commander Sai," he greeted. "I must admit I was not expecting anyone today. Sorry about that." Kankuro rubbed the back of his head nervously. An administrator was one thing, but you did not give a simple administrator a title like commander. He might be doing administrative work, but Kankuro was now well aware he was addressing a military leader. "My siblings have been acting oddly ever since Konoha and insisted we come here to meet with you." "Oh?" One of Sai's brows arched in interest, and not just to avoid his work. "Okay. Mostly to avoid his work. It's not like he didn't deserve another break. His last one was a whole 10 minutes ago. Who could possibly withstand more than 10 minutes of paperwork at a time? You know, besides Tsukiyomi. He was a god for a reason. And Sai's sister High Priestess Mai. But never when she could hear. Well, he was sure she had been blessed by him to be able to keep up. There's no way a normal sane person such as himself could accomplish such. Yeah, they meet this Naruto, and suddenly everything I know about them goes out the window. And that caught Sai's absolute attention. It wasn't really avoiding work anymore, but he much preferred dealing with people, and he was not a people person at all than with paperwork. "Please have a seat." Sai gestured to one of the seats before his desk before shuffling papers around to clear more space. Once Kankuro had been seated, he continued. "So you say they began behaving strangely after meeting with Naruto? Sabaku no Kankuro, sorry." Sai waved his apology off. "And yeah, they did. First time we met him was on the streets of Konoha, and he was walking around shirtless." Was it sad that Sai wasn't even surprised by that? He should be really, but he couldn't say he was. Who was he to question the actions of a god? Was he now? Odd. What happened? Not too sure actually. Kankuro stroked his chin in thought, trying to remember exactly what had occurred on the first day of what would become a very strange month. Guy comes out of nowhere holding his shirt and telling me the brat that ran into me was a member of the Sarutobi clan. Kid scurries off and he starts letting us know just how close we were to fucking up. Kankuro scratched the back of his head again nervously. I happened to be pretty close, really. Some of the wolves had been watching us rather closely. I see, that sounds like him. Anything else? Yagar came out while Temari was talking to him about the invasion, and the next thing I knew he was prostrate on the floor, shaking in horror and praying for his continued existence. A deep sigh left the puppeteer's lungs and he shook his head in disbelief, still not fully understanding what had happened. I've seen Gara crush grown men to paste without batting an eye. He's always loved blood and violence, thrived on it even. To see him so terrified of some shirtless guy standing in our way was absurd, but I'm no fool. He looked directly into Sai's eyes. Anything that can do that to Gara is not to be crossed, I can tell you that much. Kankuro shook his head again. That's not even the strangest part either. Find him later sharing Temari's bed and Gara starts calling him Tu-sama. Sai perked right up at that. Sleeping with random women in his arms and being called Tu-sama by violent shinobi? That was Naruto, alright, no doubt about it. Oh yeah, definitely Naruto. Kankuro looked only mildly comforted by the fact that such things were regular occurrences. At least they would have experience dealing with stuff like this. How did that lead you three here? At least I assumed it was three. Kankuro had only mentioned two others so far. Well, I brought up how vague his instructions were when he told us to leave Konoha during the invasion. He scared Gara, so I wasn't about to go against him, but I wanted to make sure that leave Konoha was really just leave Konoha, or if he had somewhere else he wanted us that he told Gara or Temari. Turns out he hadn't, and while the three of us had just assumed we were to return to Suna, Temari decided that the vague instructions were the perfect opportunity not to return to Suna. She'd been wanting a vacation for months now, and Gara really wanted to see snow, so all she had to do was promise that we visit somewhere with snow as long as she got her vacation to win his support. Kankuro shrugged helplessly. With support like that, what was I supposed to do? Didn't have much of a choice but to follow along, but we weren't exactly prepared for any sort of vacation. We have a good amount of shinobi gear because we were in the Chunin exams, but it's not all that useful for relaxing, and we don't have all that much spending cash. Naturally, they decide that Gara's new dad could help, and so decided to make their way here to ask for help going on vacation. Yeah, I know. The puppeteer gave the commander of the wolves a weary look. I think it's as ridiculous as it sounds too, but I'm not going to go against this Naruto, and I'm not going to go against Gara, so here we are. Sai stared at him a moment, thinking before giving a shrug of his own. Yeah, sure. Kankuro wasn't quite certain what to make of it. Sure, that makes sense, or if your sister is sharing his bed and your brother is calling him Tu-sama, then you guys are practically part of the pack and look out for each other. I'll approve a request for funds. Really? It really couldn't be this easy, could it? Maybe Temari had been right to come here first. Is this Naruto really that high up? I mean, some of them are calling him Tsukiyomi, so he must be, yeah. That had Sai freezing in place. He had. Some Suna puppeteer was aware of Naruto's identity, and worse, he had absolutely no idea just what it was he knew. And how, might I ask, did you come to that conclusion? Politeness had melted away to utter seriousness that Kankuro picked up on immediately. Well, it's just that Gara's been calling Naruto Tu-sama, and when that tsunami lady heard him say it, she started talking about Tsukiyomi. I just kind of assumed that they were the same person. Sai closed his eyes and took a deep, slow breath. Was it better that the puppeteer remain oblivious to the value of the information he held, or would revealing its worth motivate him to keep his mouth shut about it? He had already found out on accident just by interacting with two groups who knew Naruto separately, and he had spilled it on accident just now, hadn't he? No, it was better that he at least knew how sensitive such information was. Tsukiyomi-sama, Sai started slowly, making sure his words were clear and simple to understand. Is the daimyo of Nami no Kuni and an ally to the greater daimyo of Hai no Kuni. He is also the father of the wolves, and we obey him without question. If Tsukiyomi was a young Konoha shinobi, you would understand why his identity is kept a closely guarded secret, wouldn't you? And Kankuro understood now. He understood very well. He wished he didn't. This wasn't just a little involvement now, he knew a major piece of restricted information. He would bet a fortune that he didn't have anywhere near the clearance he needed. He had a sinking feeling that he and his siblings were now in this for the long haul. Not that Gaara and Temari hadn't seemed perfectly content with the way things were going, but if that ever changed, it didn't seem like there was an out for them. Still, it didn't seem like they would necessarily have to be joining the wolves. They wouldn't even be working with them per se, just watched very closely by them. That wasn't too bad, was it? Well, it could be worse, couldn't it? And he had already been contemplating settling down here in Wave at some point. Looks like the decision was just made for him. Him and his big mouth. Yeah, I think I understand. Hey, it's a good thing no one's figured it out yet then, right? Sai stared at him for a moment before nodding in acceptance. Yes, quite. Now that you understand the position we've found ourselves in, I do hope you'll be careful. Kankuro gave a shaky thumbs up. No problem, we'll be careful. Good. The commander scribbled down a note on a loose piece of paper before stamping it and sliding it across the desk to Kankuro. Take this over to the Imperial Wave Bank near the center of the city, and they'll provide the funding you need. If you get lost, just about anyone should be able to direct you to it. Ah, yes, thanks. It's no trouble helping out those close to Naruto. He is a friend of the wolves after all. Hey, yeah, guess things really turned out for the best this way, didn't they? Kankuro tried to lighten the atmosphere as he rose from his seat. It probably would have been pretty boring returning straight to Suna. The dark look that crossed Sai's face told him that he had once again managed to say something very wrong. Sit down, Kankuro, ordered the commander. It would seem it is my turn to inform you. The puppeteer did not have a good feeling about this. Thank you for meeting me on such short notice. It's no trouble. I've found the weather here to be a welcome respite. I'm glad to hear it. I'm aware that you came to my father for support not too long ago, but his hands were tied. That is correct. Well, in that case, I'm happy to be able to tell you that things have changed slightly. At the other man's suspicious look, he elaborated. With Hai no Kuni's occupation of Kaze no Kuni, we have a bit more leverage than the other 4 great villages. Beyond that, it has come to my attention that Yagura has received support from a source I would very much like to humble. Someone's supporting Yagura? But who would? An opportunistic pack of wild dog from Konoha, I'm afraid. The wolves, then. A deep sigh filled the room. It would appear Zabuza had been correct about them. I can only be grateful they at least did not ally themselves with us before deciding we were prey. Indeed, they seem to have a habit of that. I'm not pleased with the amount of free rein they have been allowed in my village, so if aiding you puts them at a disadvantage, then you'll have the support you seek. In that case, you have my thanks and the thanks of the rebellion Hokage-sama. It's not official for a few more days. Aos-san, please call me Asuma. Gently now, like examining a delicate flower. Sand flows like water, you simply need to direct it. Words could not describe how comforting it was to have a voice in his head once more, and he couldn't even bring himself to care how bad it sounded. Mito had spoken to him like this for years, and it had been years since he had last experienced it. He could only hope things went better than they had with Mito. So far things looked promising. Karura was a lot less prideful than Mito, probably a result of being well aware she was the weakest Biju, and seemed overjoyed that he had wanted to speak with her regularly. Naruto had a feeling that her jealousy was more likely to result in demands for more attention than violence, as Mito had resorted to, but perhaps it was still too early to say. With one hand gently stroking the hair of the wolf sleeping on his lap, he used the other to direct a small stream of sand from one bucket to another, slowly increasing both volume and speed. Very good, Naruto-sama, you're picking this up quickly. He knew why. Of course, it was just like controlling his chains, but this time it didn't rely upon his own damaged chakra system. No, this was making use of Karura's own chakra to manipulate the sand. Gaara took much longer to learn, but I suppose that might have been because he was relying on his mother's blessing more than my own power. Considering how things have turned out, that's probably for the better. He received a light mental giggle in response. Of course, Naruto-sama. If I may. Wordlessly he surrendered control over the sand to her, watching as the fine sand wolves had been sent to retrieve for his practice started to fall back into the bucket for just a moment before she was able to enforce her will upon it. With speed and control far superior to his own, it formed into a hand the perfect size to be Karura's own. Not much more could be made from the small amount of sand they had available, so only the faintest hint of a wrist could be brought into existence, but from what he felt through the seal, she was immensely pleased to have been allowed to do this much. Gently the soft sand ran its fingers over his cheek, the desert caress possessing all the warmth of Karura's affection for him despite having been the same temperature, as everything else in the room when he had been practicing with it earlier. Naruto only had an instant's warning as a sense of mischievousness flooded the seal. Before he could react, the sand had become a soft pair of lips that left a single kiss on his cheek before falling apart. The same warmth from the fingers spread over his cheek from where she kissed him, and he found a fond smile tugging at his lips. He didn't even mind the feeling of smug satisfaction emanating from the seal. Of course, not everyone there appreciated her actions, as the wolf resting her head on his lap woke up covered in sand. What's going on? Where'd all this sand come from? She looked up to her alpha with eyes only half open, almost as if she was trying to decide if being covered in sand was worth being awake, or if she should just forget about it and go back to sleep. Sorry, someone was having a bit too much fun. With a wave of his hand, the sand began rising from her, joining together in a tan ribbon that was directed back into its pot. Oh! All tiredness seemed to vanish from the wolf as she watched the sand in wonder. You figured it out? She had been awake back when he started, but 20 minutes sitting there while he focused on a pot of sand with no results had led to her resting her head on his lap and falling asleep soon after. Yeah, I think we've figured it out. The wolf beamed brightly at him, and he knew that in her seal Karura was too. Kushina turned from the bickering politicians and nobles and stared out the window into the never-ending sea of sand. How the hell had she been the one to be roped into guarding the Fire Daimyo's envoy as they negotiated Kaze no Kuni's surrender? And better, how long was this going to take? If it went on for much longer, she was going to end up killing someone. Then again, that might be exactly why they had chosen her for the mission. Nothing motivates cowardly nobles like an up-close reminder of their own mortality. Hey, Ibiki? The man looked up from his paperwork to see what his favorite interrogator wanted. The paperwork itself had been completed hours ago, but he had to make sure it had just enough blood and questionable stains that everyone reading it would remember exactly where it came from. It was a good thing they had that copy machine Orochimaru invented before going traitor, otherwise he'd never be able to get it just right. He had to pause the paperwork it constantly spit out in order to use it, but he figured it probably wasn't too important. After all, what did changing the color of standard sleeping bags have to do with running Konoha? He had no idea why the Hokage needed to address something like that personally, but he made sure to send it to the tower between his own copying anyway. Better safe than sorry after all. What is it, Anko? She had been far more cheerful lately, which he was going to assume had something to do with whatever friends of hers were able to convince Orochimaru of the Sannin to protect Konoha, and that had increased the quality of her work tremendously, so he had no problem humoring her for a moment or two. Of course, being Ibiki, his tone of voice and facial expression said the exact opposite. Well, you know how we have all those sand rats packed into the cages downstairs? She started rocking back and forth on the balls of her feet, much like a child, which slightly raised concern with Ibiki. She only got like this when she was up to something. Men, not his problem. Probably. And if it was, he'd just pass it on to someone else. It's how he dealt with her for all these years after all. I'm well aware that my itinerary is full, yes. Well, what if you could free up some time? I'm sure most of them have the same information, so going through them all would just be a pretty big waste, wouldn't it? He stared at her for a moment. Were you after something specific, or are you just bored and looking for a new toy? Yes? He didn't look amused, but that's nothing new. Okay. If you have any puppeteers or tsunomedics with experience in prosthetics, I know some people who would be happy to take them off your hands so you can focus more of your attention on the others. He continued to stare at her, unblinking. You added that last bit, didn't you? Yes. No. He turned back to his work. Pretty please? No, Anko. They're mine. You won't even lend them out to someone who used to respect you. He paused in his work at that, looking up at her incredulously. Was that really supposed to convince me? She could only shrug helplessly. I really didn't come up with any good arguments before I came, so that's all I had. He continued staring for a minute, then two, and just as Anko was starting to wonder if his eyes were just glass fakes, he spoke again. If I let you rifle through them and pick 3 that you like, will you let me work in peace for the next week? Yep. A week? That was nothing, especially with Naruto still in the village, and her back in his good graces. This could only help too, considering this is something he personally requested of Mai. Anko didn't know why it was important, but it must be if he had trusted the task to Mai. She ignored the fact that Mai had in turn trusted it to her, the wolves' newest member. Really? He didn't believe it was actually that easy to get rid of her for a full 7 days, but he also wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Fine, take who you like, just remember no more than 3, and you have to stop by the record room and take their files with you so we don't have any record of capturing them. We'll just pretend they were tossed into one of the mass graves. Who? You're the best, Abiki, see you next week. It was several minutes after she ran off to collect her prize that he found himself looking up from decorating his paperwork again. Did I just give her a week off? For having been kidnapped, Niji had to admit this was pretty nice. His rooms were somewhat plain, but they were pretty spacious and clean. The temperature was left to him to adjust as he saw fit, and the lights, while dim, gave off a warm glow that made the space feel pretty comfortable. Though he did have to admit that it was strange not having seen another man since his kidnapping. Food was brought by a woman, the rooms were cleaned by a maid twice a day, and he had several visitors, all pretty young women, come through regularly to spend time with him. He really had to wonder what kind of prison this was and what those looks they kept shooting him meant. Some frowned at the paperwork before her. There wasn't much for the Inuzuka clan, there never was, but lately it had been taking her forever to get through it. It probably didn't help that she was distracted. Talk with her daughter had raised quite a few questions about Mai, but the young woman was unavailable due to whatever wolf business she was currently occupied with. Sim tried not to pry too much, and it was usually a bad idea to discuss work when one was trying to relax. But whatever it was that was keeping her busy was also keeping the Inuzuka head from her answers. It was also postponing her cuddle time, and that was arguably worse. Hinata would be the first to admit she had no idea what she was doing, but whatever it was, the clan seemed to love it. She didn't think it was right how easily Konoha had dismissed the fact that the branch family had slaughtered its elders and imprisoned the previous head, but maybe the fact that they were busy dealing with Kaze no Kuni was what allowed them to gloss over the Hyuga clan. Hopefully by the time they were done, the Hyuga clan would have been functioning like this long enough for them to pay it no mind. She really would prefer to avoid conflict if it was an option. Now she just had to figure out how to run a clan without running to Mai for her opinion. And figure out where the hell her sister was. The wolves assured her that she had been taken care of, but that wasn't as comforting as it might have once been. With any luck, she'd drive the wolves mad enough that they'd dump her back at the compound. With the way she liked to boss around the branch members, Hinata didn't think it would take long at all. Cheeks more red than her sister's had ever gone, she turned the page, drinking in the words of her new favorite author. She had demanded something to read from her guards and they had acquiesced, but she never expected them to bring her such a treasure. No wonder Kin had seemed so excited to be in one of these. In the corner, 2 wolves shared a look. Are you sure it was appropriate to give her the Aika collection? The other wolf shrugged. She seems to be enjoying it. They couldn't deny that, and so with a shrug of their own resumed their guard over the youngest Hyuga heiress. Jiraiya had just gained a new fan and one Hyuga Hanabi. Itachi? Kisame hadn't been friends with him for too long, and even calling them friends was kind of stretching it, but he wasn't 100% sure how to word his question. What happened to your face? So naturally he went with the most direct option available. The rogue Uchiha glared at the swordsman, but the effect was negated by the bag of ice being held to his red swollen cheek. Fortunately for Kisame, answers came from a more cheerful source. Itachi-senpai tried to greet Tobi with a slap, so Tobi greeted Itachi-senpai too. Tobi thinks the face is much more appropriate than the rear. It took a moment for Kisame to understand, and he tried to hold back his laughter. He really did. Don't, warned Itachi, the rest of his face beginning to match his cheek. It just made it that much harder for the daimyo slayer. Bwahahaha. Tobi's still a good girl, isn't she? It's good to greet people you haven't seen in a while. Hee hee hey, yeah Tobi, you're still a good girl, hee 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 hee. Great. Tobi gave an excited hop before focusing on Kisame and turning her head to the side in thought. Did Kisame-senpai want to try greeting Tobi too? Kisame only started laughing harder. Mei knew she was in for a bad day when she walked into her office and Zabuza was spinning around in her chair with a giant shit-eating grin visible beneath his bandages. Haku, the poor girl saddled with the responsibility of keeping him reined in, stood in the corner looking somewhere between amused and exasperated. As she saw Mei, she also looked apologetic. Never a good sign. Pinching the bridge of her nose, she took a moment to close her eyes and take a deep, calming breath. All right, let's hear it. She could have sworn Zabuza's grin managed to grow even bigger. Yes, Haku, he turned to his apprentice, anticipation and satisfaction shining in his eyes in a manner already so smug that May was already considering just crawling back into bed for the day. Let's hear it. With another apologetic glance to May, Haku snapped to attention. Haku of Beta 2 Patrol reporting, May-sama. Continue. Zabuza had vacated her chair and was now perched on her desk leaning towards his apprentice and listening with rapt attention, so May claimed it before he could steal it away again. Beta 2 Patrol encountered nothing abnormal until 0300 hours when we came across a small caravan of carts that looked to have been raided. All animals were accounted for deceased and there were bloodstains indicating the caravanners had been dragged away. We were unable to locate them and cannot confirm their status. Upon returning to the caravan at 0515 hours, we discovered someone had returned and lit the carts on fire. At first there was no sight of possible perpetrators, but just before we left, Usagi was able to see a figure in the trees thanks to the firelight. Haku paused here, knowing what was going to come next. Usagi announced that the figure was wearing a mask in the style of a wolf, after which it retreated. From what we heard, it was joined by at least 4 others, though we were unable to tell if they all had the same mask. We decided the information was more important, and that following them may have been a trap, so we returned to base. May dared to take a look at Zabuza, but apparently that's what he was waiting for. Haha, I told you, I fucking told you that the wolves were trouble, he exclaimed in glee. Oh no, don't listen to Zabuza, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Ha! Not like I had been working with them under Gato or anything. He paused, suddenly going pensive. Really, someone like me tells you that it's a bad group? That's not something to dismiss, you know? I'm no saint myself. He turned to his apprentice. Hey Haku? Yes, Zabuza-sama? Would you say I'm worse than the wolves? I'm afraid I wouldn't know, Zabuza-sama, I've never interacted with them directly. A fair answer, I guess. He was silent for a blessed moment more before turning to May again. So you gonna say it? Say what? She knew she was just buying time. They all did, because they were all well aware of what Zabuza wanted to hear. Come on, don't play that game with me. You know what I want to hear, you know what I need to hear. I'm not going anywhere until it comes from those pretty lips of yours. She gave a sigh, but knew it was the only way to get rid of him. He had followed her around for 3 days last time, and it was not an experience she was keen on repeating. Fine, I'll say it. He leaned forward in anticipation, ready to savor every moment. I'm sorry, Zabuza, you were right about the wolves. Ha! He practically leaped into the air in victory, one fist raised high. Gods above, I love the way those words sound coming from you. Yes, you've got what you wanted. She waved her hand dismissively between him and the door. Now get out of here, some of us actually have work to do. Hey, you have fun with that, May. The infuriating man put both hands behind his head and strolled out of the office, his grin never leaving. Just call for me when you need me to be right again. She received one last apologetic look from Haku as the Hayatan user scurried out the door after her master. Then the whistling started. His whistling somehow managed to always seem more smug than his damn face. It was worse to know he probably got off on it. She had never once seen him more interested in someone sexually than he was interested in making her admit she was wrong. Why did one of her greatest assets have to possess Konoha-level eccentricity? And why did it turn her on so much? Raza's second action upon reaching Nami no Kuni was to inquire about news from Kaze no Kuni. His first action had been to kiss the ground as he prayed to the gods of the earth, and was directed to the Wolves' Mansion to meet with Commander Sai. Before he could reach the commander, however, he found himself paused in the hallway, staring into an open doorway in absolute bewilderment. Temari sat on a red couch with an attractive woman sipping tea and chatting, while on a chair across the room Kankuro lounged with a suspiciously bright covered book. That wasn't too odd really, though it was somewhat out of character for both of them. Temari wasn't a socializer, and Kankuro was both around other people and not tinkering on something, but what really made his stop was his youngest son. Sabaka no Garajin Churiki of the Ichibi no Tanuki Shikaku, a young man who had performed countless missions and completed them without a scratch, leaving behind only the broken bodies of his enemies or anyone unfortunate enough to catch his attention or get in his way, was napping? A boy well known for his insomnia as much as his insane bloodlust was instead curled up peacefully on the couch between Temari and the woman, his head on his sister's lap as she idly ran her fingers through his hair. Raza just about had a heart attack. Obviously he had made some sort of noise. He had not started choking on his spit, thank you, because Kankuro looked up to the doorway from over his shoulder. Oh hey Pops. Sai mentioned you'd be here soon, so we stuck around for a few days. Pops? The incredibly informal address managed to snap him out of some of his shock. Never had his children called him anything but Kazekage-sama, which was an image he had carefully cultivated over their entire lives. A little before that, really it was a year before he became Kazekage, that he started to do his best to change the way the village viewed him, and 6 months after he had been appointed that Karura gave birth to Temari. Either way, he couldn't think of any reason they might find such casual disrespect to be in any way appropriate when addressing their Kazekage. Rising to his full height, which wasn't much considering he only had a few inches over Karura and she hadn't been any taller than Temari was now, he gave his best "You have displeased His Eminence Kazekage-sama, King of the Sands" look. Karura always giggled at the name for some reason, but he had liked the weight it carried. "I am the Kazekage, and you will show the proper respect for that title, Genin Sabaku." His son perhaps took after his mother more than himself because he seemed unfazed. Odd, it usually worked. Yeah, about that. Kankuro shut the book with a snap and tossed it lazily to the end table next to his chair as he stood up. "Afraid I've got some bad news for you, Pops." He approached the Kazekage and threw a friendly arm over his shoulder, guiding him out of the room and towards Sai's office. "See, the thing is, it's really hard to be Kazekage when Kaze no Kuni has been more or less annexed by Hai no Kuni and Suna is under Konoha occupation." It took Raza a moment to process. "What?" Gaara's head rose from his sister's lap in confusion, looking around the room with sleepy eyes. There was only one real change he could see. "Where's Kankuro?" "He's just breaking some bad news to Gigi. I'm sure he'll be back soon." Gaara took one last look around the room before he decided there wasn't anything for him in the waking world at the moment. "Okay." He snuggled back into her lap, and let sleep claim him once more. Temari and Tsunami were very careful to keep their cooing over him as quiet as they could. Their success was debatable, but at least he was still comfy. No stress, no pressure, just work to be done, and time to spend doing it. Sitting behind his father's desk in a loose robe, Sasuke briefly wondered why he had even decided to be a shinobi. Ah yes. Itachi. First to emulate his beloved older brother, and then to get revenge. But revenge to what end? He had the entirety of the Uchihas amassed fortunes and a village that would like nothing more than for his clan's return. Itachi hadn't been sighted, or at least no one who had seen him live to tell anybody since his slaughter of the clan, and even if he was, what the hell was he going to do against a man strong enough to kill every other member of the clan? Did he hit his head that night or something? It was fucking suicide. And was the fact that Itachi himself had instructed him to grow stronger supposed to motivate him? That fucker had killed off his entire family. Why was he paying any attention to that man's wishes? Perhaps that was the point. Maybe Itachi had really intended for him to simply live out his life and start the rebuilding of the clan for whatever reason. In that case, why was he throwing away the opportunity to pursue what was obviously the most sensible path? Madness, all of it. He should never have signed up for the academy. With unparalleled grace, his brush danced over the paperwork, everything clear to his eyes, and he realized the kind of power the Sharingan could hold even outside of combat. The ability to memorize everything it saw. He had Konoha's laws memorized in a day and international trade law the next afternoon. Every deal and debt the Uchiha dealt with was known to him, available to direct his choices at any given moment. There were no mistakes in his work, no oversights. Truly, the Sharingan was the ultimate tool for overcoming paperwork. And to think those foolish ancestors of his had chosen to use it for war when they could have lived comfortably at the top by negotiating with the other warring clans. What a waste. Then again, he was sure those same ancestors would look down at him and his use of their sacred dojutsu and say the same. Their loss. With a satisfied sigh, he placed the last piece of his work into the complete pile. That would do it for the day, he decided. A small smile plainly visible. Sasuke enjoyed the quiet peace of the Uchiha compound outside his window. These last few weeks had been the best he could remember in recent years, and all he had to do was open his eyes and realize that the shinobi world held nothing for him but bloodstains and childhood nightmares. Out here in the light, Uchiha Sasuke could be free. He was just glad he had turned down the long-term mission when it had been offered to him. The details hadn't been given then, but it turns out the poor bastards that had jumped at the opportunity were still stuck occupying Suna almost a month later. Just another good reason to quietly retire as far as he was concerned. Four figures stared down at the slumbering beast that was Kanahagakure no Sato. Another foe had tried to conquer it, and been crushed for its insolence, leaving Konoha to remain undefeated in the shinobi world. Its populace, protected by the immortal tree, remained safely oblivious to the true dangers of the shinobi world lurking around every corner. Fortunately for them, this mission was of the utmost secrecy, and so they would remain both safe and oblivious tonight. "Alright, shitheads, we have our orders. Time to play delivery, bitches." Two of them scoffed at the fact she had been given the lead, and the other frowned at her language, but they took off into the night regardless. After all, it was not wise to go against Orochimaru's orders, even if it was by proxy. Alone, Tayuya of the North Gate peered across the darkened village, knowing her own target was not going to be lightly defended. "Let's see what's so special about Orochimaru's little prince, shall we?" The dull thump of footsteps on his ceiling had crimson eyes spinning open in the dark. Acting on instinct more than any waking awareness, Uchiha Sasuke rolled from his bead into a ready crouch and looked up to find the source of the noise. He could not be fully blamed for his surprise at seeing a four-armed man sticking to his ceiling like a spider, nor for the slight hesitation that surprise brought. The Sharingan might slow things down for its bearer, but that does little to help when one is not yet fully aware of the waking world. The slight pause in his actions cost him as thick globs of webbing were spat at him. 3 were dodged, 2 hit him uselessly in the arm and chest, doing nothing to hinder him, but all that had mattered was the first shot, the one that quite firmly married his foot to the floor. With that, it was all over. In the dim moonlight, he was able to make out 2 more figures within the room who began their advance as soon as his mobility was limited. It didn't matter how superior he was to his opponents, or that he could eventually find a way out of it if left alone, because he was outnumbered and they could retreat at will to avoid attacks and recuperate, while their allies kept him busy. He would not be given the opportunity to escape. Unless he wanted to try using some of the jutsu he knew that would most likely damage his home. Considering how many bad memories it held and the fact that his paperwork completed and otherwise was secured within a metal strongbox, he was sorely tempted. That only increased at their words. "Orochimaru-sama's been looking forward to seeing you again, Uchiha. You shouldn't keep them waiting." Before he could start flinging jutsu that would turn the proud Uchiha complex into cider, one of the figures made a hand seal and pain shot through his body, forcing him to his knees. The skin on his neck seemed to boil and hiss as Orochimaru's Ten no Juin reacted to the hand seal, and it took everything Sasuke had to resist the power that surged forth. It would have been so easy to give in to accept the power and slaughter these intruders, but not only would that leave him far too susceptible to Orochimaru's influence, but he would also be breaking the oath he had sworn to himself to never make use of that horrid power ever again. Not after what he had done with it last time. Then again, was it worth being captured by Orochimaru's servants? No better question was his life, or if they weren't going to kill him, suffering worth breaking that oath. He really couldn't find it within himself to say it was. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself back up, his own chakra surging through his body in an effort to overcome the pain that shackled it. No, it wasn't. Come on then, let's see what Orochimaru's best has to offer, the last Uchiha. But he'd be damned if he let them subdue him without a fight, trapped or not. 3 grins reflected the moonlight at his challenged purple chakra rising from their own Ten no Juin. Hell, with pleasure. As they attacked, Sasuke found his thoughts far away, idly wondering how his team was going to remember him. Because as the gods knew, he wasn't going to be seeing them again. Chapter 68. Denka-sama. 3 snarling wolves leered down at her, arms crossed over their chests, and completely at ease. Why wouldn't they be? She had hardly posed a challenge. Perhaps this hadn't been the best of ideas. Almost as one, they moved to the sides, allowing a young woman with long black hair to approach, peering curiously at the prey her hounds had caught. "Oh, a guest? You should have let us know you were coming. We would have prepared better for your arrival." From her position on the ground, Tayuya was personally of the opinion that they had been pretty damn prepared. Still, she was not so stupid as to antagonize them when she had been so clearly outmatched and managed to bite back all the comments she wanted so badly to make. If they had been Jinnin, she wouldn't have had a problem. Chunin probably would have forced her to use the Ten no Juin, but Jonin, and 3 of them at that, were not something she could expect to overcome. To be perfectly honest, she had not expected Jonin-level shinobi to be doing patrols around her target's residence. That was a job for the lower ranks to complete. Well, if nothing else, she had just managed to learn that Orochimaru wasn't the only one to think highly of this Naruto if he had a protection detail like that. Hell, she hadn't even been able to summon her Doki. In hindsight, that was probably for the best, considering she was in the middle of Konohagakure. Gods above knew that drawing the attention of the village that just conquered Kaze no Kuni because she accidentally summoned 3 monsters in the heat of battle was not something she wanted to do. Even ignoring Konoha itself, Orochimaru would be beyond furious. An angered Orochimaru was without a doubt the worst thing in existence. Taiyuya had no desire to have the wrath of the snake Sannin fall upon her, especially when it had anything to do with the Crimson Prince the woman went on about so much. Actually, with that being the case, trying to sneak in to surprise the fucker was probably just a bad idea in general. She couldn't really be blamed for wanting to scope out the person who had Orochimaru's favor, could she? One needed to be prepared for meeting someone like that. Still, if this was the outcome of her attempt, then she probably should have just gone in blind. No response? The young woman frowned down at her. You looked like you'd be a feisty one. Taiyuya really wanted to respond to that, but somehow managed to keep herself silent. She must not have been as bad as everyone was always telling her, because right now she was proving she could in fact control herself to save her life. Really, that's the only reason she was succeeding, she figured. Still nothing? Crouching down, she took a better look at her captive, turning her head slightly in either direction as if examining something in the market. I suppose that means you won't be telling us why you're here then, right? This, unfortunately, she did have to answer. Which of course was dangerous because it meant Taiyuya had to speak. She was not exactly in a position where she could do so as she normally would. Lovely. I have a mission. She eventually settled on that. Short, sweet, and telling them absolutely nothing. At least she didn't insult anyone. Oh, she does talk then. Good, I have Anko busy with something else, and I'd hate to take her away from one of his projects just to get some answers. The young woman stood back up, looking down at Taiyuya much like the wolves around them. Well, what's this mission of yours? Taiyuya didn't like this. She really did not like this. Like at all. It was bad enough that she had to avoid saying anything that could piss them off that she had been defeated and that she was no more or less a captive, but they also wanted to pry into Orochimaru's business. Taiyuya had no love for the bitch, and she was actually pretty pleased to be able to call Orochimaru that now. It never seemed to fit when he was male, but she enjoyed being alive in control of her body, and the fact that her body wasn't missing anything or possessing extras like some of the Sannin's experiments. So there was no way she was going to jeopardize that by blabbing her mouth, especially when that was likely to result in cursing and insults before too long. Mostly, however, it was because she was feeling pretty bitter about her defeat and wanted to be a spiteful bitch. Unless you're the Crimson Prince, it's none of your damn business what I was doing here. The young woman blinked in surprise for a second before a small smile twitched at her lips. Oh, you're one of Orochimaru's, then you should have said something. Turning from Taiyuya, she motioned towards the wolves, who were quick to pick up the temporary leader of the Sound Four and begin escorting her behind their boss. How long do you expect to be with us? She didn't turn to look back at her guests, but even so Taiyuya knew it was directed at her. She was still feeling like being difficult, and the fact that they had accepted her so easily was only feeding her confidence. As long as I need to be. When the woman turned back, one brow raised inquisitively, Taiyuya did her best to match the expression. Problem? Oh no, not at all. Her earlier smile had morphed into a smug smirk. After all, we're more than equipped to handle you during your stay. If that wasn't a dig at her, then Jirubu was fucking anorexic and severely underweight. Taiyuya managed to restrain her temper barely. This was going to be a long, trying mission, wasn't it? She kind of regretted jumping on the chance to be team leader now. Diplomacy is important for leadership roles, as she was totally offered the position because this godson of Orochimaru's was a young man, and she was the only female within the Sound Four. It was so much easier to negotiate when your opponent was too busy drooling over you to worry about the actual negotiating. Or that's how she saw it, at least. She had no idea if that translated into other forms of diplomacy, but if anyone would know, it was probably Orochimaru. Hence Taiyuya's current situation. Next time she was volunteering Jirubu for this shit. At least he would try to be polite. Not succeed, but try. It was better than the other two. If 11 o'clock was ungodly, Naruto didn't even want to consider what 3 in the morning counted as. Groggily, he raised his head from the piles of pillows and blankets. He still wasn't sure where the fluffy pink one was from that buried his bed, and looked to whoever it was that needed something from him at such a horrid time. Mai looking one part apologetic and two parts like she would like nothing more than to glomp him and continue her own sleep in his bed, stared down at him, illuminated only by the light sneaking in from the hallway through a bedroom door that hadn't been fully closed after her. Did you need something, Mai? Even as he started speaking, he lifted his covers, a clear invitation for her to join him beneath them. He had become more than used to sharing his bed with whoever wanted to crawl into it, so he didn't even need to think about sharing it with his favorite wolf. Sleepy as he was, even he could see the way her resolve started crumbling. Now one part apologetic, one part resigned, and three parts wanting to join him. She was more than just his favorite wolf, however, she was his second in command, and with a fortifying breath she managed to carry on with her duties. No matter how tempting it was to just crawl into his bed and fall asleep. I'm afraid something has come up that requires your attention, Naruto-kusama. If he noticed her slip at all in his groggy state, he made no mention of it. Naruto closed his eyes for a second, gave a deep sigh, and just when she thought he might have gone back to sleep, he spoke. Turn on the lights or I'll fall asleep again. Do I have time for a shower? Flipping the nearby switch, she frowned and thought. The matter required his attention and could probably be considered urgent, but it wasn't critical. Personally, she'd like to leave the matter alone until morning so he could get back to sleep, but because it involved Orochimaru, it probably needed to be addressed as soon as possible. So not until morning, but Orochimaru's kunoichi could wait a bit. Would serve her right for visiting at such an inconsiderate hour, especially if she stayed as nervous as she was when Mai had left her in the sitting room with a full guard of wolves. I'm sure you could fit a quick shower in, Naruto-sama. She finally decided. Shall I send someone in a bit to ensure you haven't fallen asleep again? Please do. He tossed the covers off. Oh, there had been someone else in there with him tonight. She thought it was odd she hadn't seen anyone when she came in, and rolled from the bed with a yawn. Gently he put the covers back, tucking in whoever it was had crawled in tonight, and padded towards his closet for a change of clothes. Half of her approved of making a good first impression on any guest, the other half kind of wanted him to remain dressed in only his black sleep pants. He pulled a simple top of royal purple from the closet, and a pair of black pants nearly identical to those he was currently wearing. He seemed to consider it for a second before sighing and grabbing everything else he needed to be completely dressed for the day. Mai felt for him really, but she was more irritated at her guest now than before, because if Naruto really did get fully dressed, then he was probably just resigning himself to being up for the rest of the day. Mai knew for a fact there wasn't that much work available at the moment, which meant he was going to be making work for himself now. That did not please her in the slightest. I'm going to take a quick shower, send someone after me in 5 minutes if I'm not back out. As you wish, Naruto-sama. If that kunoichi had just ruined the rest of Naruto's day, then she had ruined Mai's day too, and that meant Mai would have to bring out the big guns. She'd sick Anko on the bitch, and make sure the rest of her time in Konoha was as miserable as possible. For being in such a pleasant room, Taiya was feeling incredibly uncomfortable. This seating room, she had heard the whispered debates over which to take her to, and had to wonder how many of the damn things were in this place, was primarily reds and oranges with dim light that she figured was supposed to make it feel warm and relaxed. Dark wood was used in furniture and accents, and if she was seeing things right, it was also used for the floor itself. She was fairly certain the wooden floors in here were darker than the rest of the floors she had crossed getting here. Why they had gone through so much trouble for a themed room that, from what she had heard, was not the main sitting room, she had no idea. Maybe they had used these rooms to try different atmospheres? It would certainly be rather mild for someone with Orochimaru's favor, she had to admit. It was better than human experiments or dungeons for torturing locals. Or that underground jungle one. She could feel the bugs and humidity just thinking about that little shithole. She hoped one of the tigers had eaten that particular overseer. Would serve him right for turning a base designed to improve the nutritional value of soldier pills and standard rations into an enclosed jungle biome. That fucker hadn't even liked the jungle. Those who worked under Orochimaru were usually experts in their fields, but there was inevitably something seriously wrong with them. Home decorating was without a doubt the least strange thing she had ever heard of, which oddly enough made it strange for an ally of Orochimaru. Maybe that was why she felt so uncomfortable right now. She couldn't figure out if this Crimson Prince of the Snake Sannin was really so disturbingly sane, and wasn't that odd in itself, or if they were just really good at hiding their true nature. She would prefer the latter. Actually, she was much more familiar working with psychopaths and the like. Plus, the first option seemed too good to be true. From her position in the middle of the largest couch, she looked between the wolves stationed in the corners across from her. There were 2 behind her, she knew, but she was smart enough not to be twisting and turning to stare at them. Being suspicious and drawing attention couldn't possibly be a good idea when she was in the midst of wolves. Unfortunately, that meant she had few options beyond sitting there and waiting patiently like a good little guest. There were bookshelves along the walls on either side of her, and from what she had seen earlier, 2 on either side of the small bar behind her. She was tempted to grab one and just flip through it for something to do, but wasn't too keen on getting up when the 4 guards were all staring at her. She also knew any attempts to actually read one of the books was just going to hurt her eyes in the dim lighting, though that was pretty similar to how it had been back at Orochimaru's bases, and that turning on one of the lamps on either side of her couch was just going to create an island of light and make her feel even more surrounded. Tayuya briefly considered moving to one of the smaller couches perpendicular to the big one she was currently in just to give her a different wall to stare at, but really couldn't see the point. Though she supposed at least she wouldn't be staring at the room's only door like some love-struck maid awaiting her prince's valiant return. The fact that Orochimaru actually called him a prince only made that thought worse. Her eyes darted around to the wolves within sight, yet they were still staring at her intently, and she sighed softly before reaching into her shirt for the picture provided by Orochimaru. It wasn't the original, of course, and the pristine copy showed all the wrinkles on the original that said just how well loved it was. Tayuya would have rolled her eyes upon first receiving it had it not been put in her hand by Orochimaru herself. A quick glance showed a young man sitting in some sort of parka table before him, covered in pieces of a game she couldn't quite make out from the angle. It would appear the taker of the picture, and she was 90% certain the subject of this photo had not been aware it was to be taken, was close to the ground and looking up at him. The young man had hair a darker shade than her own, and from just what she could see it was longer than her own too. She usually wasn't too concerned about her looks. She considered herself a kunoichi far before she considered herself a young woman, but she couldn't help but be a little jealous. Naruto, for she had been informed very carefully as to the identity of her target by an Orochimaru who always seemed to be on the verge of swooning just talking about him, was wearing simple black pants and some sort of fur vest. Purple eyes were looking intently at an opponent she could only see an arm of as his left hand was lifted over the board with what she could only assume was a piece of the game in his fingers. He had kind of feminine hands in her opinion, and she found herself comparing her own hands to his in a bout of idle curiosity and sheer boredom. How they were prettier than hers. Probably hadn't done any actual work in his life. The sound of cloth caught her attention, and she looked up just in time to watch the wolves in the corner straighten up and stand at attention in the Konoha salute. Well, she assumed it was Oto's own salute, incorporated the middle finger quite proudly because Orochimaru had never been bothered to make one up and didn't care enough to change the little joke Kabuto had started. Unlike the Oto salute, these wolves didn't seem to be doing this jokingly. She could only assume the wolves behind her were doing the same, and she would imagine so were the wolves on the other side of the door. That Mai had been very clear about how many wolves were around just waiting for an excuse to tear her apart. Carefully returning the picture into her shirt, she made sure she was both presentable, which really just meant her hair wasn't in her face, and her shirt was on right after putting away the photo and ready to bolt should things go wrong. Tayuya would have liked to be standing too, but her nervousness, and the fact that she was ready to flee at any moment, would be painfully obvious then. She also wasn't one of his wolves standing at attention at his entrance, and the thought that he was going to enter the room to find her in the position of power seated and waiting appealed to her greatly. With her in the bigger couch facing the door, he was going to have to either stand before her or sit on one of her sides and turn to face her. She almost put her feet up on the simple black coffee table between the 3 seats, but thought better of it. As much as she liked to imagine she was in the position of power from a physiological perspective anyway, she was still aware that this was his house and his things, and that he had his own private military forces all around them. She wasn't a moron, thank you. Before she could change her mind, which was probably a good thing, the door opened to the even darker hallway had they dimmed the lights out there after escorting her to this room, and her target stepped inside. Suddenly Tayuya was very glad she had remained sitting. The picture had obviously been somewhat dated, and in no way had it managed to properly capture the vision before her. Pale skin almost glowed in the faint light from the sitting room, purple eyes reflecting it back more brightly than should be natural. A simple purple top wrapped around his torso and was held there by a white sash covered in delicate gold lace. Held there, however, was only in the most general sense, as the loose shirt was still open enough that the neck dipped probably halfway to his navel and allowed her to see the complex seals that spread over his skin. That red hair she had been jealous of was carelessly tossed behind his shoulders and still glistened with water from his hurried shower. To Taiyuya it was as if his head was wreathed in flame. Even as one of his delicate hands waved away the guard, those eyes of his focused on Taiyuya, and she found herself frozen in her seat. With a tightening in her chest and a warmth spreading across her face, she watched with rapt attention as he practically stalked forward, every one of his movements smooth and graceful. Gods above, no wonder this was Orochimaru's Crimson Prince. Orochimaru herself had adapted to her new body in days, moving with an elegance and grace that put most of his kunoichi to shame, but this was at a completely different level. If this was a man, it was the most beautiful man she had ever seen, and if it was actually a woman, Taiyuya was pretty sure she had just come to the realization that she had been in the closet her whole life. "So I understand Orochimaru-chan sent you to me, did she?" Even his voice was music to Taiyuya's ears, and she knew that her entire face must have nearly matched his hair, as he took a leisurely seat at one end of the couch she was on. She wasn't sure if she should curse or praise Orochimaru for this assignment. She also didn't know if she should retreat to the other end of the couch, stay where she was, or scoot closer. The fact that he had called Orochimaru of the Sannin and S-ranked rogue Kanehigakure shinobi and one of the few to face Hanzo the Salamander, and lived to tell the tale Orochimaru-chan, if that wasn't some kind of power play, she didn't know what was. She hadn't known just how attractive she would find it either. Oto boasting was something she was familiar with, but this man held sway over Orochimaru herself. That was power as far as she was concerned. If she didn't think she'd get in trouble for it, she was sorely tempted to kiss the woman in thanks for this job. Those purple eyes continued to look at her from his position, languidly awaiting her response, and it was only knowing that remaining silent would make a fool out of Orochimaru and herself that managed to snap her back into semi-function. "That is correct, Osama." As that was a title, she really should have been addressing him as Denka-sama, but Orochimaru had been very clear about what she wanted him called. Well, she had been after Taiyuya had made the mistake of asking. 2 hours of scribbling on a chalkboard and debating to herself, Orochimaru had wanted him referred to as a prince, which was no surprise, but as he was technically a ruler in his own right despite claiming loyalty to the daimyo of Hai no Kuni, Orochimaru wanted the form of address to reflect such. A territorial prince was eventually decided upon. The problem, or one of them, arose from the fact that both crown princes and territorial princes were addressed as Your Highness Denka-sama. She had wanted to make sure Naruto was aware of how she and by extension all of Oto saw him. The second problem arose from the fact that they were using rankings and addresses that simply weren't used anymore. Orochimaru had assured her that Naruto would understand and appreciate it as it was. Despite that, these days you were a kage, a daimyo, or your family had been granted a position within a daimyo's court. Well, there was the leader of Tetsu no Kuni, but that was an exception because they wanted nothing to do with shinobi. Emperors, kings, princes, dukes, and actual ranks among the courts? That was something that predated even the clan era by Taiyuya's best guess. There were references to such ranks in stories and such, and the way Orochimaru liked to mention her godson, but no one actually used them seriously. It would not be incorrect to say that Taiyuya felt absolutely foolish using it now. From what she could see on the face of an entering Mai, she wasn't the only one of that opinion. Naruto, on the other hand, blinked in surprise before giving a small smile that had Taiyuya's heart racing even faster than her nervous embarrassment had. With a soft chuckle that had her insides melting, he rested his head on his left hand and turned more fully to face his new guest. "My Orochimaru went all out with you, didn't she?" He raised a questioning brow. "Either she's feeling particularly needy, has done something she's afraid will upset me, or wants something." Again, with such a casual mention of how much control he had over one of the most powerful women in the world. If he didn't stop, Taiyuya was pretty certain she'd be earning Orochimaru's ire before long. Mai, who had taken a position watching them near the door, seemed to narrow her eyes at the leader of the Sound Four. Taiyuya would bet a pretty penny Mai knew exactly what she was thinking, and it didn't look like she was too happy about it. Tough luck there, this was going to be a case of first come first serve. Besides, the competition only made Taiyuya want to win even more. With that in mind, Taiyuya's earlier dilemma was resolved, and she slid her body closer to Naruto, well aware that Mai's narrowed gaze had turned into a proper glare. Orochimaru-sama simply wanted to make sure you were properly cared for while she was away. She managed to get right up to his side and rested her right arm over his chest. She hadn't actually intended for her hand to end up on the skin exposed by his loose top, but once it was there she wasn't about to retreat, looking up at him with brown eyes, and she hoped a face that wasn't too hopelessly flushed. She's also sent gifts. Her hand left his chest now. It wasn't retreating, damn it, to pull a scroll from her hip pouch. She said you'd really like this one? She set it down gently on his lap before trailing her hand back up his torso, being extra careful to ensure that it came to rest on the left half of his chest and well on the fabric. Unperturbed by the physical contact, he seemed more amused than anything really. He slid his right arm around her waist until he could grab the scroll. With a deft flick of his wrist he opened it, and with practiced ease he began reading with one hand. Halfway through he paused, blinking in surprise before taking a look between the scroll and herself. More hurriedly he finished it, and an absolutely massive grin stretched across his face. Hey he 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 he. A few short bursts of chuckling turned into full-blown laughter, deep and warm. Oh Orochimaru, you brilliant woman. I could just kiss you. Everyone in the room was well aware of just how pleased that would have made her. Tayuya, not actually knowing what it was that Orochimaru had sent, took the opportunity to both satisfy her curiosity and rub her current position into Mai's face. Pressing herself as much as she could into his side, she rested her head on his chest so she too could read Orochimaru's scroll. Unlike Naruto, however, she was not sure why this Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was such a wonderful gift. But she was absolutely positive Mai was about to burst a blood vessel. It gets even better, Denka-sama. Fortunately for her, she only had called him by his station, or the station Orochimaru believed was equivalent the first time, to let him know how Oto viewed him. Now that she was free to use more appropriate though no less outdated forms of address. Because not only did she send that, she took a second to send a smug smirk towards Mai. But she's also sent me. I'll be with you here until she can visit again to ensure all your needs are met. Well, not all of them. Orochimaru could be a jealous bitch, and Tayuya wasn't stupid enough to try something before Orochimaru had a chance herself, but her words seemed to irritate Mai, and that was victory enough. That was quite considerate of her, don't you think, Mai? Tayuya could practically hear the girl grind her teeth before she forced out a reply. Of course, Naruto-sama, very considerate. She was saved from having to speak any more when a wolf leaned over her shoulder to whisper in her ear. Irritation melted away into annoyance, and a small amount of relief as she dismissed the wolf and turned her attention back to her lord. As comfortable as you seem to be, Naruto-sama, it would appear as though we have someone at the door asking for you. Apparently they're here on orders from the Hokage on a matter most urgent. She only looked slightly pleased that Tayuya would have to get off of him, much to her credit. Frowning, he gave a nod before withdrawing the arm that had been wrapped around his newest guest and pushing himself off the couch. Tayuya, unlike Mai, didn't bother to hide the pout that came to her lips and crossed her arms with a small huff of annoyance. She had been this close to either bursting one of Mai's blood vessels or making her annoyed enough to excuse herself from the room. True victory for this round had been so close she had been able to taste it. Oh well, there were bound to be plenty more chances to get under Mai's skin in the future. Tayuya had no idea why, but riling the girl up was just too much fun to resist. The fact that the easiest way to do so involved being very close and touchy with Naruto, well, that was just a coincidence. And a rather nice benefit. It would seem that another matter has arisen for the time being, ladies. Please try to remain civil while I attend to it. He straightened his top as he made his way out of the door, two wolves instantly falling into step behind him. Mai didn't seem too pleased. Not only had his words conveyed the fact that he wanted her here with their guests, but he had told her to be polite. It would appear that he was not unaware of how Tayuya's actions were irritating her, nor was he oblivious to the potential conflict that might arise between someone who tried to be as reserved as Mai and someone like Tayuya who seemed very willing to express herself. Worse than both, however, was the fact that Naruto should be asleep right now. Having a guest had been bad enough, he could have probably fallen back to sleep right there on the couch, and both he and Tayuya would have been content with the arrangement as far as she could tell. Instead, the universe itself, with all its humor, had decided that the world was to be informed that Naruto was awake for the day so they could all come pester him with more things for him to overwork himself on. That did not please Mai in the slightest. At least Tayuya wasn't draped all over him now, even if the girl was shooting her a smug, challenging grin that just dared her to go against Naruto's command. Mai could not believe she was actually eager for Orochimaru to return just so Taiya could return to whatever base she had been stuffed in previously. Orochimaru was courteous enough to keep things private and subtle as they should be. With a sigh, Mai took one of the smaller seats in the room, settling in to await her lord's return. She was going to need a lot of Naruto time later to make up for having to remain in the company of her new least favorite person. Chapter 69. Back to bed. He remembered Naruto from back at the academy. How could he not? And he had of course heard the rumors, but Shikamaru had not expected to be greeted by the face of a snarling wolf when he knocked on Genin Naruto's door at Odark 30 with an emergency mission order in his hands. Unless they were playing a less than friendly visit upon the young man, it seemed those rumors were accurate. The wolf continued to stare at him for several moments, completely silent, before tilting their head in a way that seemed questioning. He'd have to compare it to a curious dog. Accurate, almost unnervingly so. Is Genin Naruto available? He really hoped he hadn't interrupted a hostile visit of the wolves. His father had been very carefully collecting as much information on them for the express purpose of avoiding them as much as they possibly could. Shikamaru agreed that it would be far too troublesome to be involved in anything the wolves were sticking their paws in. The wolf stared at him a moment more before asking a simple why. It's about a mission. He thought that would be enough, but judging by the wolf's return to silence, it had not. He held up the papers that held the mission details. It's from the Hokage. While he couldn't actually see it happen, he could have sworn the wolf blinked in surprise before frowning in thought. Wait here, was the eventual command, and without waiting for any sort of agreement, the door was closed and locked in Shikamaru's face. For some reason, this was not how Shikamaru imagined an emergency mission would go. He had expected some urgency. In fact, his Nara blood had been absolutely dreading it. The fact that the wolf seemed so unconcerned actually had him somewhat jealous. It was just his luck that his sensei became Hokage, and was well aware that with the amount he laid about during the day sleeping, he was often up at strange hours. That he had faith and confidence in his student's ability also played a part, as did the fact that Shikamaru had also been granted a promotion. Somehow. He didn't even know why actually, as his fight with Dosu hadn't happened so, unless someone had seen the masterful way he herded civilians into the shelters, the ones they were already stampeding towards, and recommended him for a promotion. The only other explanation was that his sensei had given him a promotion so that he could ensure Team 10 could still go on missions and gain experience without a sensei. That sounded just like him actually. Not that he had stopped training them, as they still met pretty regularly, but the training was more limited thanks to Asuma's suddenly full schedule. There were some days he couldn't make it, but Shikamaru supposed being trained by the Sandaime Hokage on those days was an interesting experience. The Nara heir had a sneaking suspicion he was called the professor more for his love of teaching than anything else. But because the professor was no longer the acting Hokage, Asuma was in charge, and when Umbu became aware of a sudden skyrocketing of chakra in the Uchiha compound only to find the head of the Uchiha clan missing and signs of a struggle abound, it fell to Shikamaru to find a team to go after them. Shikamaru was well aware that most Chunin and Jonin were abroad, ensuring Suna remained firmly under their control, but he didn't for a second think there was no one else who could go after someone or some people who had enough chakra to catch the attention of a local Umbu patrol. Like the Umbu who had found it in the first place. Evidently the lack of other forces restricted Umbu operations to Konohagakure village limits, so that they would be available to protect it should something happen. Alright, he could kind of understand that, but if they were able to overpower Sasuke, admittedly one of the stronger Genin, and one that had apparently taken down a Suna squad of Jonin and Chunin single-handedly, then Shikamaru wasn't exactly sure what he was going to be able to do to get him back from them. Hence him coming straight to the person he remembered being the strongest back in the academy. He couldn't say how he had been since, as in the strangest move, the most talented among them was left out of team formations in favor of his returning sister, but there was no doubt that back then he had been leaps and bounds ahead of his peers. He hadn't even been showing up either, which just went to show how much more advanced he was even back then. If that had remained the same, then it stood to reason he was a formidable shinobi even as a genin. The fact that there were rumors of him going on missions with the Mitarashi Anko, specifically kill contracts, only supported his conclusion. If there was any truth to them. If there was a genin who could help against someone who took down Sasuke, it would be him, which was why he had come here first. The next stop was the Uzumaki compound because despite being a late addition to the graduating class, he was aware that her private training with the Uzumaki head had brought her to a level above Sasuke's. Which again was the kind of strength they needed if they wanted any chance at succeeding. The Sharingan was a very powerful asset to Konoha, and the loss of the majority of the clan years ago had been a massive blow. With Sasuke looking like he was going to settle down and start working towards its restoration, the higher-ups had been hopeful to regain such a legendary bloodline in the next 30 years or so. They had gotten along for years now without it, so it couldn't be anything too critical to Konoha's survival, which made Shikamaru suspicious that those higher-ups that would demand a retrieval mission despite limited manpower just didn't want the embarrassment of the last Uchiha being abducted from right beneath their noses while they were busy conquering a former ally. Naturally, Shikamaru wasn't about to voice those opinions. Nara men knew better. Usually. They typically had some trouble determining whether or not a hot-tempered woman was within hearing distance. It's both how they found their spouses and how they found themselves in trouble. Same thing as far as they were concerned. Traditionally, they were quite cautious of going anywhere near the Uzumaki or Inuzuka compounds, which was probably the only reason the Nara clan still existed. Gods knew they would either get themselves either killed or forced to joining one of those clans until no Nara man remained. One of those locations was his next destination as soon as he managed to recruit Naruto, and he was beyond apprehensive about it. Only necessity forced him to approach a home of two unattached hot-tempered women who were both way out of his league. It was not a good combination for a Nara. And speaking of recruiting Naruto, where the hell was the guy? Did the mention of mission and from the Hokage not convey at least some measure of urgency? Almost as if summoned by his thoughts, the door opened again. The wolf was there in front as if to shield those behind them, but after a quick glance at the surroundings gave a satisfied nod and stepped back to let the person Shikamaru had actually come to see enter the doorway. Shikamaru knew for a fact that he blinked in surprise at his first sight of the young man since the academy. Gods, if he hadn't known Naruto was male, he would have sworn he was looking at a young woman. An attractive young woman at that. Even knowing he was well ahead, Shikamaru couldn't deny that they were attractive. Maybe it was just an Uzumaki thing. I've been informed you needed to see me, Chunin Nara, is that so? They didn't sound like they had just woken up, that or they were fortunate enough not to seem groggy after being awoken at the ass crack of dawn. He kind of hoped it was the first. He had plenty of experience being woken up when he'd rather be sleeping, and if there was a chance that he hadn't done the same to another, he'd cling to that unlikely belief. Yeah, emergency mission from the Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke's been abducted. Even as he spoke, he handed over the papers he had to his former classmate. One of Naruto's brows raised at his words and then furrowed as he read the mission parameters. Normally, mission details were placed on scrolls and then handed to whatever team had accepted them, but in emergencies such as this, all that was needed was for whatever held the details to be marked with the Hokage's seal. Asuma had actually finished writing it when Shikamaru had rushed to answer his summon about 20 minutes prior, and the Nara heir tried not to think about the fact that the other side of the mission papers actually had a copy of Jiraiya's first draft for his newest book. Evidently the Sandaime had left it in the office earlier that day, and the newest Hokage had no problems giving it a more serious purpose. Shikamaru had a feeling it had been chosen deliberately. The way Asuma had pointedly ignored the stack of blank papers already sat on the desk may have contributed to that conclusion. It took a massive amount of concentration on his part to remain professional when Naruto examined that side of the paper and raised a silent brow at him on question. Something about that look made him feel embarrassed about the content upon it, despite having no part in the creation or choosing of those pages. Having not received a response, Naruto resumed his reading and finally gave a satisfied nod. Shikamaru was starting to feel like things were finally going right when it was all brought crashing down with a single sentence. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. What? Decline? You couldn't decline emergency missions issued to you by a superior, and there was no one higher up on the hierarchy than the Hokage himself. I said I'll have to decline? Naruto repeated it easily enough, as if his words weren't essentially treason. There's a guest in my sitting room right now who represents a person of great importance. It would be terribly rude of me to run off to save someone at the moment. They're emergency orders, you can't just choose not to accept the mission. Shikamaru's protest earned him a brief look of confusion from Naruto before realization settled in. I know, not at all. He briefly looked back down at the papers to confirm before nodding and handing them back to Shikamaru. You seem to be of the mistaken impression that these emergency orders extend to myself, but that's not the case. When Shikamaru gave him a confused look, he pointed back to the papers in the Nara heir's hands. Those orders are written for one Chunin Naro Shikamaru of Active Cell 10 Registration 012611 and any Konohagakure volunteers available to assist, be they active or inactive shinobi, which allows you to recruit others for the mission but in no way makes acceptance of the mission compulsory for anyone beyond yourself. Naruto paused here, frowning. Really, he didn't use the best wording for this. That last part is intended to ensure civilians can't be involved, but those discharged from shinobi service no longer qualify as shinobi. This limits you solely to those on the rosters and those who have managed to retire. It also doesn't include civilian consultants such as non-shinobi Inuzuka members who may have been able to help with tracking. Shikamaru was only half listening at this point, focusing instead on the orders he had been given. With dawning horror, he realized Naruto was right. He needed at least one shinobi to be the team leader and receive the orders to be carried out, but I'd assume he didn't know who was still available off the top of his head, so wanted to keep it as open as possible for the shinobi side. He left it too open, really. Giving the team leader you the authority to conscript active and inactive Konoha shinobi for the purpose of completing the emergency mission would have worked much better. Really, he could have just said registered shinobi and been fine. Either he forgot he could do that, didn't think it would be necessary, or Hiruzen hasn't gone over that with him yet. Definitely has the basics down, though. There was silence for almost a minute as Shikamaru digested it all. Things had been bad when he had his mother pounding on his door because an Umbu agent was at the compound asking for him, but now they were just getting much, much worse. Are you sure you won't help? He tried once more. The expression he received in return at least seemed to show genuine remorse. My apologies, Chunin Nara, but I have pressing matters I must attend to at the moment. Were that not the case, I would be certain to lend my aid. Which was true. What wasn't mentioned was the fact that the person he was speaking with before Shikamaru's arrival represented the person whose shinobi had just abducted Sasuke, and had arrived with said shinobi not long before. Should the opportunity present itself, I will do my best to send people to join you. Well, it was something at least. On the plus side, most of the others he was going to try recruiting probably didn't have guests at the moment, and most certainly wouldn't even ask to see the mission papers, let alone notice that they weren't obligated to accept it. And if Shikamaru got really lucky, Naruto might convince Mitarashi Enko to join them. Gods knew he'd never be able to recruit her, and there was no way in hell he was going to wake her at this time to try. He liked his manhood where it was, thank you. But having a jonin in the group? That would be fantastic, even if he had to surrender control to them for the duration of the mission. Well, especially if he had to surrender control. Who the hell had decided he should be the one in charge? He hated responsibility, and Asuma should have damn well known that. Thanks then. I guess. He really hoped this wasn't a sign of how the rest of the mission was going to go, otherwise he might as well give up now before he got someone killed. Certainly. Best of luck on your mission. It sounded like they were done here to Shikamaru, and apparently the wolf agreed as he stepped forward and began closing the door. Some part of his brain chimed in, reminding him of the possibility that the wolves were there to harm Naruto, and the fact that he was being held hostage was the reason he couldn't join the mission, but he set that thought aside. If that was the case, then he sure as hell didn't have the time to deal with it now. He'd just have to check back after his first failed mission. Gods above knew he wasn't going to find the Uchiha after all these delays. And he sure as hell wasn't going to chase after the guy if he couldn't assemble a team. This was by far the most troublesome thing he had done in his life. He couldn't wait until retirement. As soon as the door was closed, Naruto let out a sigh of relief, glad that Shikamaru hadn't questioned him too much. The way the papers had been written, Shikamaru's rank, name, and registration number had been on one half and the part about volunteers had been on the other. There was an ink stain below the volunteer section which had prompted Asuma to write additional details further below it, and created plenty of space where Shikamaru could have added the names of anyone he knew under his own so long as he had their registration number. Technically forgery, but Naruto didn't think Asuma would have said anything about it not being his handwriting if it was ever questioned. Fortunately, the Nara was not so crafty, or perhaps just not so deceptive. Terrible trait for a shinobi in his opinion, but as most shinobi seemed to be of similar blunt mindsets, maybe he was just the exception and their way was more proper. He wouldn't concern himself with it. Find a few wolves who don't have duty. I want them to follow Chunin Nara's group and assist as necessary. I want no Konoha casualties, but do your best not to kill any of Orochimaru's shinobi. Mission success is irrelevant, but I'd much prefer a happy Orochimaru. Relay that as you will. He didn't turn back to face the wolf he was giving orders to, but he knew his will would be carried out. With another sigh he straightened his appearance, not that it had actually been necessary, and proceeded back into the sitting room. He fully expected at least some damage, or at the very least for the two to be at each other's throats. To his pleasant surprise, the two of them had somehow managed to keep their behavior civil in his absence. Or they had just managed to hide any evidence to the contrary. He couldn't dismiss that possibility. He decided to take the way they avoided so much as looking at each other as a good sign. Of course, that only lasted until they heard his approach. As one they turned to him, and their expressions both visibly brightened. Mai, notably relieved, stood up at his approach and gave a soft smile. Tayuya was a bit more enthusiastic. Denka-sama! Practically leaping from the couch, she wasted no time in wrapping herself around him. Moments later she was dragging him back to the larger couch. Mai did not seem pleased, but that only seemed to spur Orochimaru's kunoichi on. Mai's annoyance was more amusing than anything. She should have known she wasn't going to stop being his favorite anytime soon. Apparently he looked down to the Tayuya attached to his chest. One Sasuke Uchiha has gone missing and there are signs of a struggle. I can't imagine who might have done such a thing. Tayuya looked a bit sheepish for not having said anything earlier. It was so much like Enko he actually considered the chances that it might be the Jonin under a henge. Now that he thought about it, all of her actions reminded him of the woman. Mini Enko? Oh, the world would be in trouble if they ever met. Orochimaru-sama said you didn't have any plans for him, right, Denka-sama? I did not, but neither was I expecting to have a Chunin at my door with orders from the Hokage to retrieve him. A little warning would have been nice, or I would be facing plenty of questions when Orochimaru's forces didn't so much as raise a hand against me. He had no doubt that the Sannin had been quite clear with her shinobi as to just how important he was to her. Pissing off Orochimaru was not anyone's idea of fun, and only an S-rank shinobi would even try. Even then most S-ranks got where they were by not being stupid, and Orochimaru was too clever and resourceful to dismiss as a threat even if they managed to kill her. Tayuya seemed a bit surprised by the direction his thoughts had gone. We hadn't even considered that. I'll let Orochimaru-sama know when I see her next. As clever as she could be, Orochimaru still had a tendency to be impulsive. In this case it wasn't going after Sasuke so much as it would have been to tell all her forces about Naruto. A good half of them wouldn't even consider just pretending to fight him, or saying anything that might anger him out of fear for Orochimaru's displeasure. The other half was crazy and would fight him anyway, but those weren't the kind of shinobi she'd send on a mission like this. I'm confident I'll probably see her first. He half expected her to crawl through a window and slither her way into his bed any day now, really. I'll let her know. He was also safe to speak his mind within reason to the woman, which was a privilege not all of her shinobi could claim. Tayuya much preferred it that way if her smile said anything. Then again, she had been pretty happy the entire time he had interacted with her, so maybe it was unrelated. There was silence for a few moments, Tayuya more than happy to continue holding on to him, while Mai glared daggers at the young woman. Naruto, who was personally quite fond of physical contact much like his children, didn't have any problem with this, and it was quite refreshing to see Mai express emotion without being angry at himself. Actually, she might become angry at him at this rate, and he didn't like that. It would probably be best to let her simmer down for a while so she could spend some time getting used to their new guest. Having met Enko, he knew her personality was an acquired taste, and with Tayuya reminding him so strongly of her, it might be a bit before Mai warmed up to her. Enko had the benefit of being approached by Naruto and having ties with Kurenai, whom Naruto had known. Tayuya had direct ties to Orochimaru and had tried to break into the apartment in the middle of the night. It was only reasonable for her to be suspicious. He wouldn't dare think of it as jealous just in case Mai knew what he was thinking and got mad at him for it. She really should know that for all of her professional image she didn't need to worry about the way others saw her when they were alone. She was free to be as expressive as she wanted. Who knows, maybe Tayuya would help her realize that, and if they were really lucky it would help her be more expressive in general. Gods know it would be easier for him if he had a bit more insight to what she was thinking, then his chances of getting away with doing her work would skyrocket. Admittedly, his chances were still very close to zero. She just knew those things, but it was better than his chances being zero. She really did need some sort of vacation. She worked herself way too hard. He very deliberately ignored the fact that most of the work was her efforts to keep him from working himself too hard. Well, Naruto broke the silence. I think we'd best get you settled. Mai must have seen the gleam in Tayuya's eyes, or maybe she had just been looking for an excuse to get their guest as far away from her lord as possible, as she was quick to jump in. There's no need for you to bother yourself with something so trivial, Naruto-sama. Why don't I find her a room while you get some more rest? Tempting him with his bed too, what a devious woman. At the same time, there was no reason for him to resist. Guest taken care of, and he gets to crawl back into bed? There was a part of him that argued he had already showered and dressed for the day and could always just go to bed earlier tonight after finishing his work, but it wasn't anywhere near as strong as his longing for his bed. There really was no reason for him to be up before noon. He could probably also argue that there was a wolf in his bed waiting for his return and that it would be unfair to them to take away their time with him, or something. Mai would probably agree just to get Tayuya away from him. Before he could say how lovely that idea was, Tayuya shot a challenging smirk to Mai and looked up to him. Yes, Denka-sama, you should get some more rest. Let's retire to your chambers and I'll make sure you're taken care of. The initial surprise Mai felt when the Oto Kunoichi agreed with her only visible, and the slight widening of her eyes quickly melted away as Tayuya continued to speak. Moments later, Naruto knew she was up to something. She wasn't his second in command for nothing, and he could see the gears turning in her head. He just didn't know what she had come up with. On second thought, Mai approached him and placed a hand on his arm, completely ignoring Tayuya's suspicious gaze. I need to make sure you get back to bed first, or I'll never be able to drag you out of your office later. Come on, let's go. As confused as she was by the sudden change in Mai's behavior, particularly the way she was now completely ignoring Tayuya's very existence, the Oto Kunoichi wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. If the dour young woman was going to guide them to Naruto's chambers, then she was happy to help. Mai began to gently tug Naruto back out of the room, and trailing behind him, Tayuya was sure to offer her own encouragement by pushing lightly against him. Naturally, this meant Tayuya was pressing as much of herself into him as she could, and happily took the opportunity to continue running her hands over him. Naruto still didn't mind, but he was certainly curious. How much of Tayuya's behavior was genuine, and how much of it was for the sole purpose of annoying Mai? More importantly, what was Mai about to do in response? The three walked back down familiar hallways, well, to two of them at least, until they reached Naruto's door. The wolves they passed, what few were up and about at such an ungodly hour, didn't so much as bat an eye at the sight of two young women manhandling their lord back to his room. Hell, a few of them looked like they were seriously contemplating helping the two. Opening the door quietly, Mai gestured for Tayuya to enter first. Still somewhat suspicious of Mai's actions, she gave her an odd look but proceeded regardless. After all, this was Naruto's room, so it was inevitable he'd be joining her. Better to enter before whatever strangeness that was affecting Mai wore off, and the girl resumed her attempts to separate her from Naruto. Tayuya didn't waste a second once she was in there either. Even as she stepped through the threshold, she was untying her sash and reaching down to grab the bottom of her shirt. Mai wasn't wasting any time herself, as no sooner than the shirt was covering her head did Tayuya hear hurried footsteps from behind her. She was pretty sure she wasn't in any danger, but that was only because they were going away from her. She was reasonably certain she would have preferred it otherwise. Tossing the shirt away, she spun around to an empty doorway, and a quick look into the hall let her see Naruto just as he was dragged into a nearby room. While irritated, Tayuya also found herself oddly pleased. It would seem Mai wasn't giving up so easily, and that would just make things more fun. Still, she wasn't about to give up either. Oh no, you don't. You're not keeping him away from me that easily. Without bothering to retrieve her shirt, she gave chase, completely oblivious to the young woman blearily peering at her from the pile of blankets on Naruto's bed. Noticing the room was now void of her previous sleeping partner, the wolf dragged herself from the bed and to the doorway, blankets still wrapped around her like a cocoon. She made it to the doorway in time to see a flash of red hair. It was lighter than she remembered, disappearing into one of the rooms further down. Knowing the room, she thought nothing of following along. The wolf slowly shuffled down the hallway, a trail of blankets dragging behind her, and into the room without so much as a knock. A young woman with red hair, so that's who she had seen, stood with her hands on her hips and nothing but her bra and a pair of tight black shorts. Across from her, Mai looked slightly displeased but also somewhat smug. If the wolf had to guess, it was because Naruto was currently sprawled over her bed. Judging by Mai's almost defensive position before him and the fact that it was her bed, the wolf was reasonably certain he had been tossed onto it. That was fine, she really didn't care where they were sleeping. Shuffling past the person she didn't know, who didn't stop glaring at Mai for a second to spare her a glance, and Mai herself, who seemed engaged in a staring match to establish dominance over the former, the wolf was more than happy to collapse into Mai's bed and wiggle her way over to and atop her lord. Naruto, who had simply been laying on the bed and watching the two young women trying to melt each other with their eyes, gave her a smile and let out an amused chuckle as she positioned herself on his chest and splayed her captured blanket over them both. With a sleepy yawn and a quiet "Good-night, Naruto-sama," she drifted back off to sleep. It was a pretty good idea, Naruto thought, so he promptly tried to join her. Tried because the girls seemed to come to the conclusion that their eyes weren't conveying their message well enough. Naruto-sama needs his rest, go sleep in his room and stop disturbing him. Mai started, arms folding over her chest. I wasn't disturbing him. If anything, he'd be more comfortable in his bed with me. Says the person at fault for waking him so early. Tayuya flushed slightly at that, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. Hell, I guess that's a good point, but I couldn't exactly sneak into Konoha during the day. Sasuke's abduction provided the distraction I needed to get past the Umbu. The arm came down to join its twin over Tayuya's chest. Still, he'll be much more comfortable in the company of a pretty woman, and it's my job to make sure all his needs are taken care of. No, that's my job and has been for years. This just earned a wide grin from Tayuya. Yeah, well, you haven't been doing a good enough job then. Orochimaru-sama was here for a while, and if she says he needs me here, then you've been slacking. It's not me slacking, it's serpents like you who simply keep interfering. Mai was getting pretty upset if she was offhandedly insulting Orochimaru of the Sannin like that. Oh ho, kitty has some claws. Tayuya, on the other hand, was having an absolute field day. Why don't you go file those down while I take care of Denka-sama? You wouldn't want to damage that perfect skin of his. She gave a wicked grin. I know, I'll sure enjoy running my hands all over it tonight. They'll be damaging you here in a moment if you don't stop bothering Naruto-sama. He needs his rest, and you're keeping him from it. Ha! The only thing keeping him up is the fact that you're delaying me from joining him. Tayuya turned her attention over to Naruto, and her surprise was noticed by Mai immediately. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Mai turned to find the wolf from earlier quite contentedly sleeping upon her lord. One part of her thought it was adorable, one part was vindicatively pleased that Tayuya had been denied, and the last part, which was the biggest, was rather disappointed that her planned spot had been stolen. At least Tayuya hadn't gotten it either. Tayuya gave a huff before resting her hands on her hips again, and moving her head between the two in bed and Mai. This is your fault, you know, she accused. Mai shrugged. Yeah, at least it keeps you away. A thoughtful look crossed Tayuya's face for a moment before she smirked at Mai. That's what you'd like to think. Without hesitation, she tossed off her shoes and made for the bed, where she promptly dove beneath the covers and onto Naruto's side, where she latched on tightly. Mai blinked in surprise, stunned at the sheer audacity, before deciding that if Tayuya got to sleep next to her lord, there was no way she was surrendering the same privilege. Closing her door, she tossed off her own clothing and slipped into bed on Naruto's other side. The only thing keeping the two from glaring at each other from across Naruto was the wolf currently blocking their view. Perhaps that was for the best. Chapter 70. Captive audience. Shattered bone crunched together with even the slightest movement, and Uchiha Sasuke was certain his captors were well aware. After all, why else would they have chosen not just to drag him on the ground behind them, but to step just off the simple road that cut through Hi-no Kuni's many forests to ensure he hit every branch and rock between here and wherever it was they were taking him? While he wasn't completely sure how far they had gotten, or how long it had been a solid punch to the head by the big boned one, having been at the academy with the Akamichi era, it was simply habit to avoid calling people the F word in that stage 2 form, and that was absolute bullshit. Was that what the Suna shinobi faced when he lost control of himself? Had he not even honored them by using the full power of the seal? That apparently gave its users absurd amounts of power. Maybe they were just used to it, or well trained to handle it, but none of them seemed to go insane when using it. Well, any more insane than they were when not using it, at least. Maybe that was the secret. A lack of movement, and subsequent reduction of pain and discomfort, caught his attention as the group, and what a motley crew they seemed to be, stopped in a small clearing. Alright, started the presently plump one. Damn those years around Chuji before cracking his back and placing down a large wooden barrel. Oh goody, maybe now he'd figure out why the hell he had been lugging that around all this time. I think our new friend here has learned his lesson. No point in slowing ourselves down when Konoha is bound to realize he's missing before long. Che, like those morons will notice. Scoffed the spider, but he released the ankle he had been dragging anyway, and rolled his wrists, all four of them, until 4 loud pops were heard. He seemed pretty pleased with himself for that too, if his wide grin was anything to go by. Sides, even if they do, they won't care. He's just a genin, and he wasn't all that impressive. If he was important, he would have had at least a guard or something. Can't be sure about that one. Konoha itself is supposed to have guards, and we got in just fine, didn't we? Argued the one with the growth. There was something wrong if Sasuke was feeling like the most normal person here. One of the spider's hands came up to stroke his chin. Yeah, guess you're right about that one. Still, he can't be that important. Orochimaru-sama wants him, that makes him important enough. The bigger one stated with finality. There was a surprising hardness within his words, and Sasuke momentarily wondered if that was because they were bickering or because the spider had dared to question Orochimaru. Even he knew that was a bad idea, and this dumbass fucking worked for the infamous criminal. The spider just waved him off with his 3 free hands before looking down to make sure Sasuke wasn't trying anything. Not that he could. With chakra he might have been able to strengthen his body enough to force movements, but he had used all of that up trying to survive 3 users of the level 210 no Juin while rooted to his bedroom floor. He thought he had done pretty well, all things considered. A sharp pain in his side brought his attention from his thoughts as the spider's foot kicked him. Hey, you still alive? He was still grinning, obviously enjoying this, but the big one, who was either the voice of reason, the leader of the group, or perhaps both, was not amused. Lying on his back as he was, Sasuke was treated to the sight of a large rock connecting quite solidly into the spider's head. He also got to see the surprise on the one with the growth too, so that made it even better. Knock it off. The hard tone of the big one's voice had turned closer to a growl. Orochimaru-sama wants him alive and intact. Anything we inflicted while subduing him was necessary, but you are not to directly harm him while he's in our possession. Che, the spider pushed himself up with 3 arms while the 4th rubbed an angry red welt on his head. So what? What's the big deal if we rough him up a bit more? Not like Orochimaru will ever know what was from our scuffle and what was after. No, Orochimaru won't. Agreed the big-boned one. Surprised by how close it sounded, or the fact that they were agreeing, the spider looked up to be met with the sight of the big one towering over his downed form. Consequently, it was above Sasuke too. But I will. Sasuke could have sworn the purple chakra of the 10 no Juin was burning in his eyes, but whether that was the case or not, there was something there that seemed to convince the spider that he was probably better off not angering him. A quick glance at his 3rd captor suggested that whatever it was, this was new to them too. Maybe this was just the first time he had been given a leadership role. If it was, he had Sasuke's vote to retain such in the future. For all that was worth. Already next to him, the giant of a man, perhaps it just seemed that way because Sasuke was laying rather helplessly on the floor, crouched down, and grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt. The back was pretty tattered, he was sure, but the upper section was apparently strong enough to support his weight as his captor hefted Konoha's last Uchiha up like a newborn kitten. While he wasn't exactly gentle despite his earlier words, he also didn't actively make any effort to cause Sasuke harm as far as he could tell. It was a small mercy, but Sasuke was grateful for it nonetheless. Once he was set down, why was he in the barrel now? The big-boned young man took a look around the clearing, making sure to narrow his eyes at a sufficiently cowed spider before crossing his arms over his slightly prominent stomach and peering down at his captive. I suppose I don't really have to do this because you don't exactly have a choice, and knowing what's going on won't really change anything for you. He gave a slight sigh, some of his earlier anger melting off to be replaced by someone who was really reminding the Uchiha of a serious Chuji. Still, it's only courteous for me to inform you, seeing as you're directly involved. You're going to die. Sasuke thought that was pretty damn obvious at this point, and it must have shown on his face as his captor narrowed his eyes at him. Don't give me that look, he ordered. That was a bad way to start that, I suppose. Sasuke didn't dare thinking anything about that. He was in no position to fight a toddler, let alone someone with full access to Orochimaru's 10 no Juin. The big one, who seemed to have been expecting some sort of comment, or another expression to show what he thought about that looked pleasantly surprised that none had been forthcoming. As his mood improved, so did his resemblance to the Akamichi heir. You are going to die, but only temporarily. Orochimaru wants us to start the process immediately so your body has more time to get used to it. At Sasuke's confused look, he elaborated further. You've seen our Ten no Jun access a second form. We're going to make it so yours can too, but the stress of the body ends up killing the bearer. In most cases, the first activation should be able to pull you back to life. So it doesn't always work? This was actually the first time Sasuke had spoken since his capture, and he was already regretting it. Damn, his chest hurt. So did his body really, but at least he had been smart enough not to try using it. Don't think you have anything to worry about, friend. You survived the application of the Ten no Jun and managed to stave us off for a bit when we were in stage 2. I'm certain you're more than strong enough to pull through. He reached down and patted his shoulder in what Sasuke assumed was meant to be in a friendly manner. It just felt painful to the broken sack of bone and flesh that was Uchiha Sasuke, but he supposed it was the thought that counted. I'm not going to suggest trying to sleep through it or anything. It's going to hurt for a bit, and then you'll stop feeling anything, but I will suggest you relax as much as possible. It hurts a whole lot more if you're tense. As he placed the lid over the barrel, Sasuke couldn't help but think that the advice, while well meant, was not really helping him relax about the fact he was about to die. He also wondered if it was strange to have a favorite captor. Great work, team. At this rate, we should be done by the end of the week. Kato Shizen looked up from her report to look at her team too. Suna Shinobi, and wasn't that suspicious, who refused to talk about their past or how they had come to be under the employ of the House of Wolves. She had taken it upon herself to give them names and didn't have the slightest clue how they felt about them. Rusted was a middle-aged man with hair cut so closely to his head that it probably would have been easier to just shave it, and was trained as a medic. Named for the red war paint that covered his face, she later learned that it was actually just dried blood from Konoha shinobi he had cut down, and from comrades he had desperately tried to save. As she understood it, he would only wash away the blood using sand from an oasis near his family's home, as was his family's tradition, or through the sweat of his brow. It was fortunate his new position as the wolves' honored guest kept him inside, because unlike Suna, it rained pretty regularly here in Konoha. For someone wearing the blood of her comrades, and that of the comrades he failed to save on the field, he was a rather cheerful and talkative man. Part of that might have been because he now had a chance to work with the apprentice of Senju Tsunade and increase his medical knowledge. The people of Kaze no Kuni were a hardy people, but their medicine was often considered crude. Then again, when you're bleeding out, do you really care that they shoved a hot coal into the wound and then sewed you up using an old fishhook and line they found at the bottom of their bag if it keeps you alive? As it so happened, many in fact did. These later generations were just becoming so squeamish. Clicky was a young woman with dark brown and sometimes almost black hair cut into a short bob, who liked to spend whatever free time she could obtain tinkering on the mechanical components of her very much destroyed puppets. She didn't seem to mind that they were destroyed so much as she hated the fact she hadn't gotten the opportunity to properly strip everything of value from them. Practical dour and altogether a very solitary person, Shizen wondered why exactly she was helping them. Of course, just offering to let her go had instantly gained her compliance whenever she was being difficult, so it was evident being here was preferable to going back to wherever she had been. Her name naturally came from the series of clicks her projects would give off, both while she was working on them and when she was testing them out. Not that they seemed to actually accomplish anything, they just moved around and switched out pieces. Shizen supposed it probably intended to go with other components that would actually complete tasks. As it wasn't why they were here, and Clicky wasn't the most talkative of people, Shizen hadn't really asked. Why they were here happened to be much more interesting than her team in Shizen's opinion, for while she hadn't had that much interaction with Suna Shinobi in her life, she had never been tasked with rebuilding a man's body either. Tsunade had been asked a couple of times, of course, to fix the bodies of loved ones who had lost limbs and such, but unless the limb was only recently lost and in possession of the one who lost it, then there wasn't anything she could do. Fix a chakra system or completely rework a spinal column to unparalyze someone? Certainly Tsunade had attempted those plenty of times. But as good as she was, she wasn't some miracle worker. She couldn't make limbs from nothing. But a puppeteer could. They could walk outside, cut down a tree, and turn it into a complete body. The real trick would be to find a way to make such a body usable as well a body. Because as well as it worked for a puppet, there was much more to consider for the function of a person. You know, like how they're going to control it with no training in the puppeteer arts, and when 2 of the limbs being replaced are their arms. At this point, that was really the only main issue. Clicky had made an incredible replica of all 4 limbs masterfully carved out of a wood Shizen swore the puppeteer had practically orgasmed at being allowed to work with, and with help from Rusted was able to make it as human-like as possible in function as opposed to the practicality most puppeteers went for on instinct. The end result really was a masterpiece, they just had to find a way for it to work. So far the best options seemed to be seals, but of the 3 of them only Clicky had anything more than a passing familiarity with them. The seals Clicky typically used with her puppets were nowhere near as complex as they would need to be in order for someone to control the body as if it were flesh. Now they could use those seals anyway and have it functioning, but the result would be less than optimal, and it seemed like a huge waste of the team's hard work thus far. With that in mind, they needed someone with knowledge of seals in order to give it the functionality it deserved. Considering this task was passed down from Tsukiyomi, the daimyo of Nami no Kuni of all people himself, Shizen felt reasonably confident that a request for a seal master would be approved. Then again, actual seal masters were few and far between, which meant hiring them could get expensive. The project they were working on wasn't anything minor either. They were making a functional body. A functional body. Sure, they didn't have to worry about the major organs as the torso was still intact, but they were trying to make it so that torso would be able to control their new limbs as naturally as possible. Something like this could easily cost the new daimyo a small fortune. Still, she had been given a task in her new position of head physician of the House of Wolves, and she'd be damned if she didn't at least ask for a seal master to be placed at her disposal to complete it properly. I'm going to see if we can get that seal master. I want Rusted to double-check the joints and our temporary seals to make sure everything is positioned properly for full mobility. Once he's done, you're up, Clicky. Start the permanent construction of the mechanisms, and be ready to carve the basic seals in case we're denied. Yes, Kato-sama. Rusted, always energetic, gave a salute, and moved to complete his tasks. Sometimes she thought he was happy just to have something to occupy his time. Clicky, on the other hand, simply gave a shrug and a half-hearted wave as if bidding her farewell but not caring what the outcome was. She probably didn't. The task would be completed, Shizen knew, so she didn't really mind. Putting a copy of their plans and suggested seal functions into a plain manila folder, Shizen made for the door. No point in putting it off. The sooner she got back, the sooner they should be able to finish up. Unless they really were granted a seal master, but that idea had her mentally scoffing. It wasn't like they had a suitable seal master just sitting around with nothing to do. That was just ridiculous. Nara Shikamaru looked from the broken body of the spider to his team and winced. Kiba, Chujili, and Tenten had not done well against their opponent. While Tenten could block attacks aimed at her fairly well, none of them had been able to break through the thick webbing their opponent was capable of creating until he opened his gates and ripped it apart. As that was being saved as a last resort, or at least until they had Sasuke in their possession, the team had suffered a few good hits from the spider's bow, and the actual spiders he had summoned, while not extremely venomous, had bitten the team enough that their bodies were quite sluggish. This was not a good start to the mission. Rustling from the trees had Shikamaru's immediate attention as he got ready for more hostile shinobi, but the only one to appear was a roughed-up Naruto. Those twins have been taken care of, she said with an exhausted sigh. What a bullshit fucking power. She had only managed to get rid of the 2 using some of Mito's chakra, but she had really wanted to avoid drawing upon it at all. Twins? Asked Shikamaru, but he was waved off. Don't worry about it. You good here? Shikamaru gave a defeated sigh but nodded. Yeah, as well as can be expected. We only know of one other suspect, and we believe the barrel he's carrying contains Sasuke, but we're getting close to the border, so who knows what kind of backup they might have. Cheer up, they may not have any. The look Shikamaru shot her said that he really did want to believe her but just couldn't lie to himself like that. Here's hoping, I suppose. Of course, as it was Shikamaru's first mission as Chunin, nothing could be allowed to go right. Hey Shikamaru. Tenten called. Lee ended up opening too many gates. I'm not sure he'll be any help going forward. Next to her, Lee was slumped against a tree doing his damnedest to push himself up against the hand that held him there. Considering he was a genin who could run around Konoha on his hands, and she wasn't known for her strength, well, it wasn't a good sign. Nonsense, he objected. My youthfulness has never been so high. That earned him a swift fist to the top of his head and a glare from his teammate. You're broken, Lee. Just sit there and rest, and I might let you walk back to Konoha instead of dragging you." Faced with the fury of his female teammate, Lee was quick to fold. "Yes, Tenten-san, your words are most youthful." There was a relief in his words that told them all exactly how much opening the gates took out of him. "That's what I thought." Convinced he was sufficiently subdued, she moved her hand from his chest and onto her hip before turning her attention back to her squad leader. "As it is, I think one of us might have to help him back to Konoha, or at least cover him, while we wait for more backup to be available." They were probably a good 6 hours from Konoha, though the tracking had slowed them down considerably, but any decent backup could probably get there in 2 hours. A Jonin could get here in an hour or so without tiring themselves too much if they actually knew where they were. Considering none of them knew exactly where they were, though the consensus brought them close to the Hino Kuni border, expecting backup to make it within 3 hours was unlikely. "Che troublesome," muttered the Nara heir. "Stick with him, no one else here knows how to control him." Lee looked like he wanted to object to that, but was quickly stopped by the narrowed gaze of his teammate. "If backup does arrive, point them in our direction." She gave him a casual salute. "Will do, boss man. Really no point in that no one else is coming." Kiba, who had been laying in the dirt for a quick rest, added his own opinion. As if the universe had been waiting for this exact moment to prove him wrong, 3 figures dropped into the clearing from the trees. With crisp movements, 3 formal Konoha salutes were offered to Chunin Nara from an equal number of snarling wolf masks. "Reporting for duty, Nara Taicho." They spoke in unison. Blinking in surprise, Shikamura shared a look with Naruko. "Kiba," Shikamura called. "If you want to start saying things like our target wouldn't get lost and come back towards us, or Sasuke won't be able to escape on his own, you have my permission to do so." It would appear things were starting to look up for this mission. That also meant Naruto had come through with his promise of backup, making Shikamura reasonably sure that the rumors saying he was involved with the wolves were very much true. He'd have to thank him later somehow, but for now he had an Uchiha to retrieve. "But first, thank the gods you've arrived. Any of you want to take command of this mission?" His hopeful expression fell as all 3 of the wolves shook their heads vigorously and took a step back, hands raised in surrender. He wasn't the only one who loathed leadership, evidently. Naruto stared down at his empty desk with a frown. There was no way he seriously had nothing to do, so naturally he had to blame Mai. She should know by now he hated when she took more of his work just because she thought he was working himself too hard. If he had managed to figure out the Kage Bunshin technique, then he could just blame himself, but despite his practice earlier, he hadn't managed to get it down yet. His chakra system hadn't been all that fond of his attempts either, as the dull pain throughout his body could attest to. It never had been the same after he had suffered that chakra withdrawal, and the chakra therapy had only done so much to allow him to use his chakra at all. Fortunately, his practice with his chakra chains meant that forming them was almost second nature, and even the damages he had suffered had only slowed down his use of them for a few months. He suspected this might take a few months to master too, and even then he wasn't sure how frequently he could use it. Unlike his sister, he no longer had the massive reserves of a traditional Uzumaki, and instead had those of a low Chunin. Considering the Kage Bunshin was an S-rank kenjutsu usually only known by Jonin due to the chakra requirements, he could only hope his control would eventually be able to enable him to make proper use of Orochimaru's incredibly thoughtful gift. He would still be trying to perform it, but about an hour ago his wolves started growling in displeasure every time his hands got too close together. That was probably a good indication that he had practiced enough for the day. Looking back up from his desk, he could see Taiya sitting bored on the corner, her legs kicking back and forth as she stared at a wall. She seemed much less energetic and clingy when not in the presence of Mai, and had been in that position for the last 40 minutes or so. He didn't really know why, as she was free to make use of the entire apartment, but she seemed determined to remain in his presence despite her boredom. It may have been orders from Orochimaru, or it could have been her hoping Mai would stop by and give her a chance to rile her up, but either way she was here and she was bored. Before he could devote proper time thinking of ways to alleviate that boredom, maybe he could send her to steal some of his paperwork back from Mai so that he had something to do. Would let her mess with Mai at the same time too. There was a knock on his office door, and a wolf stuck their head in. "Kato Shizen, head physician of the House of Wolves, is here to see you, Naruto-sama." He hadn't been expecting her at all, but at least it was something to do. Hopefully there hadn't been too many complications with the task Tsukiyomi had assigned her team. "Of course, send her in." The wolf gave a respectful nod before returning to the hallway, and a minute or so later a much softer knock was heard before the door slowly opened. Another head, this time not a wolf, peered in to confirm they were in the right place. As there was a young man behind a desk and a young woman sitting on it, her confusion was understandable. Naruto wasted absolutely no time making sure she knew she was in the right place. "Good afternoon, Kato-san. You needed to see me?" She still looked slightly confused but stepped fully into the room nonetheless. "I had asked to be brought to the highest-ranking member of the House of Wolves. Is Mai not available?" Mai would be the one she had the most contact with naturally, and she had no idea just how exactly the wolves had fulfilled her request. From her position perched on the desk, Tayuya gave a snort of laughter but otherwise said nothing. Smiling slightly at the amused Tayuya, Naruto turned his attention to Shizen. "No, she is not currently available. Not here anyway. She was either in her office in the den or over at Sam's house. What was it the House of Wolves could do for you?" Almost as if just noticing who it was she was talking to, she blinked in surprise. "Naruto?" "Yes, Kato-san?" Convinced it was him, most of her nervousness melted away. "You're part of the wolves?" "Well, not exactly. It was true he was not one of the wolves. He was the head of the House of Wolves, and he did lead the wolves, but he himself was not a wolf. But we have very close ties." Again Tayuya gave a snort of laughter, and Naruto shot her a look with narrowed eyes. "As I was saying, I may not be a wolf, but I do have the authority to act on the behalf of the House of Wolves. Was there something you needed, or did you have a report on the task given to you by Tsukiyomi-sama?" She seemed surprised by that but didn't question it any further. "Oh, we're almost done, but we need a seal master if we want it to operate to its full potential." "Seals?" Naruto was pretty sure his eyes had gained a strange gleam. Despite his possession of Sealkeeper, he didn't have much knowledge on the subject of sealing. Any chance to correct that was an opportunity to improve his own potential uses of the sealing masterpiece. "May I take a look?" Even Tayuya turned to look at the folder Shizen placed down on his desk, but that may have been more out of boredom than anything else. Opening it gently, he spread its contents over his desk, carefully looking over detailed blueprints and lines of seals designed to make it function. After a few moments of silence, he beckoned for Shizen to move in closer. With no real way to do so, she found herself leaning over the large desk with two purple eyes looking directly into hers. "How much of the currently proposed seal system do you understand?" Some of it." Clicky only gave a very brief explanation. He gave her an odd look for a moment before asking, "Clicky?" Flushing red, Shizen let out a nervous laugh. "Hey, yeah. They wouldn't give out their names, so I had to come up with something." Naruto and Tayuya shared a look before he nodded his head, inviting her to be the one to proceed with the question they both had. "And of everything you could have chosen, you went with Clicky? So maybe I'm not the best with names." That earned another snort of laughter from Tayuya, while Naruto just gave the embarrassed medic a small smile. "As amusing as this is, I do believe we have work to do." Yeah?" Shizen was more than happy to move on, but Tayuya gave a pout at having her entertainment taken away so quickly. "Tell me what you're going for in each section," Naruto instructed as he pointed to the first blueprint. "And I'll create the seals you need." Shizen gave him a skeptical look. Seal masters tended to be old because sealing was a very complicated art that needed a lot of experience to be able to modify and experiment safely, but humored him anyway. She could just take his suggestions back to Clicky, and if they did turn out to be useless, they would just proceed as planned. On the off chance he could do it well, problem solved. As Shizen explained their intentions with each line of seals, Naruto would lay down a series of basic seals on a separate sheet of paper. Even with her limited familiarity of the sealing arts, Shizen was certain they wouldn't do anything. Not in an accidental way either. It was like he had chosen the seals specifically because they would not interact, which was opposite of what they actually needed. There also seemed to be a faint glow from the seals on his arm as he worked, and Shizen had absolutely no idea what that might have meant. When they finished, Naruto gave a satisfied nod at the sheets of paper he had filled and handed them to Shizen. "Make sure you apply those specific papers to each area, don't copy them over or it won't work properly." "Of course, thank you, Naruto-san." Naruto gave her a smile. "Happy to help." As Shizen turned and left the room, neither of the two sitting at the desk could see the disappointment on her face. Looks like they were going with the basic seals after all. There was no way she'd be able to request an actual seal master if Naruto was the one to ask and believed himself to be knowledgeable enough to solve the issue. A great thief he might have been, he certainly didn't seem all that talented when it came to seals. It was a pity proper seals would have turned Clicky's masterpiece into a legendary marvel of engineering. Chapter 71 Youthful Retrieval. He had spoken too soon again. Shikamaru realized things were most certainly not going his way at all today. Ducking to avoid another shard of pink crystal, he had to wonder what the hell Kage kept in those pipes of theirs and why Asuma had started using it, because sending a cobbled-together team of genin to retrieve a more powerful comrade that had been subdued was just not a good plan. If it hadn't been for the wolves, they would be dead. All of them. Well, Naruto might have managed to get out using her chain's limitless stamina and the chakra of the Kyuubi, which his dad hadn't exactly told him about but had definitely hinted towards often enough for Shikamaru to understand. Especially because their opponents weren't actually there for the purpose of fighting. Hell, they could probably back off now, and there was a reasonable chance their opponents would simply regroup with the one carrying the barrel to complete their own objective. Unfortunately, that objective was directly opposed to Shikamaru's own, so that would mean failure. It would save his team, which was something he had to remember, but it would also mean abandoning a comrade to the enemy. He wasn't about to make use of it immediately, but he made sure to keep it in the back of his mind as a last resort. He just couldn't justify throwing away 7 lives, 4 genin under his command and the 3 wolves sent to help by Naruto earlier in exchange for 1. Fortunately, his team was managing to hold their own somehow. Not that it helped, as they weren't making any progress towards their goal and were instead being delayed as their comrade was taken further and further towards Hai no Kuni's border. Shikamaru doubted anyone would dare say anything if they went across the border, but as they were already facing Jonin-level enemies here in Hai no Kuni's territory, it would be foolish to charge into land they didn't control. Carefully moving over the corpse of a dead Oto Jonin, Shikamaru tried not to lose sight of the woman throwing about pink crystals as if it were free candy at a festival. There were a couple bodies on the field already, all Oto, and the Nara heir wasn't keen on joining them. It was all good at first. The wolves were a good match for the opposing Jonin, and his team had been able to land a few potshots to help out, but apparently they had been there to delay them long enough for the real delay to arrive. A delay team for a delay team? There was a reason people tried to have as little to do with Orochimaru as possible. The snake Sannin used strange tactics to ridiculous effect. It probably helped that he had done this when a lot of Konoha's forces were occupying Kaze no Kuni, so he knew there would be very few shinobi who could be spared for a retrieval. Sending Jonin to delay genin while even stronger opponents arrived? That was the kind of overkill to be expected from the legendary traitor. Problems arose when Naruto found herself facing that swordsman who was able to turn into water. He found himself trying to help the wolves subdue the woman who had high-handedly turned a grassy green field into a garden of crystal, and the rest of the team was trying to deal with a young man who grew super dense bone from his body in seconds. The 3 groups had separated more like his team had been pushed away from the battlefield due to the unending wave of pink shards that kept flying around, and their opponents had followed to keep them off their own comrades, so now Shikamaru wasn't even sure how well they were doing. Even better, every moment wasted trying to defeat their opponents was another moment Sasuke was getting farther away. Orders or not, he was not risking the team further by crossing Hai no Kuni's borders. He didn't care what the hell Asuma was smoking in that pipe the Sandaime gifted him. Fortunately for the Nara heir, the Oto Jonin didn't seem to care about him, and he was ignored as she fought off the wolves. They would probably do better if they made use of jutsu, but they had only made use of a few. Doton had been especially helpful in avoiding otherwise lethal attacks, and Futon had proven surprisingly effective at shattering the field of crystal. Unfortunately, the crystal was very good at reflecting light, and the constant change to its structure was making it difficult to use his family techniques. As he watched one of the wolves toss the other into the air before sinking into the earth to avoid a giant pink dragon, Shikamaru again had to wonder why the hell he had ever attended the academy. Any ideas? A panting Chuji asked as he withdrew another spike of bone from his enlarged fist. Tenten shook her head in the negative before almost lazily throwing another kunai against their opponent. What was the point in actually trying if it couldn't get past the skin anyway? No, I'm all out of ideas. She frowned. And explosive notes too. Those things were expensive, and the likelihood of her actually getting paid for this mission was slim. Not that she was putting a price on a comrade's life or anything, but it was going to be a bitch to stock up again. Kiba and his partner stopped by them, gasping for breath and bleeding from a dozen minor cuts. No luck? Asked Tenten despite knowing the answer. Fuck. He managed to get out. None at all. I can't get through this guy. Tenten swore specifically something she had heard the proctor of the second Chunin examination say and examined their opponent again. He looked completely unbothered, and the only real damage they had done was shred his top with the surprise Gutsuga at the beginning of the fight. You know, I hate to say it, but we're not going to be able to beat him unless he just falls over dead. Chuji and Kiba both frowned, but they couldn't deny her words or Akamaru's spark of agreement. Hey you! Tenten called across the grassy field. Their opponent was silent for a moment, one brow raising before responding. Yes? You're just here to keep us from going after Sasuke, right? He gave a tentative nod. Those are my orders from Orochimaru-sama, yes. Tenten gave her own satisfied nod as if his response pleased her. What she said next earned 2 disbelieving stares from her teammates. So if we don't try to go after him, you won't attack us yet? There was a long silence. While it was intended for me to occupy you with combat, I don't see any reason I would have to fight you so long as you are unable to go after Jirobo or rejoin your companions. Alright then. As soon as her suspicions were confirmed, she plopped onto the grass, legs crossed before her, and started going through her inventory to see how much she had actually wasted so far. Tenten-san, what are you doing? Chuji asked. I'm checking my equipment, and hoping for some heavy-hitting backup. What? We can't just stop fighting. Kiba was quick to voice his disagreement, but she just shot him the same glare she used to control Lee. It was super effective. Do you have a better idea? We obviously don't possess the raw strength to defeat him, and you too, no offense Chuji, don't have any skills or cleverness to defeat him some other way. Chuji didn't seem to mind her comment, and agreeing with her or just happy for a break sat down in the grass next to her, one hand already digging through his pouch for a snack. Kiba, while not about to argue with the young woman after that look, wasn't going to stop fighting regardless of how hopeless it seemed. Eventually he'd get through the bone user's defenses, or his opponent would tire and give him the opening he needed to pounce on his prey. Chase, sit there, then I'll do it myself. Without waiting for a response, the son of the Inuzuka head charged back towards the last Kagaya. Tenten with great effort managed to refrain from making a comment about dogs going after bones. Kagaya Kimimaro was actually rather relieved to hear that the Konoha team had come to the conclusion that they didn't possess the skill or ability to get around his defense, and had taken the sensible action of avoiding unnecessary conflict. It was especially fortunate for him, not just because he wasn't a fan of fighting, but also because Orochimaru still hadn't managed to find a cure for his illness. The less stress he placed on himself during this mission, the better, and the reduction of opponents more or less guaranteed he wouldn't need to activate his Ten no Juin. He was of course initially suspicious that the Inuzuka's attack might have been a distraction for the other two to sneak away for backup, but considering the big one was happily munching on a bag of chips, occasionally sharing with his teammate, and the other was busy cleaning some of the weapons she retrieved from the field already well, he was pretty confident they had no intention of leaving their comrade to face him alone. Or maybe it was meant as some show of goodwill in hopes he would avoid killing their comrades so long as the 3 of them were kept occupied and he didn't feel threatened. Because really he was probably more threatened by the dog, who was quite content to lay in the sun next to the snacking one, than he was the dog's partner. Sure, he was stronger than the average genin, and could deliver a rapid series of attacks with his partner, but in the end he was still just an average, albeit combat-oriented genin. He possessed neither the raw power nor skillful experience necessary to overcome a superior opponent. When against a defense he simply couldn't overcome, all he was accomplishing was wasting time and collecting minor wounds. Had he the inclination, Kimimaro knew he could end the lives of all 3 of them without too much trouble, especially now that only one of them was actively trying to fight him. All it would take was a finger bullet to the head of the 2 sitting in the grass, and he could dispatch the other in any manner he so chose. There were only 2 reasons he didn't. First, well, he really didn't want to. While he wouldn't hesitate to fight for Orochimaru-sama if given a choice, he would rather avoid bloodshed. He had spilled plenty of that already in his opinion, and had no desire to add to it. The other reason was because he had seen the wolves with this group, and if Orochimaru's beloved prince cared enough to support this group, then he wasn't going to anger him by slaughtering a group of genin. He owed Orochimaru-sama far too much to ever go against her, and there was no way she'd ever approve of going against her godson. So even though he had no respect for this Naruto, he would consider his desires and well-being to be above those of Orochimaru-sama, because that's what she would want. It was also in this case a very convenient excuse not to kill himself, because he overtaxed himself trying to kill genin. While they weren't a threat, they covered each other well enough that he would have to activate the Ten no Jun to at least stage 1 in order to get rid of them back when they were paying attention, at least, which would have put far more stress on his body than he cared to when his orders were simply to help Jirobu escape. He did have to wonder, though, if he threw a bone would this rowdy Genin chase after it. Her blade slipped through his defenses easily enough. Her training with the Uzumaki had more than a match for the wild swings of her battle-crazed opponent, and pierced through his chest. Normally Naruto would consider that a victory, but that was the third time during this fight already. Pulling back and removing her sword through his side for good measure, she barely avoided his own swing. It explained why he was so reckless, at least. Why bother with defense if you couldn't fucking die? Fucking bullshit in her opinion, but here was nothing she could really do about it. That stupid smug grin of his didn't help either, and it seemed to piss her off more by the second. Like he should be smiling when she had more than proved she was the superior Kenjutsu user. The only reason he wasn't dead was because she hadn't found a way to kill sentient water. Or she assumed he was sentient water. She didn't want to give him the credit of being a person who could turn into water. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't know any Katon Jutsu. As a general rule, it was inadvisable for Uzumaki to know fire techniques. The results were rarely pretty, and she didn't have any lighting in her repertoire either. Wind she used much like a blade, and she was already well aware how effective that was against him, and she wasn't even going to try using a Suiton Jutsu against him. That just seemed like a bad idea. With a wave of her hand, 3 chains shot into her opponent before wrapping around him and ripping him apart. With a real person, she would have been more hesitant to do something like this, but she already had a good idea what was going to happen. With a splash, he turned into a puddle, and seconds later he was rising up from it like some sort of monster from a cheesy movie. The grin fit well enough. "Che, can't you just fucking die already?" she asked with a frown. "I've got shit to do." His grin just got wider, so she made sure to rip him apart again before he could actually respond. She was already in a bad mood, she didn't need anything making it worse. The next time he rose from the water, his frown was gone. Evidently he hadn't appreciated the way she kept him quiet. This, of course, earned a small smile of her own. At least that was going well for her today. Now if only she could find a way to defeat him without hurting herself, using Mito's chakra and informing everyone around them of their presence. Something like that this close to Hai no Kuni's border when they were already having trouble getting Sasuke back? No, she could do without that, thank you. She hoped the others were having better luck. Shit. His shadow darted out, twisting through crystal paths only to fall short of the troublesome woman who seemed to dance out of its way. While she hadn't been actively attacking him, and why would she? He wasn't a threat, obviously. There was little doubt that she was well aware of him. She even had the time to smile at him before turning her attention back to the wolves. Fantastic, she was managing to hold off the wolves and play around with him. Unless the wolf they left back with Lee were to suddenly appear, Shikamaru didn't think there was much chance of them getting through her. Briefly he considered trying to sneak off, but with her being so keenly aware of his presence, the maze of crystal that surrounded him, and the fact that he wasn't even sure where anyone else was, convinced him that it was probably a bad idea. Taking a deep sigh through the banana he'd been forced to tie around the lower half of his face to avoid the crystal dust, he wondered if there was a way to beat her without combat. It was obvious the wolves didn't possess the raw power to overcome her crystal defense, or if they did, they couldn't use it. If it was the latter, he'd suspect it was because he was present, or because they too had no idea where the rest of his team was. Friendly fire isn't friendly after all. Ah, fuck it. He might as well try. Standing up from his crouched position, he cracked his back and waved at his opponent. "Hey!" he called. "Any chance we could, not fight?" She paused, caught off guard by the request in a manner that was perfectly understandable. Gingerly dodging a kunai thrown by a wolf, it may have been his imagination, but the wolves didn't seem like they were all that intent on actually defeating her. It was like puppies playfully trying to wrestle with their mother, which became a very strange image in his head now that he was thinking about it. She smiled at him again. "Oh, but I thought we were having fun," she taunted. "Aren't you having fun, Konoha-kun?" "There isn't a right answer to that question," was his bland reply, earning him a giggle that had his Nara survival instincts kicking into overdrive. Attractive? Check. Stronger than him? Check. Enjoying a good bit of violence? Check. Playful? Ah, shit. That last one was usually uninterested or angry, and that was bad enough. Playful was way too unpredictable for even Nara to try strategizing against. If this didn't end soon, he was going to find himself hitched before he could get away. Don't say that. Her lips moved into a playful pout. You make it seem like you don't want to play with me. Even the wolves seemed to be looking at him strangely after that, as if the idea of not playing with the deadly attractive enemy Kunoichi was absurd. Well, he supposed they did hang out around Naruto, and he wasn't exactly a shining example of normalcy. There's definitely no right response to that. Actually, he could feel the gaze of the wolves telling him that there was in fact a proper response, and he tried very hard to ignore it. Shouldn't look gift horses in the mouth and all that, even if his backup was crazy. He pout became a frown, but before she could say anything else his shadow shot out at her. Mood instantly improving, she gave a light laugh and leaped just out of range. And then she froze. The surprise on her face was surely reflected on his own. A quick look down to his shadow confirmed that she had managed to avoid it. She hadn't, however, avoided a similar shadow that snaked through the crystal maze in a manner that couldn't be natural. Turning quickly to the wolves, his suspicion was confirmed when he noticed the rat seal required for the cage main no jutsu. With the jutsu active, the hand seal was dropped, and one finger was moved to the mouth of the mask, as if Shikamaru was going to be able to keep something like this a secret from his clan. The other wolf didn't waste any time removing a coil of shinobi wire from his pouch and binding their opponent. It didn't look like she actually minded. In fact, Shikamaru was pretty sure she was enjoying it. He tried not to think about it too much. His clan already received enough comments about shadow binding as it was. Thank you. They didn't need to bring any more trouble to the clan, and she just screamed it. And speaking of clan troubles, they were probably going to have a hell of a time determining if the wolves had figured out their technique, or if this wolf was actually a clan member. Honestly, he didn't like the sound of either. The clearing was silent for a few moments, the only movement from their captive as she squirmed lightly in her shinobi wire. Wisely, Shikamaru decided not to question their use of the cage main no jutsu during the mission. He could open that can of worms when they got back to Konoha. Or better, he could pass it off to someone else in the clan. Now that he liked the sound of. Moving his thoughts from avoiding extra work and back to the task at hand, Shikamaru realized a rather large issue. Do either of you know where everybody went? He asked the wolves, who looked at each other before shrugging at him. Brilliant. All they had to do was get back Sasuke, which should be trivial with himself and two wolves, and return to help his team mop up the remaining opponents. He didn't much like the thought of leaving his team to finish the mission though, so maybe the opposite order? So long as there weren't more enemy reinforcements, either way should work out fine. You know, if Sasuke wasn't already well past the border by now. It was an unfortunately likely possibility. He really couldn't wait until retirement. She was done. No, she was beyond fucking done. His bullshit ability to withstand all her attacks is the only reason that insufferable grin hadn't been beaten from his face. It had been gone when she first started interrupting him, but as things continued and she proceeded to grow more and more frustrated, the damn grin had returned. For the good of her team and because it hurt like hell, she had avoided using Nito's chakra and alerting the entire area of their presence, but at this point she couldn't care less. She didn't even bother asking Nito for the chakra. The fox wasn't helping her control it anyway. There was no point in interacting with her until she had good news about growing closer to her brother again, and instead simply searched within her chakra system and threw herself into the fiery pools of energy head first. Enveloped in a cloak of demonic chakra, eyes burning with pure rage, and the few cuts he had managed to score during their exchange steaming shut in seconds had her opponent's mood changing immediately. Oh shit. Was quickly followed by fuck. As an arm of bubbling chakra sent him flying across the field, steam rising from parts of his body that had started instantly evaporating from her touch alone. He never had considered himself the smartest of people, but using what intelligence he did possess, he quickly came to the conclusion that he probably didn't want to be here. Never in his life had he ever ran as fast as he did then, and he still only narrowly avoided angry crimson chains that probably would have permanently bisected him vertically. With his body evaporating at her touch, he felt it was reasonable to assume that was not an injury he'd be recovering from. Maybe taunting her wasn't the best of ideas. As her opponent fled into the trees, Naruto let out a roar of rage, one that should keep him staying far away for the foreseeable future, before releasing Nito's chakra from her system, slowly draining it back into the seal where it belonged. Even from the short amount of time the cloak had been active, her skin was covered in angry red burns that her natural healing was rushing to correct, and every muscle in her body ached from the influx of demonic chakra that had temporarily surged through them. If she was fortunate, she wouldn't have to use it again this mission. Now let's hope her teammates had felt that, and found her, because she had no idea where the fuck they were. Shikamaru turned towards the sudden burst of demonic chakra. I guess we found them. How things were starting to go smoothly again. It was seconds later that he realized he had made the mistake of actually thinking things were going well. He didn't hold back his defeated groan. From her position on the ground, their captive just laughed at him. The wolves thought they'd make a cute couple. Tenten popped another chip into her mouth as she watched Kiba throw himself against their opponent once again. The result was the same, but she still found it kind of entertaining now that they had determined he had no interest in actually harming them. His orders were to delay them, and so delay them he did. Fortunately for her, it didn't stop him from throwing around the younger genin, who simply could not comprehend the fact that he had no chance against such a superior opponent. It meant she wasn't bored, at least. Beside her, Chuji happily munched on the chips he had brought, occasionally offering the bag to his more senior genin teammate, and winced every time Kiba took damage. Laying in front of them was Akamaru, who whined piteously at his companion's stupidity. One day he'd learn. Hopefully. The only real worry Tenten had was how long it was going to take for one of the other groups to finish up and help them. If Shikamaru and the wolves or Naruto failed to defeat their own opponents, which was an uncomfortably likely possibility with how everything had gone so far, then there was no way they were rescuing Sasuke. She didn't have any personal feelings towards the younger genin, but he was still a comrade and the mission depended on his retrieval. It was also Shikamaru's first mission as a Chunin team leader, and it would be a shame for that to end in failure. It didn't mean she was going to risk her life and the lives of her teammates to retrieve him, though. She didn't care how valuable the council thought the Sharingan was. It wasn't worth 3 clan heirs, the son of a clan head, the apprentice of the world's most prominent taijutsu user, and herself. And besides some shame, there weren't any consequences for failing. She was personally of the opinion that her life was worth a failed mission against opponents she knew outclassed her. Just knowing she survived would provide enough pride to counteract it as far as she was concerned. A sudden burst of chakra was felt in the distance, drawing the attention of everyone except a panting Kiba, but no one there had any idea what it meant. Just as one of Kiba's lunges earned him a foot to the face and a free trip to the other side of the clearing, another lesser spike of chakra was felt. It quickly repeated itself for a second time and then a third. Tenten didn't know what that meant, but their opponent evidently did. It would seem there is no longer a need for me to distract you, Konoha-san. He addressed Tenten before giving a shallow bow. I would suggest locating the rest of your team. My own teammates are not as understanding as I. With his piece said, he darted away from the clearing and into the trees, probably towards the border and, more importantly, the comrade they had failed to get back. They could try still, of course, but crossing the border was just a bad idea with the way things were these days, especially when they knew for a fact there were individuals there who were stronger than them who had just crossed themselves. Going further into enemy territory when the sentries were kicking your ass was more or less a suicide attempt. This wasn't exactly the same thing, but it was close enough. Chuji Tenten ordered, pulling herself from the grass and onto her feet. Go pick up the mutt. Turning to Akamaru, she continued. See if you can find Shikamaru or Naruto, would you? Akamaru gave a happy bark and started sniffing around as Chuji went to retrieve the Inuzuka. Not the best mission she had been on, wasn't the worst by far though, but at least this meant it was over. She hoped. 3 sharp bursts of vile chakra caught his attention only moments before a young man with white hair darted into the crystallized clearing from the treeline. Ah, fuck. He cried out, jumping atop the crystals that turned the entire area into a maze of pink. God damn it, Guren! I swear to the gods, if I die to her because your bullshit pink crystals keep me from getting away, I'm going to hunt your ass. He began leaping from crystal spire to crystal spire, occasional cuts from the sharp pink shards causing water to run down his body, and the pink crystal dust from the wolves' fight causing him to cough. From her position on the floor, and Shikamaru refused to think about how well being surrounded by a layer of the pink dust complemented her appearance, their opponent, apparently named Guren, laughed at his plight. If you wanted it gone, Shark Boy, all you had to do was ask. Shikamaru didn't see what she did, but he saw the results as the crystals all shattered. Oddly enough, none of the shards came anywhere near him, or the wolves. He wasn't sure if it was because Gyurin was in the same area and wasn't going to risk harming herself, or if it was for some other reason. The fact that she could apparently still manipulate her crystals and yet hadn't tried to escape was also sending up red flags in the Nara's mind. What the hell was going on here? Gah! The sudden shout distracted him, bringing his attention back to this shark boy who had apparently not been spared from the crystal shards. He looked very much like a pink porcupine, honestly. He was also not very appreciative. You fucking bitch, what the hell is wrong with you? That's no way to talk to a lady shark boy. She admonished him. Now, weren't you running from something? The reminder had him completely disregarding his current situation, and he immediately resumed his sprint across the clearing. A look to the wolves only presented the Nara with two shrugs. God damn it, Gyurin, you're going to get me trucking killed. Shikamaru wasn't sure if the porcupine could hear her softer laugh, but he could. For someone who had just tried to murder her teammate, it was surprisingly pleasant. Oh, wouldn't that be just a dream come true? Again, she was rather quiet. The Nara supposed there was no reason for her to yell that at her teammate if he hadn't managed to figure it out himself. Much faster than the porcupine, another head of white darted into the clearing, swiftly making his way through pink dust and sharp crystal shards without issue despite an evident lack of shoes. Unlike the first one, this one came right at him. Shikamaru backed up ready to support as the wolves readied their weapons but otherwise made no aggressive movements. It seemed pretty odd, he thought, but maybe they were just tired after the first fight. Or perhaps one of them really was a Nara and shared their mindset, or at least part of it, so was hoping to avoid direct conflict but preparing just in case. Either way, the young man didn't hesitate in the slightest and slid between the two wolves as their swords lashed out. Steel struck bone instead of flesh, and the young man continued without pause to scoop up their former captive and run in the same direction as Shark Boy. From her position in his arms, Gyurin thanked him before turning back to her captors. Shikamaru suspected that hadn't actually been the case and blowing the Nara a taunting kiss. While glad to see all their opponents retreating, he was also pretty sure it meant they had failed. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he gave a sigh and turned to the wolves. He ignored the sight, one testing the balance of two dropped bone blades and the other who had stooped down to scoop small piles of pink dust and crystal shards into a pouch, and proceeded to give his orders as if they were standing properly at attention before him. All right, let's find the others and follow till we hit the border. After that we can head home. The one with the blades put them away quickly, ready to move on, and the one collecting the crystals pumped their fist in silent cheer. It looked like he wasn't the only one who wanted the mission to be over. Tell me, Wolf-san asked the green lump over his back. Is your leader youthful? The wolf paused for a moment, turning back to look at the genin he was bringing back to Konoha before shrugging. Naruto-sama was pretty young, he supposed. The genin punched the sky. Yash! What a wonderful thing to hear! Has he been teaching you all the ways of youth? Lee eagerly looked at the expressionless face of Porcelain, overjoyed to find other youthful comrades, but was disappointed when a confused wolf shook his head. No! What travesty is this? Surely you want to experience youth the same way as your most youthful leader, wouldn't you? The wolf wasn't sure they were actually on the same page here, but he couldn't think of any reason he wouldn't want to be like his father. Hesitantly he nodded. Glorious, let me teach you the ways of youth on this journey back to Konoha, Wolf-san. This was probably a bad idea, but he was also kind of curious. How bad could it be? And so the two continued on to Konohagakure no Sato while an animatedly chatted on about the wonders of a youthful life. Chapter 72. Overseer Jirobo. Back forward. Kankuro shook his head, trying to find something to focus on other than his siblings' hands swinging in front of him. Considering they had to skirt along the edges of Hai no Kuni to reach their first destination, all there was to see was an endless expanse of trees. Okay, he was exaggerating a bit. They had seen plenty of clearings. Temari had declared that at the next town they were getting supplies so they could have a picnic in one of them. What that meant he had no idea, and there were a couple mountains, or maybe they were hills. They weren't sand, so he wasn't too sure, but regardless of where he looked, his vision was filled by that accursed color of insanity green. Hadn't his siblings lost enough of their minds? Temari wanted them to go on a picnic for God's sake, and Gaara seemed eager to join her. The middle sand sibling took a look over his shoulder to see the reason they were being exposed to so much more of the heinous color. Yep, his dad was still back there moping. He hadn't taken the news of Hai no Kuni's occupation well, and Sai suggested he join his children on their vacation to relax. The puppeteer was fairly certain the commander of the wolves just didn't want to deal with the depressed Kazekage. Fair enough, Kankuro didn't really want either. And because of him they were walking through the greenery of Hai no Kuni once again, 3 Suna shinobi and the former Kazekage, definitely not out of place at all when Konoha troops were currently establishing themselves within Sunagakure instead of just taking a boat directly north to Yu no Kuni. The boat would have been faster than their current leisurely stroll and would have spared them from the green, but his father apparently did not get along well with open water. Fantastic. If that was the guy who became Kazekage, Kankuro really couldn't say he was completely surprised Kaze no Kuni had been taken over. Then again, while Konoha was known for its eccentricity, it certainly didn't have a monopoly on it. Seeing his father reduced from king of the sand to a moping cat scared of water, however, had him wishing they did. Really, it was just sad. I think we need to have a talk. The black-haired young woman looked up from her tea to the Inuzuka head seated on the couch across from her, noting the slight frown on the older woman's face. Is something wrong, Tsum? No, not exactly, Tsum answered. But I think we need to make sure we're on the same page about some things. A frown came to Mai's lips as she tried to think of anything that may have prompted this. She came back empty-handed. Is this about the wolves or the Inuzuka? Matriarch gave a deep sigh. It's about us, Mai. We need to talk about us. The second highest authority in the wolves never thought she'd hear those words, and she never expected them to make her feel so nervous. Mai stayed silent for a moment, staring down at her tea before placing it onto the coffee table with a light sigh. Okay, let's talk. What's on your mind? It was time like this that she really appreciated the fact that Naruto usually only shared his concerns about the wolves, and usually kept his personal feeling to himself. Though that wasn't to say she didn't know what he was feeling anyway. She could read that troublesome daimyo like an open book. This relationship started with a vague gesture of her hand. What exactly is it? Where is it going? That had Mai pausing. What was their relationship? Despite the time they had spent together, Mai had never actually considered what their relationship really was. It was a friendship to be sure, but did friends cuddle up in bed together? Well, they did if they were wolves, but what about normal people? And did it matter what normal people did when they were talking about the two of them? They weren't lovers, things hadn't gone that far, but they were at least very good friends. Briefly, Mai was tempted to answer cuddle buddies, but didn't know how appropriate that was. With Sim in a serious mood, she wasn't sure how well it would be taken either. Despite not knowing what their relationship was, Mai did know that she cared a great deal for the Inuzuka head and would hate to hurt her. I don't know, Sim, she finally admitted. I really don't know. The Inuzuka matriarch nodded in acceptance. That's fair, I have no idea either. Sim visibly attempted to steel her nerves but was less than successful. The real question is, what do you want our relationship to be? Before Mai could really start considering the question, she continued. I know you're very close to Genin Naruto, and I'm pretty sure you're close to Tsukiyomi too from what you've told me, but I also know that my daughter is considering attempting a relationship with your brother. So where will that put us? Sim had obviously been putting a lot more thought into this than Mai ever had, which was rather uncharacteristic of an Inuzuka and made Mai feel more than a little guilty. You're right, Naruto and I have known each other for a while, and we are very dear friends, Mai admitted. And my first loyalty will always be to Tsukiyomi no matter what happens, but you're very important to me, Sim. I just don't know what might come of it. The Inuzuka matriarch didn't look like the answer she had received, but her expression also showed she understood. Well, after a few moments of silence, Sim had began speaking again. If we don't know where this is going, I suppose we can hold off on the discussion about our age difference for the time being. Mai shot her a sly smirk. What age difference? Sim gave a bark of laughter, happy to escape the seriousness of the conversation. But the doubts still lingered within them both. A large barrel was set to the floor with a solid thud, its bearer taking a step back and dropping to one knee. Behind them 3 others also dropped to their knee, heads lowered to avoid the gaze of their Kage. Ah, so you've returned, have you? We have Orochimaru-sama. Jirobo dared to look up and meet her eyes. Your orders have been carried out. So they have. Orochimaru lifted herself off her throne, because when you had the option of having one, why on earth wouldn't you? And started walking down to her kneeling shinobi. Were there any issues? None with the retrieval. Jirobo shook his head. But I believe the Kan twins and Kadamura both fell to Konoha forces. Orochimaru gave a thoughtful hum before declaring no great loss then. Turning to one of her most favored servants, she gestured to the barrel. Kimimaro-kun, do take our new guest down into the cells. If he hasn't activated the Ten no Jun yet, then he may do so any second. We wouldn't want any complications. The last Kagaya looked up, devotion clear on his face. As you command, Orochimaru-sama. The smile she gave him, in his opinion, was worth the disease that racked his body. Gyurin Suigetsu, she addressed the other two who had been sent to support the recovery team. I expect a written report turned in by noon tomorrow. You are dismissed. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Gyurin gave a bow before leaving. Suigetsu, while smart enough not to complain or make snarky comments, was still not the formal type. Sure thing, boss lady. Fortunately for him, she was in a very good mood with the successful retrieval of the last Uchiha, and paid his response no mind as she turned back to Jirobo. You seem somewhat different, Jirobo, she commented. He didn't respond, as so she continued. Tell me, did you happen to take the lead after Tayuya left? I did, Orochimaru-sama. He was still on one knee but continued to meet her eyes, his head following her, as she circled him slowly. She kind of liked it. I see. Was this at her suggestion, or did you boys decide among yourselves? I took control. She couldn't help the pleased grin that stretched over her lips. That sentence said a lot, and it was exactly what she wanted to hear. And it's done wonders for your confidence, I notice. It suits you. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. She gave a negligent wave of her hand. No thank you, Jirobo. Good leadership is hard to find in Odogekure. I've been trying to fill vacancies for weeks. Orochimaru-sama? He questioned, his face almost managing to hide any trace of confusion. Congratulations, Jirobo. You've been promoted. As one of Orochimaru's chosen bodyguards, he was already incredibly high-ranking. Those of comparable authority were overseers of various projects Orochimaru didn't have time to monitor personally, such as remote research bases, subject obtainment, and the maintenance of the deep cells. Gyurin happened to be one of the overseers, often called Orochimaru's left hand, and typically covered the day-to-day operations of Odogekure itself. She was basically Kage when the Snake Sage was away. Kabuto had been another Orochimaru's right hand, but as her second-in-command it had fallen to him to work directly with the wolves in Nami no Kuni. Beforehand he had been in charge of the information network, and some of her top-tier medical experiments. He had not been very pleased with the change, but as an overseer he had been wise enough not to voice it. Everyone had known regardless, but that wasn't the point. All Jirobo really wondered at this point was what on earth he might be put in charge of. Well, tasked with may have been more appropriate word choice, but it was the same idea. Even so, he was quick to respond. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. You honor me. She gave a slight giggle at his response. He had never heard that before and was stuck trying to figure out if it was arousing or terrifying, and patted his shoulder lightly. So polite, Overseer Jirobo. If I didn't have another task for you, I'd have to use you as an envoy. Her fingers slipped from his shoulder as she gave a small sigh. I have a problem, you see. My Crimson Prince deserves the best gifts, and yet I constantly find myself at a loss when it comes to finding something good enough. You, however, have managed to bring me the best gift, and in doing so demonstrated your ability to retrieve things with high value. He could see where this was going, and he wasn't sure how he felt about it. So she continued. I have a section of Kabuto's network dedicated to locating items with unique properties, and I want you to take control of them, and a single squad of your choosing to retrieve them. I understand, Orochimaru-sama. Is there anything off limits? Konoha, I'm afraid I don't want the wolves to experience any backlash from our actions, and stealing from them will increase village suspicion of my beloved godson. Otherwise, no, I don't care what you go after. Just don't be stupid. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. Good. She grinned. You're dismissed. Written report on my desk by noon, and be in my office at 1400 hours to meet your new intel team. I'd be best if you already knew who you wanted on your team before you showed up, but it's not required. Which meant do it. Jirobo understood. It was why he had been made overseer after all. Understood, Orochimaru-sama. He stood up, gave a bow, and backed out of the room. He'd need to get started on choosing his team. The report of him running through High no Kuni's forests without opposition could be jotted down easily enough later. Briefly, he wondered what his old team would have thought of him being an overseer, but easily dismissed it. Tayuya wouldn't care, and the other two were dead. It did make him wonder who Orochimaru's new bodyguards were going to be, though. It wasn't like she had much to choose from. The wood shattered around him, splinters infused with enough of his vile chakra to embed themselves into the stone wall. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony, as the warm blanket of bloodlust draped itself over his mind. But he knew this feeling now. With a defiant roar, he mentally ripped off that blanket, shredding it until his vision returned and he could see the purple chakra rising from his body. With no lights in this room, the glow of condensed chakra was the only illumination available. He couldn't stand the sight of it. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Sasuke continued to suppress the seal, pushing all the chakra that had snaked its way into his system back into the Ten-no-Jin and locking it tightly. He would not allow himself to lose to it again. Slowly the light dimmed, fading away into the cooling embrace of the darkness. Panting in exhaustion, he rested for a moment against the cold stone ground. Unlike him, his shirt had apparently not survived. He was rather thankful for that, as he didn't have the strength to remove it himself. Dying, as it turns out, was rather exhausting. It was not an experience he was keen on repeating. Sasuke didn't imagine he had much choice in the matter. All too soon, though, it was time to the last Uchiha in this miserable state. It may have been days. As far as he knew, his cold, dark, blessedly silent world was invaded by the squeaking of rusting hinges and a bright column of light from the outside world. Blinded as he was, he could only vaguely make out the silhouette in the doorway. But there was no mistaking those eyes. Orochimaru, he managed to choke out the effort from speaking alone, reducing him to panting on the floor. Honestly, he didn't even need to see them to know who it was that had captured him. After all, his captors hadn't exactly kept it secret. Still, he felt the need to address his captor instead of laying on the floor like lame livestock moments away from being butchered. "Oh ho, so you remember me, Sasuke-kun?" She received a weak nod in response, which had her frowning. "You know, most who unlock the second stage of the Ten-no-Jin are a bit more energetic." There was some legitimate concern in her voice. After all, he was to be her next vessel. He gave a bitter, choking laugh. It was painful, but he couldn't help himself. They're probably too deep in a blood rage or power trip to even notice the damn damage to their bodies. He gave a few more bitter chuckles, feeling small droplets of blood as they collected on his lips and slowly rolled down his chin. They probably don't try to repress the Ten-no-Jin either. That actually caught Orochimaru off guard. He had repressed the Ten-no-Jin so soon after its second awakening? Never mind why he would do such a thing, she found herself astonished that he had actually succeeded. "My, that's actually rather impressive, Sasuke-kun." From the corner of his eye he could see her smile. Much to his own surprise, it seemed genuine. "I was already considering giving you some sort of last request to make your stay a bit more comfortable until it comes time to take your Sharingan, but something like that deserves a reward." He could hear her shoes as she stepped down the few stairs into the cell proper, a guard of some sort moving into the doorway to ensure he couldn't try making a break for it, and she stopped right before his broken body. This close and crouched down next to him as she was, he couldn't make out much, but he felt her hand as it grabbed his chin, and gently moved his head to look her in the eyes. "So tell me, Sasuke-kun," she asked, "what is it you want most before you die?" He didn't even have to think about that question. Bring back the Uchiha. Her smile remained genuine but stretched completely across her face, showing just how much she approved. That was a last request she would be happy to fulfill. "Where did you get these?" Clicky asked, looking between the sheets of papers and her current boss. Shizen looked slightly embarrassed but answered anyway. "The contact they had available for me made them when he heard what we needed. He said to just apply those papers to the proper area." Clicky gave her an incredulous look before returning to them, scrutinizing them closely. "They're seals all right," she huffed as she tossed them onto her work desk. "But not a single one of them involves movement of any kind unless you want to consider the time-space manipulation of what looks to be a half-finished storage seal." So Shizen had been afraid of that when she was able to recognize some of the elements he had been using in his work, but a part of her had hoped she just wasn't knowledgeable enough to understand what he was doing. It looked like she was right after all, unfortunately. So it's just a pile of useless papers." Clicky slammed a fist onto the shared table in the middle of the room. From his position at his own workstation, Rusted winced. He was going to have to heal that one later. He had heard the crack from here and doubted it was from the large slab of metal they were using to assemble the completed body. Shizen gave a defeated sigh. "I was afraid of that. Is there anything in there we can make use of?" The idea was enough to give Clicky pause, and a thoughtful frown came to her face. Probably not, she decided at last. But I suppose we better check. Don't want the higher-ups getting too pissy at us. She would rather not be thrown back into Ibiki's domain, thank you. Try to find something. It was meant to be a command, but it came out slightly pleading. Neither Clicky nor Rusted made mention of it because they both understood perfectly well. They did not want to disappoint the House of the Wolves. Perhaps for different reasons than Shizen, but the idea was the same. As Clicky went to work poring over the seals that had been provided to them, Rusted wheeled himself over on his stool to speak with his boss. So he asked, "What are the chances she'll find anything good?" Shizen shook her head mournfully. "I recognized most of the seals. That said a lot actually. Either of them had much knowledge in the field of seals, and these were intended to give a wooden body the full movement of a human being." Rusted's shoulders fell and he asked in a weaker voice, "And the chances of us getting an actual seal master? Unless my pops in for a visit before Clicky finishes, less than there being anything worthwhile in those seals." "Ouch. Yeah," she agreed. "Ouch." Rusted stayed silent for a few minutes, just watching as a steadily more frustrated Clicky went through the papers, searching in vain for anything useful. Eventually he gave a shrug and with a few parting words rocketed himself back to his workstation. "Well, nothing we can do about it then, is there?" It made her feel slightly better, but not by much. At least it wasn't her fault. She gave a happy sigh as she sunk into the chair behind her desk. It was simple pleasures like a good chair that turned her bases from networks of caves into proper secret lairs. Well, for her at least. Most of her subordinates didn't have the same luxuries as she did, so it may as well have been a series of caves. But they weren't important. No, there were very few people of any importance within her base, and the most important of people wasn't there at all. One such person, however, was the current focus of her thoughts. Uchiha Sasuke Konoha's last Uchiha had been moved into a private room with a medical team to heal the body that she would soon inhabit. Normally the Ten-no Juin helped the body heal, but with his rejection of the power he would have to heal the natural way. Well, as naturally as being exposed to healing jutsu 24/7 until his body had recovered could be counted. It wouldn't be long after that when the Snake Sage would be able to take over his body and finally obtain the key to learning every jutsu in existence. The non-bloodline ones, at least. Picking up bloodlines was a much slower process, but something they had been capable of doing for some time now. She supposed there were always improvements that could be made, but it really wasn't a main focus at the moment. Maybe when she had really perfected her immortality, she'd turn her attention to the pursuit of easier body snatching. Despite how close she was to the Sharingan, however, the thought of taking over Sasuke's body brought a frown to her face. Naruto liked this body after all, and she didn't really like the idea of discarding it when it suited her so well. Once she was in Sasuke's body, she'd also have to give her technique time to sort through its traits and assimilate those beneficial to her, namely the Sharingan itself. Until it finished, she wouldn't be able to change bodies, which meant she'd be in a body that didn't please her little prince. The only good thing was that she still had some time, and that this body had a good 2 years until it was completely worn out. That meant she could save it after taking Sasuke's and return to it for a time while she found her next vessel. Maybe when she was in Sasuke's body she could find some way to extend the life of her chosen vessels. Or maybe her prince's Sealkeeper could be put to good use towards that. Either way, she needed to make use of what time she had left in this body. A wicked grin stretched over her lips. Arrangements would need to be made, but she knew exactly what she needed to do. "Thank you for your report, Chunin Nara. Konoha thanks you and your team for answering her call during an emergency." Sarutobi Asuma, usually known as a rather laid-back individual, wore his Kage robes as if they weighed more than the world. His face, normally relaxed, was grave even as he congratulated his former student. As much as the Sandaime said it was a phase, all of them excepting the Shodaime had gone through the Nara era had difficulty seeing his old sensei within those robes. He really did hope the sudden responsibility for the entirety of Konohagakure didn't irrevocably change the man. The Nidaime had apparently passed the title on to the Sandaime before he had ever grown out of it, remaining deadly serious about his position for years. Then again, that was just who the Nidaime was too, so perhaps that example wasn't exactly valid. "Permission to speak freely, Hokage-sama?" Shikamaru requested. "Granted." Konoha almost lost 3 clan heirs, the son of a clan head and 2 students of Konoha's taijutsu master, to retrieve a clan heir who was contemplating taking up headship and retiring from the shinobi lifestyle. I don't care what the council said, such an exchange is not worth it even if we had succeeded. We've lived without the Uchiha for years, but the loss of those clan heirs alone would severely cripple us as their clans start to resent and distrust the village. Asuma was silent for a moment, contemplating it before giving a nod. Yes, I can certainly see what you mean. Shikamaru shook his head. I'm sure you can see some of it, but have you considered what Suna's invasion may have ended as if one of our own clans was angry enough at us to side with them? No, he hadn't considered that. A large frown stretched across his face as he thought about it. He wasn't sure about the results from such a scenario, which meant it would have been total chaos. Collateral damage would have skyrocketed, and he couldn't begin to estimate the loss of life for both sides. Even if they won, Konoha would have been suspicious of each other for many, many years, which would make its prize teamwork a thing of the past. Such vulnerability wouldn't have been ignored either, and instead of invading Kaze no Kuni, one of their past enemies would have jumped on the opportunity to invade Hai no Kuni. He disliked the idea of private military organizations operating within Hai no Kuni, such as Root and the House of Wolves, though of the two one of those should be within Hai no Kuni. He just didn't like them in Konohagakure, but the idea that forces who didn't have Konoha's interests at heart, even if Danzo's attempts to aid Konoha seemed misguided to Asuma, the intention was still there entering their borders, was something he absolutely could not abide. Which is exactly why he had gone to such lengths against Suna. You could be damn sure the rest of the villages knew his stance on aggression towards his village. The Konoha of the past may have withstood attacks like a great aged oak resists a gentle breeze, but Asuma was going to remind them that Konoha wasn't just defensive. They were fire after all, and as much as fire provided light and heat to live by, it also consumed and destroyed that which crossed its path. A wise person would not cross fire, and they would not cross him. And speaking of the House of Wolves, were it not for the assistance of Uzumaki Naruto, continued his former student, and the wolves he managed to send our way, there is a good chance none of us would have returned. He was not going to mention the fact that the Odo shinobi didn't seem intent to kill them, or his suspicions that it was because of the wolves. He had not been blind to the way the wolves so casually fought Guren in that crystal field, or the fact that despite their obvious skills she was still very much capable of using any of her techniques. The fact that she hadn't made it even more suspicious. None of you? Asuma didn't doubt his student, but he had to make sure. Well, Naruko may have managed to get away due to her unique status. Asuma didn't even question Shikamaru's knowledge about that particular secret. It wasn't one of the most well-kept ones anyway, even if they didn't exactly announce it. But the rest of us would have been dead. Asuma didn't like hearing that, but he could grudgingly admit that the dogs had their uses. It wasn't even them he had a problem with, it was their gall to operate in the territory that was his responsibility. How was he to ensure the safety of Hai no Kuni with wildcards doing as they pleased? If the wolves were, I don't know, in Nami no Kuni, that country they took over, in case anyone had forgotten, then he wouldn't even care. Because they were in Hai no Kuni, and specifically Konohagakure no Sato itself, he had to make sure they didn't become a threat. If that meant going against them outside Hai no Kuni, well, he'd do what he needed to do. The fact that the wolves had apparently displeased the daimyo of Hai no Kuni with their handling of the Suna invasion also helped. The daimyo had been adamant about staying out of Mizu no Kuni previously, but with wolf operations he had permitted Konoha to pick a side. One that happened to be opposed to the wolves. Admittedly, it was also just as likely the daimyo was ensuring that regardless of the outcome it was a group that answered to him that came out victorious, as it was a way to humble the wolves and remind them that they weren't the biggest fish in the sea. It could also be both, or even a way to weaken Konoha for their own failings to inform him of the invasion too. 3 birds, 1 stone, and he didn't even have to throw it. That was the kind of person the daimyo of Hai no Kuni was, and Asuma could respect that. While he reflected upon this, he remained silent, and after a moment more spoke again. Then I suppose thanks are in order. It also seems like we have some more openings within our teams. He was still trying to figure out what had happened to Niji during the invasion, though with recent events he thought he had a pretty good idea, and his cousin Hinata had somehow managed to stage a coup during it. They had severely underestimated her, especially if she had known the invasion was coming and planned to make use of it, taking control of the clan completely. The teams are going to need to be rearranged, also a good thing for his old team. Training with the previous Hokage wasn't something to scoff at, but the Sandaime wasn't going to be going out and doing missions at his age. He wanted to spend his retirement relaxing in a comfy chair with his favorite pipe, and Asuma couldn't hold that against him. Shikamaru, despite knowing his teacher was more or less thinking out loud at this point, nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, that's probably in order. As if reminded of his student's presence, Asuma turned back to meet Shikamaru's gaze, holding it for a moment before a small smile came to his lips. Yes, it is. And I happen to know a newly promoted chunin who doesn't have any upcoming missions that can work on it. Shikamaru didn't try to hold back his groan. He should have kept his damn mouth shut. Chapter 73 Pillars of Iron. Well done, he praised, ruffling their hair one by one. I couldn't hoped for better results. 3 wolves stooped down to receive their praise before straightening up and looking towards their father with adoration. 2 proceeded to hold out gifts, a pair of bone swords and a bag of pink crystal, while the other gave a strange thumbs up. Naruto didn't pay it much mind. His wolves were eccentric, and he loved them just the way they were. He didn't focus too much on the gifts either, making a show of examining them just because he knew it would make the wolves feel good to have brought him something he took interest in. There would be time to truly examine them later, but even then the quality of the gift was irrelevant. He had kept each and every gift they had ever given him, which had turned into a rather strange collection of odds and ends back in the den. Each and every one of them was a sign of his children's devotion to him and an expression of their loyalty. How could he ever throw something like that away? Setting the gifts on his desk and returning the thumbs up, much to the third wolf's evident delight, he skimmed over the written copy of their report before signing it and setting it next to the swords. Get some rest, you 3, you deserve it. He received 3 Konoha salutes, followed immediately by another thumbs up, and the 3 left his office. He could have sworn he heard one of them mention something about youth but dismissed it. The word gave him a strange sense of dread, but he had no idea why and had no reason to investigate. He would, however, keep an ear out for any strange happenings, and he'd make sure to look for the word within any written reports. Hopefully it was just his imagination. Shaking his head of the thought, he moved the report to its proper home in his desk drawer. In a few days Mai would be by with a guard of wolves to transport it back to the den, where it would sit until the end of the month. Then it would be gathered up with the rest of this month's paperwork and shipped off to Nami for permanent storage in the official archives. He examined the blades again, wondering how and more importantly why they had been used. Sure, his wolves could say that one of Orochimaru's shinobi grew it out of their body, and he didn't doubt Orochimaru of all people might have someone like that, but a lot of them also seemed to think he was a deity, so he tended to take even the most serious reports with a grain of salt. Sai's antics in turning parts of his reports into poetry came to mind. Moving the blades onto his bookshelf, he took a moment to look through the bag of gems, making note of the shards that might be turned into jewelry. Personally, he was favoring the idea of rings, but he thought Mai might appreciate a necklace better, something almost a choker but not quite, and perhaps some matching earrings. Maybe a bracelet too, now that he thought about it. Did he need an excuses to shower his favorite wolf in gifts? He didn't think so, which meant most of his wolves would agree. In fact, she would probably be the leader of those who didn't. What few those would be. The idea that she would be the biggest advocate against giving her gifts, while somewhat frustrating, also served to bring a small smile to his face. She was a stubborn young woman, which was a necessity when dealing with him. The bag was closed again and swept into an open drawer of his desk for safekeeping. Retaking his seat, he reached for the first paper on his desk only to realize it was empty. Blinking in surprise at the sheer absurdity of having no work today, he hadn't done it yet, had he? His eyes narrowed. That stubborn girl had stolen his work again, hadn't she? With a tired sigh, he pushed himself from his desk. His entire body still hurt from yesterday's training, his damaged chakra system strained as you would any muscle, but if his work was done, it was time to resume. After all, how else was he going to master the jutsu so Mai would stop working herself to death? There was a tugging at the seal, a fluctuation so minor that if she had anything else to occupy her time these days, she would have missed it. But she didn't have anything to occupy her time with. Dainty feet splashed into cold water, the brownish mixture churning and swirling with every step. It was a far cry from what it had once been, but that had only even been the exception to this prison she had found herself locked within all these years. Almost tripping on another piece of shattered stone, she briefly considered if she was a fool to blindly follow whatever feeling was affecting the seal. For years she had stayed where she landed because outside her circle of shattered rubble and broken dreams there was nothing but an endless expanse of murky brown water, occasionally broken by chunks of rock. The great gate that had so long held her ire could no longer be found, and without landmarks she would have spent an eternity within a space that could not end. That is, after all, the nature of such seals. For while the power of the seals can only contain so much, those within the seals are no longer held to the same laws of time and space. It was something she had learned over the decades she had spent within them, a lesson she'd rather have done without. But if she could just get back to those gates, back to the one on the other side of those gates, then all these years would have been well worth it. Almost as if summoned by her thoughts, large pillars of rusted iron began to rise far in the distance. She couldn't help the sudden surge of hope that flooded her heart, and completely disregarding everything else, she made a mad dash for it. Stone edges cut into her feet, and she tripped twice, but climbing over shattered stone, she made it to the gates she had hated for so long. It was the most beautiful thing she had seen with her own eyes for years. Another tug at the seal, noticeably stronger this time, had the iron bars creaking and groaning in protest. It wasn't just a gate, because everything beyond it seemed to shift and settle in ways that buildings shouldn't. Peering between the bars, she knew she wouldn't see him just standing there waiting for her, but she still hoped. Naturally, she was disappointed. The stone platform that had once led back into her own part of the seal was still perfectly intact, the rusted iron gate flush against it, and not a single chip in it, despite the fact that everything on her end of the seal had been destroyed by the falling of the gate back then. Reaching through, she ran delicate fingers over the cold, dry stone, and when the gates groaned again, she could feel it in the stone pathway and the gate she was leaning against. A frown came to her lips. She knew who was on the other side of the gate, and she could remember a time where she could feel his emotions through the seal. So was this all she could feel of some turbulent emotion, or was something else going on with him, something she wasn't there to help him through? A worried frown tugged at her lips, and she returned to looking at the world outside her reach. It was a far more pleasant sight than her own world. Everything looked identical as far as she could tell, with a single exception. An archway of white marble had replaced one of the walls, intricately carved and decorated with a band blue and gold. Extending from the archway was a raised floor much like the one she used to dine with her beloved upon. It was a white that matched the gate, presumably made of the same material, and covered in a rug of deep blue. Delicate patterns of gold had been embroidered into the rug, and a wave-like pattern went down either side. It looked much more comfortable than her prison, that was for certain. Another tremble went through the seal, causing her frown to deepen, but when a head of sandy blonde hair poked itself out from the archway, she found her eyes narrowing suspiciously. This little world was the seal's representation of the exact point in space and time in which Naruto's chakra system, his conscious, his seal, and his sister's seal all met. She didn't know what this new facet represented or how this woman was now tied to her Naruto, but she didn't like it. Moments of glaring later, the woman seemed to notice her between the iron bars. First the expression was of surprise, but it quickly morphed to one of utter loathing with such speed that she was slightly startled. When a single tan tail rose behind the woman in an agitated manner, that slight startle became absolute shock and disbelief. "Shikaku?" she managed to ask, only to receive a sneer in response. "Don't you dare think you even deserve to speak that name, fox," she spat. "Naruto-sama provided you with more than you could have ever dreamed of having, and you went behind his back to betray him." Mito suddenly found herself wondering if she was more shocked to learn of the Ichibi's presence, or enraged by her words. One thing was certain, however, she had many questions. "All right, I think I've figured it out." Shikamaru's voice caught the Godame's attention as he looked up from his piles of paperwork to meet the gaze of his student. Well, former student. These days most of their training was done by his father, so he probably couldn't rightfully consider them his. Both happy for a break and glad for a chance to catch up with his favorite former student, Asuma put down his pen and leaned back into his chair. "You've figured what out?" The teen Shikamaru placed a paper upon his desk, sliding it towards him. "You wanted me to rearrange." They'd been rearranged. It had only been a few days since he had tasked the young Chunin to do that, and honestly he had expected to have to remind him in a week or two. With so many of their forces off in Suna, they really weren't in a big rush to reform the teams. Mostly because they wouldn't be going out on missions anyway. Someone had to maintain the home front after all. "Oh?" Asuma raised a brow as he leaned down to examine the paper. It was simple, straightforward, and kind of boring. Considering he had asked the Nara to do it, the minimalism shouldn't have surprised him. Gods above, they wouldn't be doing any more work than absolutely necessary. He took a few minutes to look over the proposed teams, contemplating them before he nodded. "That all seems fine to me." The Godane fished out his seal and quickly stamped it onto the bottom of the paper. It was the easiest way to make any document official. Drop that with my secretary on your way out, please, they'll get it to administration. Of course, Hokage-sama. As much as he wanted to remain professional, Asuma couldn't hold back his wince when he was addressed so formally by the Nara heir. Was there anything else? Asuma wanted to say there was, wanted to ask about how his old team was doing, but a look to the stacks of paperwork he had left, and the nagging reminder in the back of his head that told him he had a meeting in 20 minutes to discuss the Suna occupation vetoed him quite soundly. With a resigned sigh he shook his head. No, Chunin Nara, you are free to go. The Nara gave a quick salute. It was easier than bowing, and left the office. Not for the first time Asuma had to wonder how long he would end up holding a position he had never wanted. He also dreaded how much it might change him before he could escape. Mito was capable of subtlety, she really was, but it was most certainly not her preferred tool. What did you say, you damn raccoon? That's none of your goddamn business. It would appear that anger had won, but the Kyuubi wasn't anything if not passionate. It was to be expected. If you listened as well as you caused Naruto-sama pain, you might know. That was a low, painful blow, but it was enough to knock the anger right out of her. Collecting herself as best she could, she tried to put on her favored air of arrogance. From Shikaka's unimpressed expression, she had not succeeded in the slightest. My relationship with Naruto is between Naruto and myself, Shikaki. You shouldn't poke your nose into the affairs of your betters. Karura wasn't going to deny that Naruto was most certainly above her, but as she was his, Karura also knew she had a far greater status than the Kyuubi held. Considering my own relationship with Naruto-sama, she countered, I would say any attempts for you to ruin his life again would most certainly be a concern of mine. A cold weight settled in Mito's stomach at her words, and it took her a moment to process them. Shikaka was in a relationship with Naruto? She had been replaced by the Ichibi? Mito looked beyond her sister and to the palace that stretched out behind her. That was most certainly her Naruto's work, only he would be capable of such, but had he gone to such lengths because he liked Shikaka more than he had liked her, or had he simply been so grateful to have someone else that he was trying to ensure there was no reason for the Ichibi to leave him as the Kyuubi once had? The weight dispersed through her abdomen, spreading a dread that had her insides twisting uncomfortably. He's mine, declared the Kyuubi. I won't let you take him from me. The Ichibi just gave a melodious laugh. He was yours, Fox. You threw him away. Now I'm his, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Between you and me, well, he still enjoys the company of one of us on a regular basis. I'll give you a hint, it isn't you. Her piece said, she retreated back into her palace with her first ever victory over the greater Biju. She was still angered just from having seen her, but that was nothing a little time with her lord couldn't remedy. Back behind her rusted gate, Mito glared at the place the Ichibi had just been, but no matter how angry those words made her, she couldn't deny the truth they held. One of them still had Naruto, and at the moment it wasn't her. But she was the Kyuubi no Kitsune, she thought as her scowl melted away into a small smirk. She always won in the end. It didn't matter what she had to do, Naruto would be hers again. Or perhaps she would be his. A pleasurable tingle traveled down her spine at the idea. Oh yes, that sounded quite good indeed. How else was she to make up for her absence but by giving herself to him? As she continued to dream about all that might encompass, she slid to the ground next to the gate, uncaring of the water that splashed against her. She had finally found the gate. She would endure everything this world could throw at her to ensure she was with Naruto again. Her tongue darted out to lick ruby lips. She couldn't wait. When every inch of his body felt as though liquid fire ran through it, Naruto decided he had probably practiced enough for the day. The fact that his shaking fingers couldn't even be forced into the proper seal no matter how hard he tried was also a major reason to head back home. Wiping away his sweat with a towel, he peered at the sun with a frown. The time spent on this jutsu was inconsequential compared to the benefits it would provide, but he still had too much time today, and he knew no more paperwork would have made it to his desk if Mai had already stolen what was there earlier. He'd have to create some work to take care of, or he'd just sit around for the rest of the day feeling useless. Tossing the towel over his shoulder, he had started his walk back to his apartment, if it could be called such anymore, when he felt a tug at his waist. He had taken to keeping a small pouch of sand on him at all times, both as something for him to practice with and also as a versatile tool you never knew when you might need. It also had another very important function. It allowed to a limited degree Karura to interact with the world. As it was currently moving about in the bag without any effort from him, he was pretty sure she wanted to do something with it. Untying the drawstring that held it shut, he watched as the soft sand rose up and twisted together in a familiar hand. It wasted no time reaching down to stroke his cheek gently and move down his neck to caress his back. A fond smile came to his lips at her antics. It would seem Karura was feeling a bit needy today. That was fine, he had needed something to occupy his time with anyway. When it went from his back to his collarbone, he caught it and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Within the seal he could hear Karura's pleased giggle, and she was quick to reciprocate by having the sand escape his hands and forming her own pair of lips. It was an interesting feeling having lips of sand plant a kiss on his cheek, but the affection she wished to convey was unmistakable. "I'll be there soon, Karura," he promised into the seal. "And I'll be waiting, my lord. It looks like you wouldn't be useless today after all." "I'll be there soon, Karura." Mito forced back her grimace. She knew that voice, heard it in her every waking dream, but hearing it now directed at her youngest sibling was more nightmare than anything. She had to remind herself that it was only temporary, and that her sister deserved some attention too after all that time locked in a kettle. After Naruto was hers again, maybe she'd let him keep the Ichibi as a pet. So long as she remembered who she belonged to and didn't try to overstep into Mito's territory, there shouldn't be any issue. Karura's, as she went now apparently cry for attention, also had the added benefit of drawing him into the seal, which increased the chances of him seeing her again. Had she not known better, she would have dared hope that he would walk down the pathway leading to her prison on his way to Karura's. Actually, she was growing quite fond of that name. Much better than Shikaku Palace. Unfortunately, she was aware that during his time with her he had grown much more skilled in controlling this place, and would appear precisely where he intended to. And what reason would he possibly have to come to this section of the seal? She would need to think of some way to draw his attention. They must have been in the garden, Gaara concluded, because he could only ever hear his Ka-sama humming when she was spending time there. She wasn't humming this time, instead letting off pleased giggles and melodious laughter as she spent time with Tu-sama, whose deeper voice stayed quiet but practically reverberated within Gaara despite not being able to make out the words. It was strange to feel the presence of both his parents connected to his very being, but Gaara certainly did not mind it. He took comfort both in the fact that they were there and the fact that they were spending time together, as he thought all parents should. He looked to his side where Temari walked leisurely, his hand in hers and gently swinging as they walked, and felt a measure of pity that she wasn't able to spend time with him like Ka-sama was. It made some sense. He thought that one of the mothers would need to watch over their son, but he was also getting to the point where he probably didn't need to be watched over quite so much. Maybe if he convinced Kankuro to watch him for a bit, Temari could spend some time with Tu-sama too. The only problem was that Tu-sama was busy back in Konohagakure and Temari was with them on their way to Kuni. So either he needed to find a way to get Temari into the garden or get Tu-sama to come join them. Personally, he would prefer the latter. When he got dressed up, it typically wasn't in such a manner, usually preferring clothes that stood out while remaining loose enough to avoid restricting his movement, but tonight was a special event, and Mai insisted his furs weren't appropriate, and that he was too much of a distraction in his robes. He wasn't sure what she meant, but who was he to argue? He finished buttoning up his black shirt, tucking it into equally black pants, and contemplated using one of the 3 ties she had brought with the outfit. He wasn't even sure why she had decided to make such a big deal out of him correcting some past mistakes, but she seemed insistent that they do things her way. He didn't have any problem with that. Of course, he loved to indulge her. Just not when it came to stealing his work. He looked over the red, purple, and gray ties before shaking his head. He didn't even know how to wear them. Leaving the top 2 buttons undone, he slipped on a belt and put on a pair of black leather shoes. It occurred to him that the ties were probably there as a means to add color to his ensemble, but it couldn't be helped. Besides, wasn't his hair colorful enough? For some reason he didn't think Mai would buy that excuse for a second. The last thing she had brought for him was a long coat folded over one of his chairs. There had been some clouds during the day, large fluffy things, but they hadn't been dark enough to indicate rain, and it wasn't that cold out yet. Still, she had taken the time and effort to procure it for him, and he was loath to let that go to waste. He slipped it on easily enough, noting that it went down to his knees in the back, and grabbed a black ribbon to tie his hair back with. He succeeded mostly in capturing the majority of his red hair, but there were the few strands that had managed to evade him. He was getting too used to the wolves playing with his hair, it would seem, because he hadn't realized it had gotten so long and rebellious. Giving it up as a lost cause and not wanting to be late, he grabbed a small single kunai holster and attached it to his belt in the back. As the name might suggest, it only held a single kunai, more of a sheath in that regard, and was meant for those on infiltration missions. Well, and for those who simply wanted to carry more kunai. He didn't expect any trouble tonight, but he was a shinobi, and it was only a fool who went anywhere without a blade. It didn't matter that he still had his chains and that he had already slipped a small pouch of sand into the pockets of his coat just in case a blade was an essential tool of a shinobi, and there was no excuse to not have one on his person. There were other things hidden on his person, of course, but that was to be expected, and he was sure his hosts would be understanding. If they ever found out, that is. Ready to go, he left his personal chambers and made his way to the front door of his apartment. At some point he was aware of a wolf slipping behind him, but paid it no mind. Either Mai had sent them to guard him on his way, or they had seen he was going out without an escort, and taken it upon themselves to provide one for him. He was met at the front door by another wolf and an obviously bored Taiyuya. Had it not been for Mai's explicit instructions that the young woman be kept at the apartment, something about giving a bad impression, Naruto would have sent a wolf to find her a dress or maybe clothing more like his own, depending on her tastes, so she could join them. Normally that might have seemed like the perfect opportunity for Taiyuya to mess with Mai, as she seemed so fond of doing, but apparently the young woman didn't actually want to go after seeing the kind of clothing Naruto was being provided by Mai. Perhaps she was under the impression that she'd have been forced into a dress, and that simply wasn't worth the opportunity to anger Mai. Regardless, she'd be staying here while he was out, which was probably for the better considering she wasn't technically supposed to be here in Konoha in the first place. With Sasuke's abduction just a few short days ago, it was probably best for her to remain out of the village's sight. She seemed to perk up slightly at his arrival, and from the red that stained her cheeks she obviously approved of Mai's clothing choices for him. It would seem, however, that Mai had not quite finished. As he approached, the wolf pulled out a plain black box and offered it to him, inside of which Naruto found a pair of white gloves. He stared at them for a moment before raising a brow at the wolf. "Does she actually expect me to wear these? She said it was the gloves or nail polish to match your tie." Neither of them made mention of the fact that he had foregone the tie completely. Still, he probably would have gone with the red, so it was the gloves or red nail polish. He stared at the wolf for a second, only earning an apologetic shaking of the head from the man. Turning instead to Taiyuya, he voiced the same question. "You wouldn't know how to put on nail polish, would you?" She raised a brow and gave a brief snort before shaking her head no. "The Khan brothers like to use it, and Orochimaru's favored it since he had a male body, but I've never bothered." Naruto gave a soft sigh and plucked the gloves from the box. "Gloves it is then." They were soft, very much so, and they were of very light fabric that did little to restrict his dexterity, but he still wasn't a fan of having both hands entirely covered. Even back when he was making an effort to hide Sealkeeper, he only wore a fingerless glove on one hand so he could still feel the world around him. He also had no idea why she wanted him wearing them, but he didn't understand anything about his outfit anyway. "Well then, I suppose I'll see you later this evening, Taiyuya." She gave a shrug but proceeded to push off the wall she had been leaning against to stand toe-to-toe with him. Looking up only slightly to meet his eyes, she gave him a smile followed by a quick kiss to his cheek. "We'll see, Denka-sama. We'll see." Giving her a soft smile in return, he nodded his head gently, and proceeded out the door, the wolf that had been following him grabbing an umbrella offered by the one Mai had actually sent. They didn't think she'd mind too terribly though, so long as the job was done. Much to Naruto's surprise, the evening sky was a dark gray of heavy rain clouds and a cold breeze had accompanied them. He really shouldn't doubt his favorite wolf. Behind him he heard the click of an umbrella, and despite the current absence of rain, the wolf kept it above his head. Just in case, he supposed. With unhurried steps he began making his way towards the Yamanaka compound, catching the attention of those still out in this weather, as the day began winding down. When he did find himself before the Yamanaka compound, he was greeted by the sight of two wolves standing guard, one of them holding an umbrella over Mai's head as she waited for him in a simple black dress. The initial brightening of her expression was quickly replaced by a disappointed frown as she noticed the lack of tie. He didn't let that stop him from approaching her though. While he didn't really like upsetting her, he couldn't deny that she was cute when she was. Ducking under her umbrella, he slipped his arm around hers and placed a quick kiss on her cheek, much like Taiyuya had done to his. Whatever irritation she had been feeling melted away instantly, and she gave him a soft smile. He still wasn't off the hook though. "You didn't wear your tie," she admonished him as a pair of Yamanaka grudgingly opened the compound gate. You still love the way I look without it," he countered with a grin, earning a gentle swat to his shoulder for his efforts. She was silent for a moment more before giving a soft sigh. "I do," she admitted, resting her head against the shoulder she had just attacked. "But I would have liked to see you in the tie." Well, he lowered his voice so that only she could hear him. "Maybe if my favorite wolf asks nicely, I'll make a show of wearing it later just for her." He counted the red of her cheeks as a personal victory. It also complemented her dress quite nicely. Chapter 74 of Doubt and Flesh. The glares that followed their every move as they made their way through the Yamanaka compound were completely understandable, and Naruto didn't mind receiving them in the slightest. He had after all completely ruined their reputation. Well, that, and they probably still blamed him for Tatsuki's death, but he couldn't fault them for that either. There were only two people who knew the complete truth of what happened that night, and one of them was a Biju. Not exactly a credible source in the court of law. While Naruto understood why he was getting such reactions and accepted them as inevitable, his wolves were less understanding. Mai managed to restrain herself, simply glaring back and daring them to make a move so she could stick their guards on them. Said guards were busy growling deeply at anyone who dared to think they had any right to glare at their lord. It was enough of a warning that most of the Yamanaka found other things that needed their attention. The wolves had already established their dominance here, and while the clan members felt secure enough sharing their opinions of the wolves, they had no desire to challenge them again. The few Yamanaka who stayed further made their opinions known by spitting at the ground as Naruto passed. That alone would have been enough for the wolves to take action had Naruto not raised a hand to stop them. He didn't bother reacting, however. The opinions of these people didn't matter in the slightest, and if spitting on the ground helped them feel better, they were welcome to spit to their heart's content. Should any of them spit upon Mai, however, he would personally see the entire compound reduced to ashes tonight, even if he had to rely on his biological mother's status over the clan in order to get away with it. No one would get away with disrespecting his Mai. Besides the occasional spitting Yamanaka, they had no trouble in reaching the home of the clan head. Rightfully it belonged to Kushina, but as she had her own room in the Uzumaki compound, she had allowed the Yamanaka to continue using it as they had been. The heiress herself stood at this door, dressed in a pretty purple kimono Naruto remembered from the dinner he had here some time ago. The clan members had seemed less hostile then, but perhaps that was because Kushina was present. As far as he knew, the Uzumaki head had no idea what was happening tonight. "Welcome, Naruto-sama, Mai-sama, and honored wolves," she greeted with a deep bow. When she rose up again, she received a questioning brow from Naruto that had her face flushing red. Naruto was in a pretty good mood tonight, and with a small smirk decided it might be fun to tease her a bit more. "Good evening, Yamanaka-hime. It's our pleasure to have been invited here tonight." The fact that it was a group working for him that had arranged this was completely disregarded. In fact, he had approved the request for the event before even the Yamanaka knew it would be happening. He was quite pleased to have immediately received an invitation from the Yamanaka heir. Whether it had been at the behest of his team, her father, or of her own volition, he did not know, but the last two options meant they had learned their lesson well. The kunoichi blushed prettily at being called a princess. She hadn't felt like one for quite some time now, and Naruto returned her bow with one of his own to give her a moment to recover. Mai also offered one, not to seem rude, though hers was noticeably shorter and more shallow. The Yamanaka heir was still wearing a fetching shade of red on her cheeks when he straightened up. He thought it suited her well. "This way, please. Sama is expecting you." Ino opened the door for them, allowing them to enter the home first before following them in and taking the lead. Idly he took note of the artwork on the walls as they walked to meet the others, wondering if they had been here the last few times he had paid a visit. Probably their coffers hadn't recovered enough for them to be splurging like this so soon, and priceless works were usually something to save for last when you had to sell your belongings. There was no telling who might be willing to spend outrageous sums of money on one, so you needed to make sure you got as much as possible for them. Well, that, and if you managed to recover, getting them back would be a bitch and a half. Better to just keep them. That was Naruto's opinion, at least, who knew if it was anywhere close to the truth in this case. He certainly didn't own any priceless pieces of art. He had to amend that statement, actually. He didn't own any priceless pieces of art that he knew of. Who knows what the wolves may have collected in his name. The group continued its walk, winding up a set of stairs and to the master bedroom where presumably Inoichi was awaiting them. Ino knocked on the door twice to warn the occupants of their arrival before opening it, and standing to the side for Naruto and his wolves to enter. Naruto's still in a pretty good mood tonight, and he didn't actually know why. Maybe he was just feeling good because he was dressed up, had other plans. Slipping his free arm around one of Ino's, he pulled her through the door with him, and my pleased with the red that once again covered her cheeks. He really couldn't help himself lately. All the young women around him just looked too cute when they were blushing. From his other arm, Mai watched with her own soft smile, but whether she was enjoying the fact that he was being a bit playful tonight, or she too simply appreciated how cute Ino looked, he couldn't tell. For being his favorite wolf, he actually wasn't certain what her exact tastes were. He did, however, recognize that she spent a lot of time with Sim and was also aware that the two had a tendency to share a bed recently. He tried not to dwell on the fact too much, but it wasn't exactly something he could completely ignore. They were both attractive women after all, one of which he would consider himself quite close to. And while part of him argued that Sim might steal his Mai away, another part of him kind of wanted to see them together. A smaller, more controlled part of him wanted to watch, but he was very careful to keep a tight leash on that one. With a young woman on each arm, he wasn't too surprised by the strange looks the room's occupants gave him, especially considering one of them was Inoichi's daughter, who was clearly flustered at his actions, and he continued to walk up to the bed where the former clan head was resting without pause. Inoichi, if anything, seemed amused by the sight of his blushing daughter, but there was also a hopeful apprehension for what was to come. Naruto's team, not that they knew, had worked personally with Inoichi to ensure the prosthetics would be the right size and be capable of the daily tasks he used to perform without a second thought. The man wanted to believe he might finally be free of his personal prison, but at the same time he dared not hope lest it be taken away. Sensible to be sure, but he should know better than to doubt Naruto. He was a man of his word after all. Well, mostly, as Gato found out. There was also the fact that Naruto himself hadn't promised Inoichi anything and his team had simply gone to work. Inoichi's reserved hope was perfectly understandable in this case, he supposed. Speaking of Inoichi, the man was laying atop the bed in nothing but a pair of gray shorts that came halfway down his thighs. A light blanket had been tossed over his torso, but it was easy enough to see the shoulders where his arms had been severed. The body they had made for him should be simple enough to attach thanks to the seals, and that was probably the only reason this was taking place semi-publicly rather than in a private operating room. The only change Naruto could see was that the man's hair had been cut. Not completely off. It was a Yamanaka tradition to have long hair, but now it only came to the man's shoulder blades. Probably to make it easier for his family to take care of him. After this, he would be able to reclaim it. In fact, after they had given him his body, the only thing he wouldn't have back would be his speech. Compared to the rest of his body, it was a minor cost. Still, maybe he fixed that sometime in the future. Naruto had already acknowledged his actions as a mistake, but that doesn't mean anyone else had to know. Giving the things he had personally taken away back to the man and the man's family seemed more like a gift than an effort to make amends, and Inoichi would probably be too grateful to look into it. Considering how accepting the man had been with the situation in the first place, Naruto was sure his actions seemed like an impossible gesture of kindness. It almost made him feel guilty for the deception, but in the end Inoichi was still benefiting and Naruto would know the wrong had been made right. That seemed good enough to him. Next to Inoichi stood the man's wife, nervously wringing her hands together, as the young man who had crippled her husband walked in with her daughter on his arm. It occurred to Naruto that he didn't actually know her name. He'd have to remember to ask later. Or not, he was sure the woman would like as little to do with him as possible. Releasing Ino's arm, it looked for a moment as if she couldn't decide whether she should join her mother or remain by his side. In the end, she decided to stand by her family. He turned his attention to his team, who stood anxiously by a small table covered in a plain white cloth. He assumed the parts of Inoichi's new body were sitting there covered more to make it a surprise than to protect them. Shizen stood in front, a folder clutched to her chest, and her two teammates Clicky and Rusted, he presumed, were more at ease behind her. In fact, Rusted seemed about as excited as a puppy about to go on a walk. Assuming that was Rusted, and Clicky again, he was making assumptions, was leaning against the table looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. Both she and Shizen also kept shooting him nervous glances for some reason. From Rusted's attitude, Naruto felt safe to assume he was proud of his work, but that made the ladies' nervousness more strange, especially when he had personally provided the seals for them. If Rusted was happy with the physical body he and the puppeteer had managed to create, the seals were the only other component that came to mind. Then again, he was probably overanalyzing it. They were probably just nervous because they were about to show off their work before an audience, and hadn't had a chance to fully test it out. Perfectly understandable. "Ah, Noichi, it's good to see you again," greeted Naruto with a nod in the man's direction. He received a nod in response, which was about as much as he could expect. He then turned to the man's wife, giving a bow. "Oh, Kusama *, she gave her own shallow bow, hesitant to take her eyes off him, and Naruto felt quite a bit of pity for the poor woman. Inoichi may have understood and accepted the consequences for his actions, but his wife had to deal with the consequences without understanding what had happened between the two at all. He'd have to send her a gift later even if she never learned who it was from. If anyone was deserving of one of Madara's bottles of wine, it was probably her. He greeted Ino again with a Yamanaka hime and another bow. She blushed less this time, but there was still a dusting of red on her cheeks. She bowed back, offering another Naruto-sama, which her mother didn't seem to please with, but certainly put Inoichi at ease. Disrespecting those with power over you is usually a bad idea after all. With the Yamanaka greeted, he turned back to his team. "Kato-sensei, it's good to see you again. I'm eager to witness the work you and your team have done for Inoichi here." Of course, Naruto-san. She would probably consider them friends, though considering her overall lack of them here in Konoha, it was just as likely he was just an acquaintance, but this was a professional environment. Or as professional an environment could be when she had brought Clicky around. She decided not to mention the fact that Mai seemed to be letting Naruto take the lead here, even as a growing suspicion gnawed at her nervousness. Had the wolves actually taken her to someone above Mai the other day? She hoped not, because she and Clicky had been counting on Mai's support in case Naruto noticed anything wrong with the seals. Then again, he didn't seem to have much knowledge on the subject, so maybe he just assumed their success was his own. That was fine. She shared a quick look with the puppeteer, both sharing the same thoughts, and she could just barely see the way Clicky made a discreet show of crossing her fingers. It was a morose sort of camaraderie, she supposed, but it was almost enough to make her laugh. Fortunately, she managed to restrain herself. It would have looked quite unprofessional. Turning to someone she knew for a fact was above her, and her team, Shizen gave a bow to Mai, much to the wolves' amusement and the Yamanaka's confusion. Only Clicky was in a position and paying enough attention to notice. Rusted just wanted to show off what he had helped create, and was eager to get back to learning beside Kato-sensei. "Mai-sama, I hope our work will impress you." Mai gave a small giggle, one that had Shizen looking up in confusion, and gave a dismissive wave of her hand. "I'm sure whatever you've created will be more than adequate." From beside her, Naruto couldn't help but think Mai would do really well as the leader of the wolves one day. He also once again made note of how cute her laugh was. He was noticing things like that more often lately, he realized, but he had no idea why. Mai looked at Naruto for permission to continue taking the lead, and he gave her a smile and a nod. The smile alone probably would have been enough, and anyone who knew them could probably say she needn't even ask, but this way the Yamanaka were a little less confused. It did, however, serve to increase the suspicion of Shizen and Clicky. They were obviously missing something, and they didn't like it. "Well, I do believe this is everyone, isn't it?" Without waiting for a response, Mai continued. "Kato-sensei, you and your team may proceed." Even if they were beginning to question the situation, they weren't going to question her orders. They got to work immediately. As the limbs had already been assembled beneath the cloth, it was a simple matter to attach them to Inoichi. With receiving sockets larger than the man's missing body parts, it enveloped what had been left behind, and was snapped around snugly. It was not intended that he would ever remove them, but they had been designed to facilitate such an action just in case. The slight bulges where would met flesh would still be visible when he was dressed, unless he wore something incredibly loose, but it was a small price to pay to have full mobility again. His new arms were attached to his shoulder as soon as his legs were positioned beneath mangled knees. Naruto had caused quite a bit of damage to the man's kneecaps on that fateful night, something that may have been hidden by his new legs but could never be erased. Still, even Naruto was impressed by the workmanship of the prosthetic limbs, so lifelike he had to wonder if they had been taken from a wood clone of the Shodaime. Obviously not one of the man's clones wouldn't have seams and joints plainly visible, but the idea was the same. It should not have been possible to make such incredible replicas. He could actually feel a bit of excitement bubbling up in his chest, and couldn't wait to see how they moved with his seals. With the new limbs attached, they gently rolled him over to attach the last, most crucial piece. The segmented wood looked rather snake-like but would be placed against Inoichi's spine and act as the main control of the man's prosthetics. Braided cord attached the arms to the top of the spine and the legs to his lower back, protecting the seal-covered ribbon that would bridge the gap between the two. No point leaving it fully exposed. Naruto wasn't fully certain how he felt about it though. On one hand, this was the creation of Shizen's team, and the design reflected such. On the other, he knew it wasn't even necessary, and could easily be rendered redundant. Then again, redundancy wasn't necessarily a bad thing when it was a system that allowed a man to control his own body. Regardless of that particular design choice, he also had his doubts about the system they had chosen to employ. For such a crucial permanent piece, it made sense to have it attached well permanently. He was sure the operation was within Shizen's capabilities and that there couldn't be too many reasons not to make sure it couldn't be taken from him. Instead, they had decided to use what was more or less chakra magnets. One seal would emit chakra that the other pulled in, keeping the two from separating. What chakra it pulled in would then travel to the other end of whatever was being attached to and expelled in the reverse seal. Again, that chakra would be absorbed by a seal on the first piece, and between the four a circuit of chakra would have been established. Depending on how much chakra was used for the initial activation and assuming nothing compromised the seal's integrity, it could be close to impossible to actually break them apart if you didn't possess the seal's master key, which was more or less an emergency matrix designed to expel all the chakra within the circuit away from the items being connected when finished. It was actually a pretty basic technique, which was confirmed by the fact that Naruto was familiar with it. He had not found much time to study Fuinjutsu as of late. Because it could use very little chakra to produce its effect, albeit a very diminished effect, it was proposed as an entry-level sealing matrix, being relatively risk-free so long as you didn't put too much chakra into it. Theoretically, it was also believed that by forcing the two pieces, the seals, anyway what they were attached to was actually pretty irrelevant, away from each other, would produce a small amount of chakra from the emergency matrix, provided the two sets of seals were still connected to the emergency matrix, but it was such a small amount it was universally dismissed as useless. He had actually contemplated testing this theory more because he had the power of Sealkeeper at his disposal, but remembering that Sealkeeper could probably do anything made the experiment rather useless. He could not use Sealkeeper, but that seemed like such a waste. He was led and distracted though. The last thing bothering him about how they utilized the magnet matrices was the fact that they had to apply seals on his flesh which would connect to the ones on the spine they had created. If they were already comfortable placing seals on him, why not just place everything on his skin? Alright, so he could understand why they wouldn't want the main controls there. The risk of a mistake was too high, and in most cases irreversible. And if something went wrong, it was harder to troubleshoot when attached to a person, but surely they could have connected the controls to the limbs themselves through simple chain seals, also known as connecting seals, whose only purpose was to connect seals into larger matrices and allow them to interact, and foregone these cables that seemed so out of place on such lifelike prosthetics. Of course, that only really mattered if they were using their own seals, but he supposed they would take the same precautions with his, because they wouldn't understand that his seals couldn't malfunction. With Hinata, he had removed her seal at first, but the second time he had simply caused it to stop functioning despite the seal itself showing no changes. When he edited Gaara's seal, he modified the existing one as the Ichibi was moved into a new seal of his own, which honestly was a pretty risky thing to do now that he thought about it, but Gaara's seal hadn't changed externally. It was the function of the seal that changed to meet his needs, and while he was sure he could change the look of a seal easily enough, there was little point in doing so when it worked exactly as intended anyway. A slight frown came to his lips as the room continued to watch the final matrices be powered up to connect the control module to Inoichi's spine. He didn't really change the look of his seals, chaining a few basic components together, and letting Sealkeeper handle the rest, so what did it look like to others? His suspicion rose to new heights, and he was pretty sure he had figured out why Shizen and Clicky seemed so nervous. No, he was jumping to conclusions too early. He had given very simple instructions. He had to have faith that they had been carried out properly. Besides, if they'd had doubts, surely they'd voice them before inviting everyone to witness the final result, right? Naruto took a deep breath, relaxing his face. Inoichi was getting a new body, that's what he needed to focus on. He had personally selected Shizen, and Anko had sought out the best of Konoha's captives to secure Clicky and Rusted. It was a fine team, and he had to have faith in their work. There was still some measure of doubt, but he pushed it deep into the back of his thoughts. He was simply overthinking things. The wood they pressed against his spine was so light and smooth it almost felt soft, and as chakra was pumped into it to bind it to his flesh for the foreseeable future, it warmed pleasantly. It was hard, but somehow Inoichi managed to keep a stupid grin off of his face. He had accepted his punishment, made peace with the consequences of the actions he took against a young man with a borderline barbaric mindset, and an army at his disposal. Naruto took some of the old traditions of the clan war era to new heights, and he had known that fully when he made the decision to send spies into his territory. He hadn't expected them to end up killing some of the wolves when they made an escape, and then he had hoped it wouldn't be connected to him in the end, but ultimately the responsibility rested with him, and he had thus shouldered the consequences alone. He had been thankful for that his clan had suffered enough from their own stupid decision to antagonize the same young man. The former Yamanaka head had even considered the fact that both his clan had been spared and that he was still able to spend time with his family as a mercy on Naruto's part rather than an element of his punishment. But now he was getting back what had been taken from him. Maybe not all of it, and perhaps it wasn't exactly the same, but it was a huge improvement, and one he was eagerly anticipating. 4 pairs of hands helped flip him onto his back once again, Kato-sensei and her team aided by his lovely wife, and he craned his neck to watch as the final connectors were paired to his limbs. There was a flash of light from each of them, the chakra originally in the spine moving to infuse his new body, and almost immediately he could feel them. Not like one did their own body, of course, but he could feel the weight of each of them even as they simply laid there. With a simple thought, his right elbow bent, and his wrist made basic rotations. With rising glee, he opened and closed his hands, fingers moving slowly but surely. It would take some time to get used to his body moving much more slowly than he could think of actions for it to complete, but just the fact that he was able to perform any actions at all was a miracle. There was no way the Yamanaka clan would have been able to afford such replacements for his limbs even before the trouble they had faced at Naruto's hands. Speaking of the young man, after giving his wife and daughter a smile, he turned his attention to the one who had both taken his original limbs and provided his new set. He was more than a little surprised and understandably nervous to see him scowling at him. It only lasted for a moment before Naruto turned to look at Kato-sensei with a suspicious glare, but whatever it was seemed to displease him greatly. Judging by how adamantly Kato-sensei was avoiding looking at him, Inoichi felt reasonable to assume she was aware of whatever problem Naruto had with the situation. Personally, he had no idea what that might be, but he was more than a little relieved to know it wasn't because of him or his family. He did feel quite a bit of pity for Shizen-sensei, though. He knew quite well the wrath of Naruto, and he wouldn't wish it upon anyone. They fucking hadn't. They fucking did. He had given them everything they needed, quite literally placing the solution in their hands, and they had disrespected all the work they had put into this masterpiece by using the same inferior seals they had come to him to improve. A biting, bitter anger started to rise from his stomach like bile, his fists clenching tightly as rage overcame him. It would be so easy to explode in anger, lashing out at the team that had failed him, and he knew his chains were ready at a moment's notice to do his will. It was a single thought, however, that restored clarity to his mind. Why am I so angry about this, he asked himself. When the Yamanaka don't seem to care at all that it's nowhere close to its potential? Well, they didn't know for one, but it was enough for him to pause and consider why he would be angry. The answer was not hard to find. It wasn't about the team, it wasn't about Inoichi and his new body, it was about him and the fact that the solution he had given them had been so casually discarded. In the end, it all boiled down to his own pride. That same pride is the reason Inoichi needed these limbs in the first place, a valuable potential ally reduced to a neutralized enemy, and the disgust he felt for himself for allowing his pride to once again rise to the forefront was enough to smother his anger entirely. It did not, however, improve his mood. With a glare towards Shizen, one he was fairly confident she was purposefully ignoring, he decided that even if he was able to look past his pride, he needed to make sure that they really had foregone his own seals. There was a possibility, however minor, that he had just made a mistake in the creation of the seals. He was positive he hadn't, but best to make sure before casting any blame, even if only in his mind. Fantastic, Inoichi. He spoke slowly, deliberately, and in a tone that did little to hide the fact that he was not entirely pleased at the moment. His daughter was instantly on guard, wondering what had gone wrong, but Inoichi's wife was simply too overjoyed to notice. Mai, like Ino, was instantly alert, and trying to figure out what had upset her lord as their wolf escorts tensed by the door ready to jump in at a moment's notice. Shizen and Clicky, however, did not need to be told why he was displeased. Evidently, he had not mistaken their success as their own. It didn't make much sense to Clicky, who knew for a fact that the seals she had been given were useless, but she was also smart enough to know that she didn't want anyone with influence over the wolves upset with her. It was a little late for that. Come, let's see you get out of that bed so you can enjoy the world again. Naruto continued, Amethyst eyes watching intently. Inoichi didn't really have a reason not to try getting out of bed, and while he was aware Naruto wasn't happy, he was also confident that it wasn't anything he had done. With slow movements, Inoichi managed to push himself into a sitting position, and using his core swung his legs over the side. His wife was there almost immediately, offering a hand to help pull him up, but he waved her off. Not only had Naruto said that he wanted to see him get himself out of bed, and that was very important, but he too wanted to experience the freedom of being able to move again without aid. It was clunky and somewhat awkward, but eventually Inoichi managed to stand. He ended up having to lean on his wife for balance, however, because he was not so practiced with his new legs to properly distribute his weight. Naruto's frown had only grown deeper while watching. It is as I feared then, commented the daimyo. I'm disappointed in Yukado-sensei. Shizen didn't respond, and she didn't meet his gaze. Neither did Clicky. Rusted had retreated into a corner, hoping not to be noticed. Hold him up, please, he asked of Inoichi's wife. His back to me, if you will. I need to fix this. She was understandably hesitant, but a nod from Inoichi had her complying. He could have simply approached Inoichi and fixed the seal with Sealkeeper in a few moments, but that didn't hold the gravitas he felt the situation deserved. Perhaps his pride still held some sway, but he wanted them to know just how wrong they had been to doubt his capabilities. This way, he figured, his pride was soothed without harming anyone else. Shrugging off his coat, he handed it to Mai before unbuttoning his shirt and freeing his torso. He allowed it to hang from his waist so he could put it back on later, but at the moment it was blocking the sight of his seals. Clicky's eyes widened considerably at seeing the complex matrices that covered his torso and both arms, and Naruto was fairly certain it was at that moment that the woman realized that he did perhaps have some experience in Fuinjutsu. He didn't, but it was the image he wanted to project at the moment. Honestly, part of him realized they were right to question his seals because they didn't understand them, and using seals they didn't know intimately was unwise. The majority of him pointed out that despite questioning them, they had never actually questioned him. He would have had no issue alleviating their fears. Now, however, he may just end up adding to them. Unnecessarily, he started channeling extra chakra through the seals, Sealkeeper Kurura's seal and the seal that tied him to Mito, causing them to illuminate rather brilliantly. He was sure he was a sight to behold, and was aware that he had most certainly caught the attention of everyone within the room. Stepping up to Inoichi, he placed his right hand on the emergency matrix, and let the Sealkeeper know exactly what it was he wanted. The seals on his body flared once, twice, and then began burning more intensely than they ever had. The standard blue of chakra became white, and then the three seals took upon colors that properly reflected their purpose. Mito's seal on the left half of his chest glowed an angry crimson, merging with the bright yellow of Kurura's left arm to give an orangish glow. His right hand, the instrument of his will, began to instead suck in light much like his own blackened chakra, until the lack of light from the seal made the empty spaces between it seem to glow and swirl. His wolves were in All Might included, and he was sure that the guards would be bringing this story back to the den to further convince his children that he was some sort of divine being. That was fine, he couldn't really convince them otherwise at this point. Shizen and her group, while also awestruck, seemed absolutely horrified. Good. Served them right for doubting him. Maybe now they would understand exactly why he had been so confident in the seals they had provided, and know what it was they had so casually discarded. They would know their sins, and maybe, just maybe, they would repent. Look at him, the beliefs of his wolves was already affecting his mentality. He'd have to have Mai slap some sense back into him when they got home tonight. He could see from the corner of his eye Ino, who looked on in amazement, and from behind Inoichi the man's wife looked more terrified of him than ever. He wasn't sure if Inoichi himself could see him. The way he had turned his head certainly indicated he was trying, but he wasn't sure if the man really needed to see this when his body was already on the line. The color from Mito and Kurura's seals faded away, adopting the same negative glow as Sealkeeper itself, and he felt its work complete. The wooden spine and the cables coming from it dropped from Inoichi's back, no longer necessary, and as Naruto stepped back he commanded the man's wife to do the same. It's done. He should be more than capable of standing by himself now. What that really meant was for her to let go of her husband, and some part of her managed to recognize that. He was willing to bet her compliance was more out of fear than anything else, but that was fine. The important thing was that his will was carried out. Unlike before, Inoichi didn't seem to have any trouble standing on his own now and began moving as if he had never lost his limbs. There was no delay to his movements, none of the characteristically jerky responses of puppet bodies. Each and every one of the joints that had been included in the limbs was used to its full potential in ways that had Clicky doubting her own proficiency in both fuinjutsu and puppeteering. This was a masterpiece used to its full potential. It was glorious. As Sealkeeper returned to its resting state and Naruto stopped channeling extra chakra into his seals, he gave a look towards Shizen's team filled with scathing disappointment. "I have taken and I have given," he said as Mai started buttoning his shirt back up. "Do not doubt my gifts or my willingness to steal them back." It was directed towards the team that had disregarded his own contribution towards their task, but the present Yamanaka took careful note for Inoichi's sake, reminded that Naruto had already taken the man's limbs once. "Take some time to get used to that body, Inoichi," he commanded. "Learn it, take care of it, and make sure you enjoy it." Naruto paused, accepting his jacket back from Mai, and throwing it around his shoulders. "And if you ever want to talk, well, my door is open to you. I'll take my leave now. If I ever want to." Inoichi's eyes widened in shock, as did the eyes of his family around him, but Naruto simply continued on. He would give them time to enjoy this moment as a family and for Kato-sensei and her team to realize just how capable he was. Naruto had a very good feeling none of them in that room would ever do something that might risk displeasing him again. Just the thought was enough to erase his frustration with Shizen. She had no doubt learned her lesson, and he hadn't even needed to sick his wolves on anyone. A successful night all around. Chapter 75. To steal the first, he threw his jacket over the arm of his favorite chair in his primary sitting room, allowing himself to sink into it moments later with a deep sigh. Behind him, his wolf guards gave sharp salutes and dismissed themselves, eager to share the day's events with their siblings. Mai, on the other hand, was quick to trail after him, reaching around the leather chair to gently rub his shoulders. There was a slight frown on her face because he was agitated, but she was also pleased for the chance to help him relax. "What do you think, Mai?" She wasn't entirely sure what he was talking about, and knew better than to jump to conclusions. The last thing she needed was to give him ideas. "Naruto-kun?" she asked, choosing a much more familiar form of address now that they were in private. With a little luck, it would help him get out of his Tsukiyomi mindset. With a whole lot more luck, he may even open up to her. She doubted that, but she really didn't need him to anyway. She was already proficient in reading the troublesome young man, and considered herself something of an expert on it. "Tonight," he continued, "do you think I took it a bit too far?" Considering this was the young man who removed the limbs and tongue of a person he liked because some of his wolves were killed in an accident they were connected to, his response tonight had been beyond mild. "Of course not, Naruto-kun." She patted his cheek gently. "I'm very proud of how well you restrained yourself." She did not mention how close she and the other wolves had been to simply attacking everyone in that room as soon as he seemed upset. He returned to his thoughts, reliving the evening over in his head, and wondering what he could have done better. The two of them stayed like this for a few minutes, Naruto lost in thoughts, and Mai more than happy to maintain physical contact with her lord. Eventually, however, Naruto made note of the time. "It's getting late, Mai. You should get some rest." She didn't try to hide her scoff of disapproval. "The same for you, Naruto-kun." He waved her off, noting her concern but not sharing it. "I'm not quite ready to sleep just yet. I'll retire in a bit." "Well, you could always just come back to my room and hold me," she proposed with a sly grin. "Then you can take as much time as you need before you fall asleep." Tempting, Mai. Very tempting. A soft smile made itself known on his face. "I'd like to think for a bit, and I think that might be too distracting." She leaned further over the chair to give him a pout that very nearly broke his resolve, but relented. "You're lost then, Naruto-sama." She slowly retreated from the chair, allowing her fingers to trail gently over him as she let go. "If you change your mind, you're always welcome to join me." He did so love a playful Mai, and he couldn't hide, nor did he try to the smile that bloomed over his face. "I'll keep that in mind. Sleep well." The last thing she said before she left the room had him reconsidering his stance entirely. "Not without you, my lord." Briefly he wondered what a believable amount of time might be so he could join her without looking like he had caved. So we fucked up big time, didn't we? Shizen didn't even bother offering Rusted a response, keeping her attention on the man who was using wooden limbs as if they had been attached to him at birth. It should have been impossible, it was impossible. She and Rusted had worked to provide as many ways for each limb to move as possible, accounting for every kind of movement they could come up with, and Clicky had done a fantastic job creating it. Even so, Inoichi should have been limited to a single movement of joints at a time, perhaps 2 or 3 if it was an action he used frequently, not able to fully operate each and every joint at once without conscious thought. She could tell he wasn't even aware of the nervous twitch in his fingers still on edge from Naruto's displeasure, or the little meaningless actions he performed while talking to his family. That was another thing, he shouldn't have been able to talk. Even assuming Naruto's seals, then she had no idea how the hell he had not just created the seals to enable such movement, but had changed existing seals to do so, were believable, which Clicky assured her were far outside the known capabilities of any seal master in history. The ability to let a man talk without a tongue was something out of a tall tale. The seal was nowhere near his head to start with, and even now Clicky was poring over the seals present on Inoichi's back as he chatted away with his wife and daughter. The deep frown on her face didn't even begin to hint at the confusion the puppeteer felt. Shizen was certain. It was understandable too, because Inoichi had been able to speak without so much as opening his mouth, and was positive that he wasn't capable of ventriloquism. So how could they hear him? Holding his breath, he had been able to tell them they were probably better off just asking Naruto, but none of them really wanted to seek the young man out at the moment. It was obvious he was much more than he appeared. For a moment or two she contemplated bringing the issue to Tsunade to see if the older woman might have any insight, but decided that was a bad idea. It was tied to Naruto, was a task completed in secret at the command of this Tsukiyomi, and dealt heavily with the Yamanaka. Last she had heard, her teacher and Kushina, who was currently heading the Yamanaka, were no longer on the best of terms. Probably best to leave her out of it. The wolves probably wouldn't be too happy about involving outsiders either. They would just have to figure it out themselves. Should we be apologizing or thanking him, you think? Rusted's question caught her attention, and she turned to look at the Suna medic that was sitting slouched on his rolling stool. He had actually gone back for the damn thing after helping them get Inoichi's limbs here from the den. Apparently Suna's stools didn't have wheels. There was a tendency for unwanted sand to get in them, and so the seat provided by the wolves for him to use had been a novel concept he quickly fell in love with. She swore she had seen him using shoe polish on it the other day, but tried very hard to ignore that. Why do you ask? She wasn't going to get any more insight standing here and watching Clicky examine the seal from a distance. They should probably just call it a night and regroup at the den. Well, we did throw away his work, so we should probably apologize for doubting him and wasting his time. Rusted idly scratched his chin. But he did give us something far beyond our own capabilities, so that would be a thank you, wouldn't it? And why can't we do both? Mainly because it was embarrassing and they didn't want to face his wrath if he was still angry, which she realized was an odd thought for the little thief she had met all those years ago. Rusted blinked in surprise, the thought having never occurred to him. Tilting his head to the side, he craned his neck to meet her eyes. People do that? Having never done so, she couldn't say for sure, but if there was an opportunity to try it, this would be it. She'd rather not have Naruto mad at her, and not just because that display had been terrifying, and she was sure Clicky and Rusted would both agree. To be fair though, those two would agree because it had been terrifying. She couldn't exactly blame them. She knew damn well she'd never be doubting anything Naruto told her, no matter how absurd. In the end, he had decided not to disturb his favorite wolf, instead retiring to his own chambers for the night. With how hard she worked, he figured she deserved her rest. Other visitors, it would seem, did not share the same opinion when it came to him. Rolling out of his bed, he brought Morio's tooth swinging around towards the neck of the intruder, only for it to be blocked by a dagger. It was evident his opponent was physically superior when they managed to use the same dagger to push him back to his wall, using his own blade to keep him from being able to move. And then he saw their eyes. Immediately the sense of danger passed his arms, slacking, but the dagger not moving any closer to him. A few calming breaths later, and he was ready to speak. I had not been expecting you tonight, Orochimaru-chan. Her smile was easily seen in the faint moonlight that spilled through his blinds, and he wondered if the wolves on the other side of that window, for they would never leave such a structural vulnerability unguarded when it was in such close proximity to their lord, were aware of her presence. Probably not, she wasn't a sannin for nothing. And I wasn't expecting my beloved prince to attack his poor godmother, she countered. The amusement in her eyes told him that she was completely unbothered by his attempt to remove her head. In that case, I suppose I received the better surprise. Oh ho, aren't we being the little flatterer tonight? Did you miss me that much, or are you just in a more playful mood at night? Morio's tooth was sheathed and placed back onto his bedside table. Why can't it be both, Orochimaru-chan? Her own dagger was dropped to the floor with a solid thunk. He was pretty sure it had embedded itself into his nice new wood flooring, which he would never admit to being quite fond of lest he encourage the wolves and their antics, but instead of backing up she seemed to press herself more closely to him. You know I love it when you say my name like that, Naruto-kun. You've mentioned it. Was there a specific reason you decided to drop by tonight, or did you just need some attention? Her smile became sultry. Oh, Naruto-kun. She leaned down further until her lips had reached his ear. Why can't it be both? He could feel her hands on his bare torso trailing about seemingly at random, but they seemed hindered by the fact that she kept trying to press herself even closer. He moved his own hands to her hips rather than stand there like an idiot, and she practically purred in approval. Naruto thought he had a fairly good idea of what was going on. Even so, he knew better than to assume. Just how far are you intending to go, Orochimaru-chan? His answer was initially in the form of her lips peppering his neck with soft kisses, but she eventually graced him with her voice again. I want you, Naruto-kun, all of you. She returned to his neck as if trying to prove her statement. He put a stop to it momentarily by snaking his left hand from her hip over her torso and up to cup her chin. She pouted at being interrupted but seemed somewhat pacified by the opportunity to stare into his purple eyes. You can't have me, he said softly, quickly giving her a peck on the lips to distract her from whatever anger his words may have caused. It seemed to have worked because afterwards she didn't immediately lash out, instead simply looking down at her beloved prince in confusion. But if you're mine, he continued, I'll let you have your fun. If anything, she seemed much more pleased by this, and quickly brought her lips back to his in a hungry kiss. She was still physically superior, of that there was no doubt, but it was evident she was still in control herself enough to have allowed him to stop her earlier. He wasn't sure how long she would have been able to restrain herself, but he didn't think he really had a choice in the end. At least this way there was still an illusion of control, and he supposed there were far worse options to lose one's virginity to than a godmother completely devoted to your happiness. One that also happened to be one of the legendary Sannin and the Kage of Odogakure. Silly prince, you know I've always been yours. It was at that moment Naruto realized he probably wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight. He didn't think he could bring himself to mind. Holy shit, she's actually doing it. Two gloved hands quickly covered her mouth wolf mask, staring down at her to tell her to keep quiet. She looked only slightly sheepish at her outburst, but was far too interested in what was going on beyond the window to be upset by the method employed to correct it. Taiya, dressed in a simple white nightgown, and two wolf guards eagerly resumed their activity of peering in Naruto's bedroom window. As soon as clothing began coming off, however, Taiya gave a resigned sigh and started tugging them away. Come on, I just wanted to see if they were actually going to do it. Orochimaru-sama would skin us if she learned we were peeping on Naruto's first time with her. The two wolves didn't look like they much cared, so she brought out the big guns. I know Naruto's pretty fond of Orochimaru-sama. I wonder how upset he'd be with the two of you watching her like this. The response was immediate, both wolves spinning around and snapping to attention before the window to resume their guard duties. With a satisfied nod at their compliance to hide the disappointment she felt at not being able to watch either, she left them to it, and returned to the apartment. Idly she wondered how I might react to this. Just the thought of the reserved young woman fuming in jealousy or flushing in embarrassment was enough to cheer her up. She didn't know what this meant for her own chances with the young daimyo, but she did know her own dreams would be filled with images of pale flesh tonight. If she was lucky, it would be the two of them, but she wasn't greedy. She wasn't picky either. Waking up before her lord was something akin to an art form. When there were many nights he didn't bother going to bed. Mai could admit she was slightly disappointed to see that he hadn't joined her. She really thought her words would have worked, but she wasn't even sure he had left the sitting room. There was a very real probability he had fallen asleep in that chair of his, still fully dressed. Part of her hoped he had, just so she could see it, but the majority of her hoped that one of the wolves would have moved him to his room or theirs. It wasn't too important for the night. It was just as likely they would have curled up in the seat with him, though. Dragging herself from bed, she allowed herself 5 minutes to dress and make herself presentable before leaving for her own office in the apartment. She was pretty sure Naruto was completely unaware of its existence, as he tended to avoid the rooms that weren't part of his original apartment for her early morning report. She liked to know of any developments before greeting Naruto for the day so she could be the one to keep him informed. And on those days he was still awake and probably knew she would rather avoid being ignorant when he asked for her opinion or decided on a course of action to solve a problem she was unaware of. Mai also knew one of the wolves would have a coffee waiting on her desk for her, as they did every morning. It wasn't strictly necessary, but it most certainly helped. Slipping into the office, she gave a grateful smile to the wolf in the corner and grabbed her mug before taking a seat at the desk. She could only allow herself 3 minutes to pore over whatever reports were there before she needed to head towards Naruto's chambers. There wasn't much on her desk this morning, thankfully only a report from Sai, half of which was a letter to her and a mention that Orochimaru had stopped by for a visit late last night. She frowned slightly at that a visit from Orochimaru wasn't exactly a minor occurrence, but she supposed the wolves had probably gotten used to the woman after all the time she had spent in the apartment. To them it was probably no different from Anko stopping by to raid the fridge. She had a feeling the snake Sannin probably hadn't popped in for leftover yakitori. Still, even if she had stopped by for some leftovers, her visit was the kind of thing she'd have liked to be awoken for. And not just because she wasn't entirely comfortable with sleeping when the woman was around. Orochimaru may be completely infatuated with Naruto, but that didn't mean the rest of them were safe from her. Reports checked, she gauged the amount of coffee in her cup and decided she had enough time to finish it on the way. She stood up from the desk and left the office, aware that the wolf in the corner would put away the papers on her desk and catch up with her by the time she neared Naruto's office. Naruto had his favorite wolf, namely her, but she had some favorites of her own, and they had been doing the same routine long enough that it was like clockwork. 3 steps from his office door she drained the last of her coffee. 2 steps from his door she handed the mug to the wolf, and as part of her last step she knocked on the door and let herself in. Being his favorite had some perks. The wolf that had followed stayed out in the hallway, passing off the mug to another one of her favorites, and immediately fell into step behind her after she had determined Naruto actually wasn't working. A pleasant surprise indeed. Fortunately, his office was between her office and his bedroom, so she didn't have to make any real detours to check it. Making her way to his bedroom, she did her best to ignore a grinning Taiuya leaning against the wall. The girl seemed unperturbed and happily followed alongside her. When Mai made no effort to address her, Taiuya had no problems initiating conversation. "So did you hear about Denka-sama's visitor? I understand Orochimaru missed the hospitality of the House of Wolves." "Yes." Taiuya's grin only seemed to broaden. "Oh, it wasn't your hospitality she missed, I'm sure. She spent the night in Denka-sama's bedroom." That gave Mai pause, and for the first time she turned to view the annoyance that had taken residence in her lord's home. "She what?" "Oh yes." She didn't think it was possible, but somehow Taiuya's grin widened even more. She was very eager to see him again. Mai wasn't entirely comfortable with what the redhead was implying, but at the same time she knew the Otogekyo Kunoichi was probably just trying to mess with her again. She didn't want to consider why the girl was so good at pushing her buttons. Unlike her lord, she didn't think she was that easy to read. Besides, Naruto shared his bed with others all the time. How would this be any different? Naruto-sama has a certain charisma about him. Mai agreed. She'd get to the bottom of this later when she could slip in a few questions and watch his reactions to find out the truth. There are quite a few people who would be eager to be in his company again. Mai and the wolves among them, if she was being honest, and some of them had seen him just last night. Mai turned her attention ahead of her again, hoping Taiuya might simply drop the subject. Even so, she was able to see the young woman give a careless shrug. "Sure, can't deny that." The conversation ended, but Mai was no more comfortable than she had been during it. Something about the way the Otogekyo Kunoichi had said that just didn't sit right with her. Still, the silence had returned, and she was grateful for it. It was only a few moments later that the three had arrived at Naruto's bedroom, the wolf instantly taking a spot on the wall next to the door. Taiuya likewise chose a spot on the wall, leaning against it directly across from the door, and giving an inviting wave towards the dark wood. "Go ahead then, see for yourself." Her smug smirk had Mai on edge, but she wasn't Naruto's favorite for nothing. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, she knocked twice and opened the door. She immediately wished she hadn't. The first most eye-catching thing in the room was naturally her lord's hair, but the second most visible thing was the vast amounts of pale flesh on display. Naruto's bed was made with crimson sheets and a black blanket, both colors contrasting well with the skin of her lord and his companion. The blanket had been lost sometime the night prior, possibly before they had fallen asleep, and instead the crimson sheets had been only haphazardly thrown across their pelvises. That single strip of red fabric allowed Mai to see most of her lord's body, which she certainly didn't mind, but it also allowed her to see an equally naked Orochimaru curled around him, her breasts only vaguely covered by the inky black hair that spilled over the two of them from her position on his chest. The state of the two, the bed, and most of all the sheets gave her a pretty good idea of what happened. The pair of golden eyes opening languidly spoke volumes more, as did the relaxed smile she received from the snake's Sannin. Good morning, Mai. Sleep well? As much as Mai had a sudden desire not to respond, indeed a desire to stop being cordial with the woman for the foreseeable future, she also recognized that she represented the wolves who had allied themselves with this woman. Naruto would be very disappointed to learn she had been rude to their ally, but she wasn't even sure how she felt about that at the moment. She knew it was irrational, but she couldn't help the feeling of betrayal that settled heavily in her chest, its cold disregard causing it to tighten uncomfortably. Even so, she composed herself as best she could and responded. I did, Orochimaru Dano. She addressed the woman as an equal, having always considered them both under Naruto, and never having heard an objection from the woman. Using it now, though, felt hollow. Like she was trying to convince herself they were equal. Obviously they were not. And yourself? Just wonderfully, thank you. The woman stretched as much as she could without waking the sleeping daimyo. Fondly she turned her gaze to the young man before tracing her fingers lightly over his face. Isn't he just the most wonderful, beautiful creature you've ever seen? Mai fought very hard to retain her composure when she wanted nothing more to bolt out of there. Of course, Orochimaru Dano. Twin orbs of gold flicked towards her, scrutinizing before her lazy smile widened almost imperceptibly. Oh, no need to be so reserved around me, my dear. I understand completely. She gave a sigh and returned to gazing at her crimson prince. For a few moments she merely watched him as he slept, enjoying the feel of his heartbeat, and the way his chest rose and fell with every breath. I'm going to miss him terribly for a while, but I don't want him to see me in that body. That isn't the me he's come to know, and isn't the one he spent last night with. She turned back to Mai. But you don't have to worry about him being cared for. I've made arrangements to ensure his needs are met. I know he deserves more than either of us could ever give him, but if you're unable to give him what he needs, then I have others in place to see to them. Mai really didn't know how to feel about this now. It was obvious that the two had slept together, and not in the way the wolves were accustomed to, and that Orochimaru was going to be taking over Sasuke's body soon, which may be why they had slept together. A part of her chimed in, but the arrangements were clearly a reference to Taiya. The young woman had mentioned something similar when she had first arrived, but as nothing had happened it had been more or less disregarded by Mai. Now, however, she was beginning to second-guess herself. Hearing it from a naked Orochimaru, strangely enough, made it that much more believable. She couldn't believe she had just thought that either. What really struck her was the insinuation that Mai wouldn't take care of such needs. She was his favorite, his second in command, and his most devoted wolf. Anything he asked of her she would do. But maybe that was the problem, because she couldn't imagine Naruto had asked for Orochimaru to sneak into Konohagakure no Sato for that particular sort of company. No, that was the kind of thing Orochimaru would have done herself. Perhaps it was also partially for herself, but Mai had no doubt that she would have done everything in her power to ensure Naruto enjoyed every second of it. A part of her wondered if she really deserved those accolades if she hadn't even realized he currently had those needs. Another part of her reminded her of just how suggestive she had been the night before. A third, most traitorous part of her reminded her that despite her suggestive playfulness, he had instead decided to return to his own room and have sex with Orochimaru. The third part, unfortunately, was coming through the loudest. It left a bitter taste in her mouth and a growing weight in her chest. That was very thoughtful of you, Orochimaru Dano. I'm sure he appreciates it. The snake's Sannin's similarly widened eyes glinting with dangerous amusement. Yes, I'm sure he will. Did you need to speak with him? She wanted to say yes in hopes of separating the two, but she was too intelligent to try lying to a Sannin who had known the answer long before it had been asked. He's usually up by now, so I thought I'd check up on him. A partial lie actually, he was usually only up this early when he hadn't gone to bed or something had happened during the night that required his attention. Should he need me when he wakes, I'll be in his office. I'll let him know. A giggle escaped soft lips. But it might be a bit after he wakes up that he can join you. The insinuation was not lost on Mai, who gave a tight smile and a shallow nod before spinning around and leaving the room. Essie ignored the grinning Tayuya and her confused guard as she made straight back to Naruto's office. She needed to think, and she wasn't going to make any progress to that effect in the Oto Kunoichi's company. Her guard looked between Mai and Tayuya a few times before deciding Tayuya wasn't a threat to Naruto and abandoning his post to trail after Mai. She waited until they had disappeared down the hallway, and with the coast clear, Tayuya was happy to peek her head into the door to enjoy the sight. Just as they had with Mai, twin pools of gold opened to watch her in languid amusement. Enjoying the sight, Tayuya? The question was practically purred, and Tayuya realized she much preferred the female Orochimaru. She hummed in agreement and looked about the rest of the room, noting the discarded blanket and the clothes strewn about. Come in, Tayuya. Orochimaru beckoned. If you're going to just stand and stare, there's no point in keeping the door open for everyone else to see. Understanding the privilege for what it was and not wanting to miss out on the opportunity, Tayuya was quick to comply. Orochimaru really did pick out an excellent body this time, one she was happy to ogle, but the real prize was Naruto. Even with his pelvis covered by the red sheets, and to a lesser extent Orochimaru, what she could see of him was simply delicious. Idly she realized it wasn't all that much more than when she had first met him, but that did little to stop her enjoyment of it. Moving closer to the bed under the watchful gaze of the snake Sannin, she took a seat at the edge and drank in the sight of two beautiful people relaxing together in bed. Well, one was relaxing, the other had no idea they had an audience. As beautiful as he was, however, she could only keep her eyes on him for so long before she was once again drawn to Orochimaru. Naruto didn't really have anything exposed, but Orochimaru was only covered over her pelvis. With every breath she took, her breasts would catch Tayuya's eye, and eventually she gave up pretending not to stare. Oh ho, you like them, do you? Tayuya nodded. Yeah, you chose really well. The Sannin gave a giggle, and Tayuya was completely convinced that Orochimaru had been intended to be born female. It seemed so right, so perfect, that the knowledge that she was about to be in a male body, and had indeed spent most of their life in one, seemed absurd. See, can I touch them? Tayuya wasn't exactly blessed in that area, and the larger breasts of the woman had her wondering what it would be like to have a similar pair. Orochimaru gave another giggle before turning her attention down to a sleeping Naruto. Well, that's not for me to say, Tayuya-chan. This body belongs to Naruto-kun, so if you'd like to touch, you'll have to get his permission. The Oto Kunoichi bit her lip, wondering if Orochimaru was messing with her, unlikely, and more importantly, if she was willing to ask a sleeping Naruto for permission to touch the breasts of his godmother. With a body like that? Yes, she was. Denka-sama, she tried without results. A glance to Orochimaru showed the woman watching with amusement. Scooting closer to the top of the bed, she tried again. Denka-sama. Still nothing. Leaning down to his ears, she spared one last glance at Orochimaru. The woman seemed completely at ease and gave it another shot. Denka-sama, she whispered into his ear before placing light kisses on his neck. Can you wake up for me, Denka-sama? That seemed to do the trick, as Amethyst's eyes opened sleepily to stare at the young woman he was pretty sure hadn't been in the room last night. What do you need, Tayuya? Even as he asked, he was pressing himself closer to his godmother, one arm pulling her to him. She didn't seem to mind. Can I touch her boobs? A large part of her couldn't believe she had just said that. A larger part was enjoying the confused look on his face as he tried to process her request, half awake. After a moment she had her answer. No, he yawned. Those are mine. His piece said. He reached for the sheets, and pulling them up over their bodies as much as he could, went back to sleep. Orochimaru gave a small giggle, a mix of fondness and amusement, before shooting a disappointed Tayuya a smirk. Maybe next time, Tayuya-chan. You might have had better luck if he was awake, but it seems I wore him out last night. She gave another giggle, this one filled with the pleased satisfaction of a job well done, and gestured to the door. My prince needs his rest, and it seems he's not too keen on sharing at the moment. You should leave us for now, but I'm sure you'll get your own chance soon enough. Looking at the two cuddled up in bed together, not a stitch of clothing between them, and not a care in the world, Tayuya found herself looking forward to it. Chapter 76. Faithless. Back and forth she paced around the office, a deep frown on her lips and thoughts running through her head. Just like her relationship with Sunmai had never actually contemplated what her relationship with Naruto really was or what she wanted from it. As far as she had been concerned, he was her lord, the person she'd follow without questions unto the ends of the earth. Now, however, his actions had her questioning him and everything she knew about him. She had prided herself in the fact that she was his favorite for quite some time now, but he had chosen another over her. He had never so much as mentioned appreciating the female form aside from a few polite compliments she had heard him offer as Tsukiyomi, and yet he was apparently perfectly prepared to jump in bed with someone. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't recall him ever offering her a compliment on her appearance. Her work, sure, but never how she looked. Did he not care enough about her to give them, or did he care enough not to share the fact that her looks did not please him? Those concerns, as much as they bothered her, were minor compared to the one that currently had her attention. Because if he had kept any of that secret, what else wasn't he telling her? Their professional relationship would expect him to have some of his own secrets, but she had been under the impression that he had been sharing everything with her to ensure the wolves continued to run smoothly. It's certainly how it had felt over the years. With this new doubt, though, she could no longer be sure. If he really was keeping things from her professionally, something she had never even considered, then he was absolutely keeping personal things secret. She thought they were closer than that. Evidently she had been wrong. Biting her lip nervously, she briefly wondered what she may have done wrong to earn his displeasure, but dismissed it almost immediately. She hadn't done anything wrong, had gone above and beyond what someone could expect from another, and had completely dedicated her life to serving him. Such thoughts only served to increase the feeling of betrayal, and a glance around the room only had her heart aching to rush back to him in hopes that he would put all her worries at ease. She needed to get out of here. The suddenness of the thought was only matched by the suddenness of her movements, as she spun on her heel and threw open the door. Even as she stormed out of the room, her current guard fell in line behind her. He was quickly waved off. Return to the office. If Naruto asks after me, she thought it was pretty unlikely after what she had just seen. Tell him something needed my attention, and I should be back sometime today, tomorrow at the latest. It's nothing he should concern himself with. The wolf paused at that, stopping in the middle of the hallway with a frown hidden behind their mask. It almost sounded as if she expected them to lie to Tsukiyomi, because having been with her, he was fairly certain nothing had been brought to her attention unless she had suddenly remembered something important she had yet to do. Yes, that had to be it. They were still uneasy at the thought of not being able to tell Tsukiyomi exactly what had dragged his favorite wolf away if he were to ask, but at least they knew they didn't have to worry about it being untrue. Mai would never lie to Tsukiyomi, and she would never expect them to either. Mai didn't seem to notice that her guard had fallen behind as she continued to walk, giving out one last instruction that she would probably regret when she was less confused and upset. If you see any of the others, send them to the den for any paperwork still on my desk. Same with my office here. He's free to do as much of it as he likes. That more than anything else had the wolf terribly confused. Mai was the #1 advocate for lessening Tsukiyomi's workload. Still, unless he later objected, the order would be carried out for now. It did come from Tsukiyomi's favorite after all. All things considered, Sasuke mused there were worse ways to die. Laying in a large bed, most of his injuries having healed, and being pampered by the women Orochimaru had selected to bring back his clan, was certainly one of the best. He had really just expected her to use his genetic material to inseminate someone or to do it themselves once they took his body, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. The last Uchiha had much prettier things to look at. It was a good hour after his last partial waking that Naruto's purple eyes blinked open, taking in the view of pale flesh and inky black hair. For a moment he wondered when Mai had climbed into his bed, but a moment of observing the curves of his current sleeping companion informed him it most certainly was not Mai. Orochimaru then, unless Mikoto had snuck in last night too. Idly he wondered if pale women with black hair was his type, or if he just happened to be theirs. With a brief yawn he recalled the previous night, making no effort to keep a soft smile from creeping over his lips. That was not a night he'd be forgetting any time soon. There was probably something wrong with it, part of him reminded him, but he really couldn't bring himself to care. He'd just have to be careful about any comments about her being a pedophile. He wasn't sure if she'd laugh it off or become angry. Better not to risk it. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Her voice was soft, and low, nearly a whisper, but managed to carry with it all the affection and passion she had shown to him just hours before. He preferred the way it had sounded last night, and the things it had been used to say, but it was still music to his ears. Gods above, it was like his eyes had been opened to the world around him for the first time. It certainly helped him understand Jiraiya more than he'd care to actually now that he thought about it. The Sannin wasn't one to be underestimated, but he wasn't exactly the kind of person you idolized and wanted to grow up to be. Not after you had actually met the man anyway. Maybe after one's first academy class when he was mentioned back when Konoha's shinobi were still naive and innocent. Well, most of them didn't seem to outgrow that state too much, but he didn't need to dwell on that at the moment. As long as the wolves were prowling around the great tree, they didn't need to worry about losing that innocence. The wolves protected their territory after all. "Good morning, Orochimaru-chan." He returned the greeting. Part of him wanted to just curl back into her and return to sleep, but the greater part of him reminded him that there was probably work to be done, and he had already slept in quite a bit. Completely worth it. I love the way you say my name, Naruto-kun. Did you enjoy yourself last night? He couldn't help it. I enjoyed you more. Judging by the brilliant smile that spread over her face, she was definitely pleased by his words, even if he thought it was pretty cheesy. In the end, however, he felt the trade-off was more than worth it. Naruto's eyes looked past her for a moment, noting the amount of light coming from the window. "I'm surprised Mai hasn't come looking for me," he commented. "She must think I've gone missing by now." "Oh, she's already stopped by." Orochimaru practically purred. "She saw that you were occupied and asked me to let you know she'd be in your office if you needed her." Orochimaru had to admit that she had enjoyed taunting the girl earlier, but she did hope her taunting might prompt her to make a move. She had known Naruto for some time now, and even Orochimaru could see they cared quite a bit about one another, so the fact that they weren't really together in a personal sense was absurd. Then again, Orochimaru only really cared about Naruto's happiness, though she was grateful to the girl for caring after her Crimson Prince in her absence, so it was more of my being willing to take the step should Naruto ever desire it. Orochimaru had a feeling he'd be much more aware of such desires now that she had helped him experience the benefits. "And speaking of benefits, I mentioned that you might continue to be occupied for some time after you woke. Care to prove me right?" she asked, her fingers already trailing lightly over his chest. Pressed against him as she was and half draped over him, she was immediately aware of his body's answer. Much to her disappointment, his actual answer was to the contrary. "It's a tempting offer, Orochimaru-chan, but I've already slept in much longer than I should have. There's work to be done." She frowned, but was only able to hold it for a few seconds before it morphed into a pout, and then into a soft smile. "I should be mad at you, but your dedication to your children is just one of the reasons I love you." She stole a quick peck on his lips before rolling off of him and pulling the blankets back around her. Just because he had to get up didn't mean she did. She would continue to enjoy the warmth of their bed and his scent in it until she absolutely had to vacate it. A large part of Naruto instantly regretted his choice as her warmth pulled away from his body, but the needs of his wolves would always come before his own needs. His desires were the absolute lowest priority as far as he was concerned. Rising from the bed, step one complete, now he just needed to get far enough from it that he couldn't just fall back onto it, and return to sleep. He started towards his closet for the day's clothes. "Will you be staying for long this time, Orochimaru-chan?" Really saying her name so often was getting a bit tiresome, but he was aware of how much she enjoyed hearing him say it. Almost as much as she enjoyed saying his, he suspected. "I wish I could, Naruto-kun," she sighed. "But I need to get back to Otogakure soon to make sure everything's on track with the Uchiha." Naruto nodded in understanding as he finished buttoning up his shirt. He had actually kind of liked the clothing Mai had picked out the night before. He might start wearing things like it more often. He was pretty sure that Orochimaru, who he knew would be propped up on her arms to watch him from the bed, would agree. "Has there been any trouble with him?" he asked as he slipped on his belt. "No, he's been quite understanding of his position." He wasn't able to see the smile that grew over her face. "In fact, he's been amazingly cooperative. I did promise to bring back his clan, so perhaps that was good enough for him." "Yes," sounded about right to Naruto. "If you're going to die anyway, might as well make a last-ditch effort to achieve your goals." Seemed to be working for the last Uchiha. They'd have to see if he felt the same when it was actually time for Orochimaru to take control of his body. "Then you've done it, haven't you?" His shoes were tied and immediately Naruto was feeling much better. It was amazing how wearing clothing you knew looked good could make you feel. Then again, he had just slept with Orochimaru not long ago, so maybe it wasn't just the clothes. Not quite yet. He could hear her pleased grin in her voice, and a quick glance at her confirmed it. But I appreciate your confidence in me, Naruto-kun. Of course, Orochimaru-chan. If anyone can do it, it's you. Well, someone else could have figured out a way to steal bodies in order to obtain the Sharingan, but at the moment Orochimaru was the only one he knew who had managed it. She was also very close to actually getting the infamous Dijutsu. Another step closer to her ultimate goal of learning every jutsu in the world. She gave a giggle, yet another thing to tempt him back into bed and shoot him off. Get out of here, Naruto-kun, because if you keep saying such sweet things, I'm not going to let you get to work. He gave her a smile but took her advice, heading for his door. So you won't be here tonight? He asked for confirmation. I'll be gone in a few hours, was her answer. But if you're feeling lonely tonight, feel free to call on Tayuya. She's here to ensure all your needs are met after all. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Naruto paused at the door. I look forward to seeing you again, Orochimaru-chan. She gave another giggle. I miss you already, Naruto-kun. Shooting her another smile, he left the room. Late as it may have been, it was a great start to his day. She had been leaning against the bars when it happened. Where else was there for her to go? But she still wasn't completely sure what it had been. The feeling of her chakra being taken was one she had become familiar with since meeting Naruto, and she had temporarily resisted to figure out what was going on, but as soon as she realized the tugging feeling was coming from the other side of the gate, she had surrendered as much as it wanted to take. Crimson chakra had been pulled from her and into the black marble Naruto had created so long ago, joined instantly by a golden chakra from the Ichibi's palace. Despite the addition of their chakra, the stones seemed to grow darker, absorbing all other light, but within a minute the tugging feeling had ceased and the black marble returned to normal. Initially her chakra had tried returning to her as the Ichibi's had, but she had managed somehow to keep it on the other side of the seal in hopes of increasing her connection to Naruto. As far as she could tell, it was working. Not much, honestly. It was nowhere close to what it had been all those years ago, but it was still a noticeable improvement. She could feel him now, at least. It was faint, and she had to concentrate, but he was there, and that gave her hope that one day the connection might be strong enough that he would be able to feel her. Even if it was just to confirm there wasn't an issue with his seal, she was sure he'd visit to make sure everything was all right. Once he was aware that she was still here, and that she continued to care for him, it would change everything. Not immediately, of course, but it was the next critical step to getting back into his good graces and to the position she rightfully deserved by his side. Oddly enough, she wasn't in his office when he got there. Then again, Orochimaru hadn't exactly specified how long it had been since she stopped by his bedroom. There was a wolf in the corner, one of her favorites, though he suspected she didn't know he was aware, who seemed beyond bored when he walked in. Seeing his lord had him immediately perking up. Good morning, Naruto greeted. Has she been gone long? He had no reason to suspect Orochimaru may have lied to him about my being here. It's the kind of thing Mai would do, and he more than anyone understood that she was a busy young woman. He really needed to arrange that vacation for her, and some one of these days. She left about an hour ago, Naruto-sama. Which had been plenty of time for him and a few others to raid her offices for paperwork. He was always doing it and often sent them to get Mai's, so he must enjoy it right. He was sure to be pleased by the large stack that had buried his desk. It happened to be the next thing he noticed. Oh, I'm much further behind than I had realized. He frowned before shaking his head and moving to take his seat behind the desk. I really should not have slept in this morning. There's just far too much to do for me to be lazing about in bed. He reached for the first paper of the stack, accepting that he probably wouldn't be working on the Kage Bunshin today, and made a simple request. If you would please have someone bring me a coffee. I have a feeling this is going to take a while. The wolf, while loath to surrender the privilege of being in their father's presence, was also eager to please them. Naturally, that meant flagging down another wolf to grab a coffee so that Naruto got his drink and he didn't have to leave the room. It also meant an excuse for another wolf to spend time in the office with Tsukiyomi. Everyone wins. Some hadn't really expected guests, but when Mai crawled into her bed and held her tightly, she really didn't mind. She enjoyed a good cuddle as much as anyone else, after all. Clicky shook her head, still unable to wrap her mind around it. I just cannot understand how the hell he did that, any of it. From the table that had just held Inoichi's body the day before, Shizen simply nodded in understanding while beside her Rusted slowly spun on his stool. I've seen the seals, I know all of them he used, but they don't match the effect at all. This was not the first rant she had gone on, but it was the longest Shizen could remember. It also happened to be the most passionate she had ever seen the Suna puppeteer now that she thought about it. It's like he just used them to throw us off, hiding the real seals under them. Well, asked Rusted. Did he? No. Clicky threw her hands in the air in exasperation. Whether it was being reminded that she still had no idea how he had managed any of it, or because she was talking to people whose knowledge of seals was essentially if it's making hissing noises run, neither of them knew. That's not even possible. The two matrices would conflict, and the whole mess would turn into a steaming pile of shit. So he's just that much better than you, proposed the Suna medic. He managed to dodge the wrench, if barely. There's no way in hell he's like 12. I've been studying seals for longer than he's been out of diapers. 14, I think. Corrected Shizen. And while he's renounced his clan name, he was born in Uzumaki. That served to calm the woman down somewhat. And Uzumaki? Really? The Uzumaki had been considered the foremost experts on Fuinjutsu as long as anyone could remember, many believing them to be the first to find that particular application for chakra. If nothing else, knowing he was a member of a clan renowned for its skill in the subject made the idea that he might be far more skilled than she could even comprehend just a little more bearable. Not much, but slightly. Yeah, he's the son of Uzumaki Kushina. Not the most legendary name, but still one that was rather well known, especially to those who practiced sealing. She was the head of the Uzumaki clan after all. Well, I'll be damned, she muttered. Suppose that explains the hair at least. Still, Clicky shook her head again. Still doesn't explain how he did any of it. And don't get me started on whatever the hell that display was. Did he use active seals while modifying another seal, or was he just channeling so much chakra doing whatever the hell it was that all the seals he's covered himself with started to glow? She didn't know how much chakra he'd have to be pushing out for that to happen, so she was leaning heavily towards the first option. It was no less absurd because no sane Fuinjutsu user would risk having two active matrices interact, let alone use one to modify the other. The potential for disaster was unreal. As fun as this is, Rusted spoke again, undaunted by the threat of further wrenches. Considering his face was painted in blood and the methods he employed for his craft were both crude and had been learned by performing them on himself, as was Suna tradition, it really wasn't that surprising. Shouldn't we be focusing on what we do now? That caught Shizen's attention. What do you mean? Well, we did the job, yeah? Even if it wasn't executed as well as it could have been, we weren't for messing up big time. Shizen had to agree with that, and even Clicky gave a grudging nod. So now that it's done, what should we be doing? That was a really good point, actually. They had been brought together specifically to create Inoichi's body, so now that it had been done, what was going to happen to them? Shizen found a sudden worry about the future of her teammates because while she had been offered employment by the House of Wolves, it was obvious they were here by other means. They also hadn't made the best of impressions on Naruto, she was sure, and thinking back on last night, it became painfully obvious that he was actually of higher standing within the House of Wolves than Mai was. They really should not have doubted him, even if there's no way they could have known he was apparently able to do the impossible. She really should have asked about the faint glow from his hand back when he first made her the seals. If she had voiced her questions, they might not have made such fools of themselves or irritated their employer. She didn't like either of those, but for Clicky and Rusted those were critical matters. Even if they wouldn't tell her, it hadn't been that hard to deduce they had been spirited away from Konoha to instead serve the wolves in this task. If Naruto decided they weren't worth keeping out, he could either give them back to Konoha, and no one wanted to be at the mercy of Ibiki, for he had none, or otherwise disposed of. She had grown fond of them both and would hate for either of them to find themselves in a bad position, especially when it was her fault for dismissing aid she had been offered. I don't know, she finally admitted to her team. And I don't think I really want to ask. They understood perfectly because they felt exactly the same. After a few moments of silence, though, Rusted spoke up again. Well, if our time might be limited, I'm going to go find something to get sloshed on. You in? Sharing a look, Clicky and Shizen shrugged. Might as well. When the wolf peeked into his office to tell him he had a visitor, Naruto was more relieved than annoyed. Both his eyes and wrist were in dire need of a break, but it was hard for him to take one when he still had stacks of papers to go through. Must have been what Mai wanted to talk about because he couldn't believe this was all current. Either she had been hiding some of it to lessen his workload and it simply got to the point where it all needed to get done, or he had been slacking and she needed to bring it to his attention by gathering it all together. It had been a while since he used his office in the den. He supposed maybe some of the wolves had been putting it there, and she had discovered it recently. Send them in, he ordered, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his wrist. Tossing his pen to the desk, he took a second to enjoy another sip of his cold coffee, and then set about organizing the papers on his desk so it wasn't too much of a mess while he saw to his unexpected visitor. Unexpected, but even without knowing who they were very much welcome. By the time he had straightened out his desk, he would not admit to moving most of the paperwork under his desk so that his visitor couldn't see it. Image was important. Another knock sounded at his door, and the wolf opened it to allow his visitor. He wasn't completely surprised to see it was Chunin Nara once again. Good. He paused to look at the clock he had on the wall. Afternoon, Chunin Nara. Are you here to speak with the House of Wolves of the Imperial Fire Court of Hai no Kuni, or are you looking for Genin Naruto? He loved formalities, especially when the young man seemed to slouch more as the proper name for his organization went on. It was like the words carried a physical weight with them that settled heavily on the Nara's shoulders. It was a simple pleasure, but one he didn't get to enjoy very often. The Chunin took a moment to look about the room. There wasn't a whole lot for him to focus on before resting his gaze on Naruto. Genin Naruto, thankfully. He turned his attention to one of the seats, no doubt contemplating sitting down before dismissing the thought with a shake of his head. A quick glance was spared to what few papers Naruto had kept on his desk, but moved back to the Genin before he could see Nosy. I can see that you're busy, but this really should only take a few seconds. Aware of the wolf standing guard in the corner, he slowly reached into his pocket for a stack of folded papers before setting them on the desk. That's all the official stuff, but I'll save you the time. He took a breath, composing himself, and straightening his back to present a professional image. As of today, you are officially reassigned to Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi. You are expected to report for duty tomorrow at Training Ground 7 no later than 0700 hours. Naruto blinked in surprise, staring at Shikamaru for a moment before reaching to grab the papers. Skimming over them, he confirmed what the young man had said. After all this time, he had a team and under someone he would consider himself to be on good terms with, but he knew for a fact he just didn't have the time. Was it too late to retire? Is there a problem, Genin Naruto? Asked the Nara as he returned to his slumped position. His opinion of the sudden assignment must have been obvious enough in his expression, which just went to show exactly how unprepared for it he really was. He should have expected it, though Orochimaru had just kidnapped Sasuke from that team, which created an opening. It's probably more surprising he wasn't already on Team 3 under Madogai with Niji's kidnapping. Both missing people were in the possession of Orochimaru at the moment, but Naruto did acknowledge the fact that he was technically responsible for kidnapping the Hyuga. Not that anyone would ever know that. No. He waved the Chunin, technically a superior officer, off. It was just surprising to hear. I've gotten used to the occasional mission with Tokubetsu Jonin Midarashi. This will just take some time to adjust to. The Nara nodded in understanding, though he couldn't hide the shiver that ran down his spine at the mention of Midarashi. Enko, that woman was troublesome, before giving a slight shrug. I'm sure you'll do fine if you've got experience with Midarashi. Shikamaru had never worked with the woman or seen any of the reports for her missions, but it sounded good. Sometimes that's all you needed. Yes. Naruto agreed. It shouldn't be any trouble. If that was all, Chunin Nara? He rose a hand towards his door, dismissing the Nara air without actually saying it. The proper term would be inviting him to leave if anyone accused him of being rude. It sounded better that way. The Chunin didn't seem to notice, or simply couldn't be bothered to care, and gave another nod. Yeah, that's all. Best of luck with your new team. With a half-hearted wave, the Nara turned from the desk and left out the door to be led back to the entrance by one of the wolves. As curious as he had been about both the wolf he had seen using his family's technique and by how large this apartment was, had they just busted down all the walls? It was far too troublesome to actually ask. Besides, questions like that might seem a bit accusatory the first one at least, so best not to do it when surrounded by wolves. He could always ask some other time they ran into each other. If nothing else, being part of Team 7 would at least force Naruto out of the house daily. That was a huge increase in likelihood of them encountering each other now. Then again, the thought of just leaving it to some other unfortunate clan member was an attractive one. He discovered the issue, let someone else do their part, and resolve it. Yeah, that sounded good. Almost as good as the thought of retirement.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.